Dyerwave 3. Our anthropology is not derived by human psychology or, empirical data from MIT or something like this. It's derived from the revealed aspect of what we see in Christology. And so there's no real way to diagnose man's problem and to understand man and man's anthropology, as I said, without the right theology. Logos is the icon of the Father, and man is the icon of God. We are the image of God. Dyerwave 3. Dyerwave 3. Dyerwave 3. Dyerwave 3. Dyerwave 3.
Science comes out of medieval universities, which may be totally lost on modern people, but no, actually modern science comes out of universities. Guess where universities come from? Byzantium. What is the theology of Byzantium? Orthodoxy. The longest running empire, the most successful economic empire in the history of the world was Orthodox. It was Byzantium. So we give universities, we give civilization, all these things come from the treasures of Orthodoxy. So I would say that we can prove that our morals, our theology is from God. I'm not saying this is because of history it proves it. I was just rebutting certain points that he made about history. We've actually built civilization. Canon law is very important in the history of law. History of law theory. Universities come from Orthodoxy. So when we reject dialectics and dialectical tensions and the presuppositions of dialectics, which are the very root of all Gnostic systems, are all built on dialectical tensions and the assumptions of dialectics, all the way back to Plato. When we reject that, what we're left with is a unique revealed anthropology and a unique metaphysic, a unique worldview, a unique ethic that is not just in theory. It's actually been proved and stamped into history in the longest empire in the world.
We've learned so much. If you've been on the Jay's Analysis ride, a lot of you guys are new. I understand. That's cool. Glad to have you here. But some of you have been with me for the long haul. In fact, there are some who've been with Jay's Analysis for 10 years, reading it back in the day. And we've come a long way. We've come a long way.
Welcome to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
Welcome. You're listening to Jay's Analysis, and it was high time that we responded to the last week. Actually, last week was the week of the haters, wasn't it? It was not just this dude and that dude. There's actually about 7 haters that went on a bender. Now, I'm not going to name any of them, and I'm not going to give them the attention that they want, because a lot of these people just want subs, and they just want to cause trouble. But one thing I've noticed is the tendency, so we're going to be talking about a lot of different things today that will hopefully be a learning experience. We're going to cover the sections of St. Athanasius. I wrote a lengthy essay yesterday, about 15-page essay, in response to these absurd misuses of De Decretis. And I also will be responding to some other issues that relate to eternal manifestation, namely Eric Ibarra and the mistaken arguments that Eric has made over the last few years that he and I have, or I guess a year and a half, 2 years, that he and I have off and on had exchanges. So, first of all, I would say it's not necessary to alert me. Like, I already know when anybody makes, a hater video. I have the magic ability to almost automatically know. I can literally teleport to where haters are attacking. And beyond that, I have been doing this kind of alternative media stuff for 12, 13 years. So I'm an old pro at this. I know all about how haters operate, how to handle all this stuff. And most of the time, it's not worth giving any attention to. Really, it's only worth responding to or giving attention to when there is an illustrative principle that you can derive from it or show and illustrate to others. So the first one I want to talk about is that if you're new to religious circles or churches, or especially churches that claim to have apostolic succession, one of the things that you'll run into is the phenomena of the wandering bishops. So it's worth talking about this just for a little bit, because it actually ties into the intelligence world. The Episcopi Vagantes, this is the non-canonical world, the dark, seedy underworld, and yes, it is a dark, seedy underworld, of the wandering bishop phenomena. And the Wikipedia article is pretty good. It'll give you a good introduction on this. Again, not that Wikipedia is always right, but as you delve into this and you learn about the history, for example, of the Sedevacantists, and if you trace the history of the Sedevacantist movement back to their origins, and how, typically speaking, in our day, people just kind of latch onto this as an online movement, you'll notice all the same patterns and trends that I dealt with in my cult video. So we have to be careful not to fall prey to cults and following anybody like a cult. That's why I direct people, of course, to find a local church that is good. I don't say follow me. I don't say that I'm the final arbiter on orthodoxy. I don't even represent any orthodoxy in any official capacity. I am a layman who puts forth his studies and his research in the stuff that I've looked into for the last 10 to 20 years, depending on what topic. If it's the issues of the essence, energy, distinction, absolute divine simplicity, and Thomism, that's a topic that I've studied for 10 years. If it's the issues of biblical theology, I've studied that for 20 years. So when people just say off the cuff, there's no way that guy could have read thousands of pages of Augustine, that is coming from a place of envy. Because, number one, I am not 20 years old. I'm much older than 20 years old, even though I may look young. And throughout my 20s, I absolutely did read thousands of pages of Augustine and Aquinas because that was my life. I ate, slept, and breathed that stuff. In fact, I wanted to be a monk in my 20s. And of course, being disillusioned with Roman Catholicism, I think most of you guys know kind of the path that I took religiously, and I've covered that in my Why I Converted to Orthodoxy video, and I lay out all the flaws and the mistakes that I made over the years. Okay, so this is not a cult. We aren't running an operation where, you have to obey me. But one thing that does happen as your channel starts to grow, and anybody who works in or does media type stuff will tell you, is that eventually along the way, one of the unfortunate requirements is that you have to have a short attention span for haters and trolls. So you basically completely sever ties with these people. If you follow the Boiler Room or Jay's analysis over the last, say, 4 years, and there have been people who followed, the stuff that I've done for even longer than that, because I was blogging 10 years ago even. But even if you followed for the last 2 or 3 years, then you know of people that we parted ways with on Boiler Room, people that we didn't get along with, people who kind of lost their shit, went nuts, and so we had to sever ties with them. I'm not going to name names because there's no point in dredging up old controversies. Other individuals who have set out to seek to perpetually harass me, and I've had to get involved in legal counseling on those kinds of situations, at least a couple of those so far. I'm sure in the future there will be more cases of targeted and intentional harassment where I do have to involve legal stuff. But it should be known that, any time that, and I'm not even that famous, I'm not that popular, 36,000 is a decent sized YouTube channel, but there's a lot more to grow to say, before anybody can say, oh, I'm famous, or anything like that. But even still, you do get really weird people who form weird obsessions. And if you don't operate the way they want you to, they'll try to manhandle you. And if you don't do what I want, if you don't come on my podcast, if you don't do things the way I want, I'm going to set out to destroy you. These kind of really sensitive, messed up people. And it's just unavoidable that you do have those kinds of people. At the same time, you also have people who are kind of the Fed troll type stuff. That does occur. That's a topic that I've studied for many years also. I've been involved in writing about and documenting that kind of stuff for my books, for my work, for the videos that I do, for the TV show we did, even to a degree when it was applicable to certain films and TV shows that we covered. So you have this other angle that a lot of people aren't aware of either, where you have individuals who will try to basically, I'm trying to find the show that we did where we covered this in depth. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. So I'm going to say, if you're not familiar with the way this whole world of idiots and goofuses works, it's always helpful to familiarize yourself with this field, because it's a real thing. This whole world of like the trolls and the paid sock puppets and the fake accounts and the bot and all that stuff. It does exist, and they will, harass channels, and they will pick people. And we did a great episode of Sunday Wire, I think a couple of years ago, called COINTEL Deception Tactics. And even though the COINTEL program is long gone, all of those same kinds of tactics and means and methods still exist. They didn't go away. They're still very present. So we have to be a little, we have to be wise about how we understand these things and how these things go down. And there's not always one bad guy, right? There's not just the, quote, Illuminati who's going to, take anybody who questions them down. There are multiple players, multiple power blocks, multiple different interest groups that might have an interest in trying to disrupt people and their message or whatever they're doing. So what was interesting was that this week we saw a pretty heavy barrage of very strange, bizarre, some anonymous, some public individuals within 1 week about 6 or 7 of them launch a pretty serious attempt at trying to undermine or trying to refute or come against Jay's analysis and the stuff I'm doing. Now, why would they do that? Well, again, I think there are multiple motives here. I don't think that everybody was part of some troll network or anything like that. I do think a couple of those people could have been trolls or feds. I think that's entirely possible given their pedigree and given their history. But we're not going to go into that. We're not going to speculate. We're not going to worry about it because I think it was about this time last year where we had a similar network of individuals in alt media all of a sudden within 1 week all launched into the same coordinated style of attack on the stuff that we were posting and that we were talking about in Boiler Room or on 21 Wire, what Patrick was doing, or different people. And it was all within 1 week. No, so I just think that it's interesting that this week was all within 1 week. And let's talk about the funny thing that got to me was the accusations that I'm a Bolshevik, a Nazi, a CIA fascist, and a Gnostic, and a troll and a shill all at once. Okay, now, again, we all know that anybody who does alternative media, you're going to deal with the people who say this kind of stuff. But what was funny is that this whole crew had it all completely contradictory. So once again, which is what I said last year when we had a similar early spring outbreak. The early spring outbreak of the trolls. They come forth from their hovels, early spring it looks like, in a coordinated, confused, and contradictory accusation. I would be, in fact, the first monarchist Bolshevist. Right? So if you saw the guy who made the video saying that, once again, Dugin is the handler. Dugin's my handler, and I'm a Bolshevik Gnostic, secretly on the payroll of Putin. Now, you know that we did, of course, 2 critiques of Dugin, and we talked about in the critiques of Dugin the positive and the negative aspects. The positive aspects being that he's one of the few geopolitical writers who does critique Darwin. We also made the point that there do seem to be Gnostic aspects of Dugin's thought. And there's that kind of relativism that I think is worthy of critique. Now, we have actually read Dugin. None of these clowns have, and they don't know what they're talking about. And if you have read Dugin, then you know that my critique is correct, that he does talk about Gnostic elements at the end of Fourth Political Theory, and that I'm correct in my assessment that he is also critical of Darwinism. So what could you disagree with? And the fact that someone interviews somebody does not make them a paid shill. You also can't assume that because someone interviews someone that they are working together. I have been interviewed on countless shows, some New Age, some Gnostic, some liberal, some leftist, some right-wing, some now neo-pagan. Okay? Does that mean that I affirm neo-paganism because I was on a show that's neo-pagan? Of course not. How many videos and talks do I have refuting Gnosticism and neo-paganism? Countless. Okay, well, not countless, but a bunch, right? I mean, thousands, 20, 10, 20, 30,000 people have listened to these talks, right? So there's not, I mean, it's just utterly, patently absurd to call me a Gnostic when not even 3 or 4 months ago I did an entire talk on St. Irenaeus' book Against the Gnostics, okay? Utterly ridiculous. And so most of the time, but this is the way kind of the troll network does, that it relies on just kind of the passing confusion through half-truths, through white propaganda, gray propaganda, which might contain some truth. Oh, he's into Orthodoxy. Well, he must be a spy of the Russian government. Now, the other absurdity I want to mention about this, too, is that are we suddenly in the alternative media sphere, have we forgotten the surveillance capabilities of the government and the state? They know everything. Everything on the internet is public to them, I'm saying. So they know who you're talking to. They know who you converse with. They know who your contacts are on Skype and on Instagram and Telegram and Instant Messenger XYZ and Yo MySpace. They know how your MySpace is pimped up.
anything on the internet is known by the establishment surveillance people. And everyone knows this. So the idea that there are all of these Russian trolls everywhere, or that I am some sort of magical spy I'm basically the greatest master spy ever because I'm at once a Bolshevik and a CIA, and a Zionist and a Nazi all at once, right? Total nonsense, right? The idea that I could be doing all this and that like people don't know where, all the transactions are traced, right? So there's no Russian money coming in. It's utterly retarded. No, the reason for all these attacks is because the stuff that I'm putting out is good and the material is good. And I am knocking down all those who come against these arguments and this material like a nuke bomb, right? I mean, the debates with the atheists, they're nuclear, right? People are not buying atheism, and there's a lot of people invested in not wanting these narratives to crash. I'm the only person who's out here calling out. Now, there were other websites that talked about different connections, but there aren't other people talking about the way that churches are subverted through foundations. How many people are talking about that? Not very many. So, yeah, of course they're going to be mad because I'm talking about real stuff. I'm not talking about aliens, and I'm not talking about creatures in bunkers and all that bullshit. I'm telling you about how the world really works, and I'm not just doing it. I'm doing it in a fun, effective way, right? And that's why people are getting mad. Other people are jealous because they have 200 subscribers, and we have 36,000 here. We have, at the website, 36,000 followers at the website, 10,000 on Twitter or whatever, so on and so forth. So people are mad because, I'm a boomer and I've been involved in doing apologetics since 1998, and the guy didn't even know what my position on Thomas Aquinas was, right? He says that this guy says, oh, you're a Thomist. You argue like a Thomist. So then people send him the countless talks against Thomism, and he says, oh, you must be part of the Romanides cult. So then they send him the critique of Romanides, and he says, oh, well, you must just be a Calvinist then. So these people have no idea what they're talking about. They don't have a clue. These people aren't trained in philosophy. They're not trained in logic and rhetoric and debate. I am. Now, I don't think that ultimately academic training is that big of a deal. But if you notice that sometimes I don't take debates and I don't engage with people who operate this way, this is why. Because if you've not taken philosophy, if you're not trained in philosophy, then you don't know how to conduct formal debates. You don't know how to conduct actual debates. Now you might say, well, but you weren't always perfect and nice in all your debates. Yeah, because if it's blood sports, no, I'm not going to be perfect and nice because that's more of an entertainment style of debate. That's not a formal debate. When it was Kokesh, that was a formal debate. Timed replies, timed responses, Q&A, and crossfire. Right? Worski Live, not a formal debate. Come on. Now, at other times, so in other words, the audience, the context, that's going to determine, right, when it's going to be what. Now, we have tried to set up some other debates this week with people who actually would matter and who would be worth debating, like Dr. Robertson Jennis. So there was some discussion of the possibility of debating him. Now, think about it. What am I going to put my time into? Am I going to put my time into debating clowns in a trailer park, another clown in a trailer park that created his own little cult, his flat earth cult? Am I going to debate a guy in another trailer park in Minnesota who is in a 5-person jurisdiction who excommunicates people in another 5-person jurisdiction? No, I'm not going to waste my time debating any clowns of that stature who literally just make videos bitching about the intro music. Now, the intro music, by the way, is not made by me. That's made by, it started as a joke, by the way. I made a joke about Dyerwave, and they started making Dyerwave. And it's called synthwave. It's retrowave. It's only one of the hottest things on the internets of the last 5 years that the boomer crowd doesn't get. It's just a weird aesthetic, dude. Right? It's like vaporwave. It's kind of a critique on throwaway pop culture. Right? It's dystopian. It's anti-consumer. right? It's while it's consumerist, right? That's the point of vaporwave. That's the point of synthwave. It's critique of critique. At least that's what it was kind of when it started. There's a great documentary on vaporwave I recommend watching online if you can find it on YouTube. Right, so of course the boomer doesn't get that. Boomers are humorless and they're, whatever. But now if it's somebody an RC apologist, of course I'm not necessarily going to take that dude too seriously. Right? That guy's arguments were terrible. And if you're going to descend in the debate to being ridiculous, then no, I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take Ask Yourself seriously, right? With his goofy debates. But now if it's somebody with a PhD, somebody who is, a respectable argument type of guy, I would obviously have much more respect for somebody like Dr. Robert Sungenis. And we talked about, somebody who was messaging him. I wasn't messaging him directly, but there was a guy saying, hey, would you debate him on the filioque? And I think, I'm told at least, his response was, I said, no, it needs to be absolute simplicity. And so he wanted to just debate the filioque. Well, I don't think you can just debate the filioque straight out. I mean, I've studied that topic for 10 years, and I know how the debate goes, and the filioque is built on absolute simplicity. That's the real root of the filioque, not let's, look at this church father and see if he's talking about the filioque. Is it economic? Is it, in what sense is he using it? Economic sending of the Spirit or the hypostatic origin, right? So, anyway, you'll notice, again, all of the accusations this week were completely retarded. And again, the establishment, the system, they already know who you're talking to, right? They know who works for who. They know who's affiliated with who. If you look at the times that any actual Russian spies were ever busted, like, it happens every now and then. They're running some little operation, in New Jersey where there's like 10 Russian spy ring caught and busted. Okay. There's absolutely no large-scale media operation in my neck of the woods that I'm part of that's some Russian spy ring. I've never been to Russia. I know a Russian analyst named Mark Hackard. We've done many shows together. Do you think that people don't know who Mark Hackard is? Do you think that he puts his material out there? He's written for Tacky's Mag in the past. You think people don't know who he is? Utterly ridiculous. Patrick Henningsen openly works for RT, right? You're not sleuthing some powerful, magical, journalistic award through figuring out that Patrick Henningsen works for RT when he's on frickin' RT every other day. Okay, it's just stupid. So, what else do we want to talk about? Now, one of these sites, by the way, that was engaged in, I'm not going to say what the site is, but actually was engaged in constant harassment and attacks for the last 2 years. One of these individuals, by the way, is now no longer with us, who spent most of his time attacking me. He has moved on, and now that website has moved from being a flat earth neo-Nazi site, yes, that constantly attacked Jay's analysis, to now becoming an Aryan spirituality KKK vegan site. So let's look at the quality of the of the attackers. Let's look at the credibility of the people that attack the stuff that we do. Okay, I mean, we work with people who have literally met with Assad and who've worked in Syria with Assad. Okay, Vanessa Beeley did that. I went to the UK and I spoke with Patrick and other people in the UK alternative media, very well-known people. All right, Ian Crane, people like that. Do you think these aren't known people? Of course they're known, right? I've been in that documentary with Oliver Stone and Sean Stone, right? Do you think that people don't know who Oliver Stone is and who Sean Stone is? Do you think that all of this would be going on, that I'd be making a TV show with Jay Widener at Gaia, that it would be on Amazon, and that it would be on, all these different streaming sites, if I was a Russian agent and if I was working with any of these clowns? Of course not. Don't you think they would have in the run up to trying to find somebody that they could pin some Russian spy ring on, don't you think they would have trotted out people? Of course they would have. I mean, somewhat with the Trump thing. What's the best they came up with? Roger Stone and Jerome Corsi. Have I ever had any connection with Roger Stone and Jerome Corsi? No, of course not. So it's all just nonsense. And you'll notice, though, but what I'm trying to get at is that the mainstream fake narrative is the exact same ones that the troll networks borrow from. They borrow from the mainstream media, New York Times type narratives, and they just rehash them. And they come up with all this nonsense that if you go to, this or that church, Americans are dumb, so they think that if you go to a Russian Orthodox church, you're a bunch of Russian spies. As if the entire American government doesn't spy on everybody in the Russian churches. Of course they know who's going to a Russian church. This is ridiculous. Come on. It's just so dumb. Anyway. So we will be taking super chats, but I wanted to point out that most of the time, troublemakers are people that will be in these non-canonical troublemaker shit stirrer circles, the cauldron of shit stirring, known as the Wandering Bishop Circle. Now, when I was attending the Latin Mass back in my 20s, when I was a trad Catholic, I was introduced to this idea. It was all new to me. I didn't know anything about this crazy stuff. Because, of course, the sedevacantist world, much of it traces its lineage in their kind of legalistic, magical view of sacramental validity to these consecrations of these creepers and kooks in the world of sedevacantism. Somebody like Archbishop Ngo Din Tuk, right? And this is the Tuk line of consecration for the sedevacantists. Now, funny, interesting little tidbit, Bishop Tuk went from being an advocate of, I think, women in the priesthood to magically a sedevacantist. So one of the things that sets orthodoxy over against all this kind of stuff is that there's not a magical view of the sacraments. You don't magically retain some priesthood that gives you magical powers just because you went through some rite, right? And we don't believe that. That is the legalism of the Roman ex operate view. And it's quite foolish, actually, because it leads to the stupid conclusion that Satanists will actually go and try to get valid ordination from a validly ordained priest, even if they're a sedevacantist, so that they can confect the Eucharist, so that they can blaspheme it. This is how retarded this is. Like, literally, if a sedevacantist who had valid orders ordains a Satanist, so that the Satanist can go and confect the Eucharist, so that he can desecrate it, it's all valid. That is utterly ridiculous. That is nothing but magical nonsense. No. So the Orthodox view is neither Donatist nor ex operato. It's holistic. You have to be in the faith, and you have to also go through the rites. But the rites aren't magical. There's no magical indelible mark that's put on the soul through the rite of ordination that gives you the Jesus is always present, confecting the Eucharist through you, even if you become a Satanist. That's utterly ridiculous. And that only became the norm after the Frankish period in the West, right, when you had the split of the East and the West. Anyway, so if you are in the circles of wandering bishops and kooks, and again, the Episcopi Vagantes world is essentially like that of alt media in the sense that much of it is, and again, there's sincere people in these worlds that are duped, right? But you'll most of the time find that the leader, the guru, is a crook, a shady person, and falls under all of the categories that I listed in my cult video. And you can find plenty of people who went into this world. Now, I did at one time know a sedevacantist priest, and I one time went to a sedevacantist mass. So I can speak with some familiarity with that world. But no, I will never. You might as well just stay home, right? I mean, if you live somewhere where your canonical church is so corrupt that you can't go, you might as well stay home and do what you can, in your own home, at your own hearth, your own icon altar, rather than be involved in this world of spooks, kooks, and crooks, because that's all that world is. And I assure you of that. Much of the alternative media world is spooks, kooks, and crooks. So we can't fault people for being suspicious. But again, most of the time, if you watch people, what you'll see their development over time and over the years. Usually within 1 to 2 years, it becomes evident if somebody is a phony. If they're phony balonies, you'll have maybe a year or 2 year period where they put out a lot of truth, and then they go crazy. Then they light the fire, right? Then it goes batshit crazy, right? You're going from, let's look at flat Earth, and maybe flat Earth's true. And a year and a half, 2 years later, it's, there's, Hitler was correct, and there's bases, and, we're going to start a new Reich or some nonsense like this, all of which is completely stupid. But that's also another technique that feds or plants or literal lunatics will do, is they will lead you down a garden path. They'll start you with a little bit of this, and they'll talk about a lot of truth, and then, you can look at the history of cases of the way that militia groups have worked, right? And militias are nothing but a bunch of retards who are duped by the feds all the time. Just like the people who get into the Klan, just like the people who get into the Black Panthers, just like the people who get into the neo-Confederate groups, they're all being duped. And yes, many of those people are just sincere, they're idealistic, and they're dupes. Just like the people who are used in the radical mosques. They're dupes. How long have we been talking about that? The entire time we've been here doing this. So don't listen to any of these clowns that try to tell you that that's not true. I know it's true. I have studied it for a long time. I wrote a thesis on it. I know how it works. And again, we cover in detail in this video that Hesher and I did, where I hosted Sunday Wire, where we talked about the means and methods of how groups are co-opted and how they're used. Now again, why do you think I'm not involved in any of these dumb political groups? Why do you think I don't go in? Because I know how this works. I'm not 20. I've been watching these things for 10, 12, 13 years, right? I remember the old days of Patriot Radio in the 90s. Now, I didn't really get into Patriot Radio, but I watched that world. I saw that world a little bit when it was getting going. PatCon. Are you familiar with PatCon? Okay, this was a PSYOP. Now, PatCon comes out of the Cold War, and there was this idea during the Cold War, we'll beam, kind of like Radio Liberty, this kind of stuff. And in Europe, you had Voice of Liberty, Radio Liberty. That was the CIA stuff during the Cold War to beam the message, of Western market liberty and all that into the Soviet sphere. And in the U.S., there was a similar idea of counterintelligence through PatCon in terms of the Patriot Radio, right? Patriot Radio. The whole Patriot Radio world comes out of CIA PatCon conspiracy. So in a way, the entire conspiracy world actually comes out of the CIA PatCon, commie threat type thing, right? So, in the Cold War, it was all conspiracies, right? It was, if you were in the Marxist leftist camp, it was the capitalists are conspiring, to control everybody through the class warfare, right? And if you were in the right wing capitalist side of things, the Ellen Dulles, all this kind of stuff. It's the commies are everywhere and they're going to take over. We better have PatCon radio beaming and blasting, the patriotic message of whatever, anti-communist stuff. Now, I'm not saying that communism is true. I'm not saying that capitalism is true. As you know, this is another reason people are too shallow to fathom the complexity and nuance of what we talk about here, which is very easy to figure out if you're even in the slightest bit aware of the last 300 years of Western civilizational development and Eurasian civilizational development, which is that both capitalism and communism and socialism are atheistic. Can you figure that out? Can you figure out that when I say that, that doesn't mean that I'm a communist? That doesn't mean that I'm a socialist. It doesn't mean that I'm a fascist. It doesn't mean that I'm a Marxist. It means that I'm not any of those. Is that very hard to figure out? Can the boomer tier people figure that out? That maybe all of those three systems are wrong? Could that even be possible? Well, actually, for most of the boomer tier people, Cold Warrior types, and by the way, my family is a bunch of Cold Warriors. My uncle was a big time Cold Warrior. Okay, so the idea that I would be a Russian spy is a little more ridiculous. Oh, now we got him. Now he's CIA. What if maybe I'm Rhodesian intelligence. Maybe it's a wild card you don't even know, and it's just some like African republic that recruited me when I was in college, and I worked for Rhodesia's intelligence, and I just happened to be like the best Rhodesian, Congo, Liberian spy of all time. You know, why does it have to be like? It's like there's only KGB, there's only CIA. What about the vast Rhodesian spy? I'm a swallow for the Rhodesian spy network. I seduce Beyonce for the Rhodesian Liberian spy network. Anyway, so look, we've been here for how long talking about the same stuff? Years. Okay. Vast archives of material. Vast archives of dozens, hundreds of interviews. Pretty much saying the same stuff. Yeah, I've learned some new things in the last year or two, and I'm sure in the next 5 years I'll learn some things. But overall, the message has not been that different. Now, a lot of the Eurasian geopolitical stuff I didn't know 3 or 4 years ago when I was blogging, that's why I was focusing a lot on philosophy and movies back then. And because I branched out, because I found that stuff interesting, what did we do? Did we run to Putin to get a job? No. What did we do? We started doing our own stuff. Yes. Could you imagine that I actually just read the books and talk about them myself? Right. Do you think I would want to work for a news outlet that's going to tell me what I can and can't say and what I can and can't do? No. Don't you think I prefer? Have you not figured out my psychology enough to know that I want to do what I do, that I want to be my own boss? Right? I mean, a little bit of psychology would tell you if I'm willing to go out there and debate JF, Spencer, any of them, right, then I'm probably not the kind of person who just wants to suck up and find some stupid corporate job. Of course not. So now, is that the psychological profile of a person who wants to suck it up to some foreign government who's going to tell them what they can and can't say? No. That's why I do my own show. That's why I do what I do. That's why I don't talk about Darwinism as if it's the greatest thing in the world. If I was a sellout, the first thing I would sell out about is Darwinism, because nobody believes in creation, dummies. It's a no-brainer. So, none of those people would actually dare have a real debate, right? And that's why they're not even worth interacting with. And like the great PewDiePie says, when your YouTube channel is growing, the trolls get the snowing. It's time to snow them trolls, ignore them, right? Once the YouTube channel starts growing, guess what? Magically, clowns start reaching out. Oh, the clowns want to talk to you, and they want to go do a show with me, come on my show. Oh, and if you won't do it, oh, now I hate you, and now you're a spy. You're a shill. Yeah, well, number one, I've done this long enough that I can peg who a person is. I know where they're going to take things, how they're going to act after watching them interact for a little while. And by the way, if you find, a lot of you will find that, yes, it is a little harder to get in touch with me, because now, every time that I interact with somebody, it becomes a liability. If I don't do everything perfectly to the satisfaction of anybody that I interact with, they lose their shit, they get mad, and they go on a campaign to try to, denounce you or whatever, right? Really sensitive people, really, really damaged, hurt people or whatever. And I get the craziest damn emails on the planet. You can imagine. Can you imagine the emails that come to me and what people say? Right? I mean, every day there's somebody emailing me, oh, I'm a targeted individual. I come out of, CIA mind control project, booble bobble feeble zobble, and I'm from the underground base. And it's like, come on. Right? And then I have to deal with all these other kooks. So it's a very weird job. And if you find me being a bit curt, If you find me being a bit curt, it's because I have to completely expel the gaseous trolls from my body, from my body politic. So anyway, yes, let's move on to, I'm going to assume that you guys did look at the Episcopi Vacantes world there, and you'll find that it's a bunch of clowns, a bunch of kooks. Don't waste your time in that world unless you are a glutton for punishment. If you're a glutton for punishment, have fun. See you later. You're going to wish that you hadn't gone into that world. Let's move on to the real meat of the discussion. I want to add too that some people also point out that all you do is attack people. You attack people. Really? Really? When 90% of the content and material is lecturing on other people's globalist books, on scripture texts, on ancient philosophy, on modern and medieval philosophy? Really? When that's 90% of the content? Movie analysis? Let's see. Let's count them up. There's a critique of Stefan Molyneux. There's a critique of Father Stephen Freeman. There's a critique of Jordan B. Peterson. There's a critique of Crazy Bartholomew, the Patriarch of Constantinople. And long ago, there was a critique of Joe Atwill. So that makes 5 critiques in years of blogging or video making, producing, right? And out of over 1,000 posts at the website, and over, I think I have 700 or 800 videos, including the audios that are on YouTube, right? So that's 5 or 6 out of that? Come on. Get out of here. I'm not always attacking people. Number one, a critique is not an attack. If I critique Jordan Peterson, remember when I did that? His whole cult said, "You're attacking Jordan Peterson." A critique is not an attack, goofus. In fact, I can't think of any of these videos that are an attack. What is an attack? How do you verbally attack someone? Right? No. In every one of the videos, what we did was a point-by-point response or critique. That is not an attack in our hypersensitive world. Now, and you will also find, yes, I am quick to block nowadays. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yes, quick to block. Why would I want to spend? I have limited time during the day. Why would I want to spend it talking to dumb trolls? So let's get on to this meaty essay here. And I spent about 6 or 7 hours typing this up yesterday because I really just wanted to make clear, and as some clown said in the chat about an hour ago, Athanasius is really clear. He teaches absolute simplicity. No, he doesn't. If you were familiar with the entire scope of the argument that he has with the Arians, then you would know that it's the Arians that teach absolute simplicity, and the fact that Athanasius distinguishes the will of God and the essence of God, and the fact that creation is different from generation would let you know that that undercuts his whole argument if you think he taught absolute simplicity. And that's what I prove in my essay, which largely, yes, relies on the argumentation of, and I'll put it in the chat, Father Florovsky. Right. Father Florovsky wrote a famous essay about Athanasius' conception of creation. And of course, Father Florovsky is one of the most famous Orthodox theologians of the 20th century and part of the neo-patristic synthesis, right? One of the solid Orthodox guys who wanted to make sure that we were in line with the Church Fathers and not adopting the modern hierarchical Roman Catholic leftist blah, blah, blah positions on approaching Scripture and tradition. Very well known. Everybody knows who Father Florovsky is. Staniloy, Florovsky, Losky, right? Who do we lecture from and constantly reaffirm here? Those kind of guys. Exactly. Because there's not a whole lot of modern Orthodox theologians that are that great. a handful, right? Generally the ones that are dead, not the living ones. Beware of them. And so I will include that link to that famous paper underneath my essay. It's also linked in the essay, which is, again, Athanasius on the Doctrine of Creation, and what Father Florovsky demonstrates very clearly, lucidly, and eloquently as a premier Orthodox scholar is that the Athanasian distinction between generation and creation was already commonly accepted in the Church at his own time. And that is, in fact, the Arians who borrowed the argument of Origen. Because Origen had a pretty strong argument about the subordination of the Son. This is also why it's ridiculous for these clowns to try to resurrect Origen. Origen is a heretic. He's not just condemned because of debate over apokatastasis. He's condemned over multiple councils for multiple reasons. He's condemned for absolute simplicity. He's condemned for reincarnation. He's condemned for the subordination of the Son. He's condemned because he thinks that there are eternal recurring falls because of his doctrine of simplicity. Okay, so Origen is not just some debatable great theologian. No, he's a crucial heretic. He cut his balls off. He's not a saint. You can't cut your balls off. What lunatic cuts his balls off? Lunatics cut their balls off, right? He's a cuck. The apokatastasis, more like it. So if we look at this essay, and I start out by, of course, we will have a little bit of reading too from the book by John Meyendorff, which is a good introduction to, just a good introduction. A great Palamos Orthodox spirituality, because he does contrast here, as some of these clowns have said, the Palamite tradition is yoga. You guys do yoga. What idiocy. What idiocy. Not yoga. And Meyendorff is good on that, because he explains how we don't do yoga. Not yoga, dude. Seraphim Rose has a whole book against yoga. And come on, this is ridiculous. To call this yoga is just total nonsense. And Meyendorff states, the philosophical objection that St. Gregory Palamos was introducing a second and lower God besides the Godhead, Palamos replied over and over and over, that's not correct. No multiplicity of divine manifestations or energies could affect the unity of God, because God is beyond all the categories of wholes and parts, and that's directly out of Dionysius Areopagite and the Divine Names. We did a whole lecture on that. The unity of God and these categories are not defined according to human philosophic terms. In God's essence, he remains unknowable always, but he reveals himself wholly in each energy as the living God. So God is wholly present in his energies, even if it's the energy of providence, right? And you say, well, but if love and providence and mercy are distinct attributes, then how is God wholly present in each one? That's why it's a mystery, bro. That's why it's a revealed doctrine and not a philosophic doctrine. We don't believe it because of the law of non-contradiction applying to the divine essence like the trads want to do. We believe it because it's revealed as so. And that's what I demonstrate in that essay. So I point out, in studying the development of Orthodox tridology from Athanasius onward, confusion can arise by not understanding the overall context of his opponents and their argumentation. This is the crucial aspect to Father Florovsky's essay on the generation of the Son. In fact, most are unaware that the Arians who opposed Athanasius did not do so on the basis of some word like homoousios, but in fact, there was an even more subtle argument that the Arians argued the Son was a product of the will or energy of the Father. Right? That would make the Son a work of the Father. As such, given the simplicity of the Father God, according to the Arians, because they thought that the Father God was the same as the simple essence of God, there could be no real distinction between Father and Son without introducing a division or composition. Do you see that? Do you see that? Right away. The assumption here is a distinction entails division or composition. That's what all the heretics say. Indeed, absolute definitional simplicity is the presuppositional basis for both Origen and the Arians, and where they base their objections. This is covered in numerous Orthodox works, all hammered out so constantly and consistently that for any Orthodox person to disagree with is utterly absurd. Right? Free Choice and Maximus Confessor, God, History, and Dialectic, Father Staniloy's Orthodox Dogmatics, Volume 1, the works of Father Florovsky, right? All very clear on the notion of creation and the divine energies and God's unity and simplicity. Also in the triads. We already did a whole lecture on the triads, didn't we? Of course we did. We did a whole lecture on Losky. Losky covers this. However, some will sever a section of Athanasius out of the context of his work De Decretis, intent on proving that Athanasius taught absolute divine simplicity in the Thomistic sense, right? Anachronistically trying to prove that Athanasius taught what Thomas teaches. We're going to show how absurd this is. Not only is this absurd given the entire context of the anti-Arian works being intent on refuting the doctrine of Hellenic philosophic simplicity, we will see that St. Athanasius' proof text paragraph actually refutes them. All right, it's actually a proof for us. From there, we will move on to looking at how the doctrine of God's processions and manifestation developed in precision. So there is a development, for example, from the time of Athanasius into Basil, Gregory, and Gregory. Right? The Cappadocians do develop the theology of the Trinity of person, nature, essence, energy. Right? If you read Basil's letter 38, Basil's letter 234, obviously they develop. Right? If you've read the theological orations of St. Gregory Nazianzus, it develops. If you've read against Eunomius, it has developed. Does development mean Cardinal Newman's evolution of dogma? No, it does not. It just simply means a further precision of the truth already present. So let's look at this paragraph here that is supposedly the knockdown proof, and we will kind of try to work through it. And I will take you through this essay to the beautiful conclusions, and you will see my point. So here's De Decretis 22, which is going to be supposedly the proof that Athanasius taught absolute divine simplicity in the exact same way as Thomas Aquinas. Okay. So he says, if any man conceives God to be compound or an accident in his essence, as in essence, or to have any external envelopment and to be encompassed as if there is anything about him which completes his essence, you see. Now, what did St. Gregory Palamas say? Did he say that the energies complete God? No, he said God is wholly present in every one of his energies. Right? So, that when we say the name God, or when we say the name Father, that we do not signify the invisible, comprehensible essence, but something about it. Okay? Now, does that, when he's saying that, is he contradicting what St. Basil will say in letter 234, or what Dionysius says in the Divine Names, that when we speak of the attributes of God, we signify something about him? No. He's not responding to Basil in the essence energy distinction. He's responding to Arians who think that the Son, right, would be a completion of God, or a further addition to God. You see. This is not the same thing as essence energy distinction. This is about the Son having a subordinate status, right? You have to understand the opponents and what their argument is. And the opponent's argument is that the name God and Father are absolutely simple and identical to this one essence of Godhood, the unbegotten, right? And therefore, if the Son is distinct, then he must be an operation or a work or a will from this simple essence of Father. Now, if you've not read in depth into the Arian controversy, you wouldn't know that. Most people don't know what the actual basis of the Arian argument is. They just know that, Athanasius refuted the Arians, and he said homoousios as opposed to homoousios, right? Of the same essence as the Father, and not of like essence as the Father, right? But that's not the totality of the debate. If it was, then Athanasius wouldn't have written hundreds of pages on this debate, but he did. But look what he says. He says, the name God and Father, by these, we do not signify, that we basically do signify the essence of God and not something about it that completes it, as he said above, then let them complain that the Council of Nicaea stated that the Son was from the essence of God. But let them reflect that in thus considering, now wait a minute, let's stop here for a second. Is the Son from the essence of God in the sense that the common Godhead generates Jesus? Of course not. Right? And he's going to actually explain this in a second. The common Godhead, the common nature, doesn't generate anybody, because that would mean that Jesus generates himself. That would mean that the Holy Spirit generates Jesus, because they all share the common same nature. Nobody believes that. So first of all, their attempt to use this text actually makes Athanasius say something completely ridiculous that nobody believes. Right? So the fact that they want to try to use this to mean that the Son is generated from the essence of God, St. Athanasius goes on here. What does he say? No, he's generated from the essence of the Father. Look what he says. Therefore, skip down a little bit. Well, actually, let's just read through. If God is simple, and he is, it follows that saying God and naming Father, we name nothing as if about him, but signify his essence itself. For though to comprehend what the essence of God is impossible, yet if we understand that God is, and as Scripture indicates him by means of these titles, we, with the intention of indicating him and none else, call him God and Father and Lord. For when he says, I am that I am the Lord God, Exodus 3, when Scripture says that, God, we understand that nothing else by it other than the intimation of his incomprehensible essence itself, and that he is who is spoken of. Oh, now wait a minute. Now when Basil goes to great pains to argue against the Hellenists, and he says that God did not say I'm super essence, right? He's saying the same thing that Basil says, right? It's not it is, it's he is. But it's not false to call God supreme existence. And it's not false to say that the energies of God are natural. They are natural energies. They are energies proper to the divine nature. Right? We said this over and over and over in the section on Christology when we covered St. John Damascus on Christology. But that's not impersonal essentialism. And it's not comprehending the essence of God to define it, you see. So this is an apophatic statement about the essence of God as single, and that each person fully instantiates the essence of God. And that's going to be St. Cyril's term, inhypostatized. Right? That's why that's so important at Ephesus. It's because essence doesn't exist in abstract. It always exists in the mode or in the tropos of persons, which we covered in the lectures. So Jesus isn't generated from the common essence of the Godhead. It is proper to speak of Father, Son, or Spirit as God, and all three of them are God, right? So the term God can refer to Father, Son, or Spirit, or it can refer to the Trinity in toto. And given the fact that each one of the divine persons fully instantiates the divine nature, they're not lacking in it, right? The Son doesn't have 75% deity. The Holy Spirit doesn't have 85% deity. No, they're all fully divine. So they all wholly instantiate, W-H-O-L-L-Y, instantiate the divine nature. And this is the consistent teaching of all the Eastern Fathers. There should be no question about this. In fact, the perichoresis, which is the doctrine of the divine indwelling, also proves this, right? The Holy Spirit and the Father fully indwell the Son. The Son fully indwells the Father, as does the Holy Spirit. Right? So obviously that means then that any time you were to talk about any single person of the Godhead, and you were to say the Son is God, it is perfectly fine, right, as long as you understand the context, to understand that that is not a strict identification of nature and person. And that's how all these heretics would have it mean. They would have it mean Sabellianism or modalism, which is utterly ridiculous. That's not what it means. And that's because Jesus isn't generated from some generic essence or the common essence of the Godhead. He's generated from the sole arche and cause of the Godhead, the Father. Right? The Son of God is from the essence of the Father. And again, if we were to say God is the existent one, and we were to say that Exodus 3:14 is a statement about supreme existence, that's fine, as long as we understand that it means he is and not it is, not some super essential impersonal essence. That's what St. Basil specifically rejects, especially when he talks about using the Greek terms for a personal he is, not it is, he is. If we say that God is the one, is that wrong? Well, it's not wrong if I mean that there's only one God, but it is wrong if I mean that the numerical number one is absolutely strictly identical to God. It's not. God is not identical to the numeral one, obviously, right? So in the same way, you have to understand any predicate of God in this same way. And that's what Athanasius is clear to say when he says that though we comprehend the essence of God, though it is impossible to comprehend the essence of God, if we only understand that God is by these titles. So in other words, none of these titles are definitional, right? Essence, nature, goodness, God, loving, merciful, provident, wise. None of those are definitional of the divine nature, because the divine nature supersedes any singular definition. That's why we believe in apophatic theology. However, that doesn't mean that when you name one of the persons that you are not fully naming a fully divine person, that you're not fully naming God. In other words, if I say Jesus, right, I can say I'm naming nothing else than the divine nature when I name Jesus. Does that mean that Jesus is not a distinct person, then that means Sabellianism? No, of course not. Right. So in other words, you can't take that statement to mean that nature is identical to person, or that all the attributes are identical to one another. And that's what Thomism and absolute simplicity do. Right? So this is a fully orthodox definition of divine simplicity. Again, how many times did we stress, even in I talked about the usage of Aristotle and the terminology of Aristotle in St. John Damascus's book when we covered that. We did the lectures on the Orthodox faith, right? He says there's no accidents in God. God's not compounded. And I said, yes, of course. We believe that. Every church father talks about divine simplicity. Of course they do. This paragraph in De Decretis 22 is perfectly consonant with Orthodox statements on the unicity of God. But let's move on and see what the problem is. Now, if you heard my talks, then you know, again, this is covered in the Defense of the Orthodox Faith. There's absolutely no sense in which God is compounded. He contains no accidents, no form, no division or composition. And that's why St. Gregory of Palamas says the exact same thing. And he gives the same definition of St. Athanasius as to what God's simplicity is. What none of these fathers do, however, is give an absolute definitional sense to simplicity in which all of God's actions are synonymous and isomorphically identified with the absolutely simple essence. So remember when we talked about nature and person? Remember when we talked about inhypostatized? That comes into play here, because if I were to say, when I name Jay Dyer, I name nothing else than human nature itself. Is that a true statement? Yes. Does that mean that my personhood of being Jay is smashed into the common nature of humanity by making that statement? Of course not. But it's not false to say, with the is of predication, that Jay is human nature. It's not false to say that Jesus is the divine nature, as long as we understand that that's not an isomorphic identification. And when he says we name nothing else, all he's trying to do is illustrate rhetorically that the Arians are wrong because they don't think that Jesus has the divine nature. And he doesn't posit a generation or a spiration from the common essence. He posits a generation from the Father. And that's why St. Gregory Nazianzus, directly after him, says that everything that the Father has, the Son has, except for being the sole cause. That's why there's not a double procession of the Holy Spirit. That's why there's no filioque. Because there's only one cause, and it's personal. It's the Father. For us, there is one God, the Father. I believe in one God, the Father Almighty. That's the meaning of the creed. And that's why all the heretics don't even have the creed right. So let's move on to more of this to make this clear about my point about how we predicated God. By the way, what Athanasius says there, you will notice that it's actually worded very similar to things that are in Dionysius as well. And Dionysius obviously teaches the essence-energy distinction, right? Nobody denies that. Right, he talks about you can both say that the Father, the Son, and the Spirit are the divine nature, but they're also hypostatic, and they're also unique and distinct. And that's not a contradiction, because distinction does not entail composition or division. So let's move on here about Athanasius. So we know then that he's not saying that when he says that when we talk about God, we're not speaking about something else other than the divine nature. He says that this is, my argument goes on to say that this is used to distinguish not a person or an energy between the Father and the Son. There's no willing. The Father doesn't counsel whether he will generate the Son. The Father doesn't will, I will will my Son into existence. Right? Because that would mean that their essences are different. No. St. Athanasius argues that the Son is said not merely to be generated from the common essence of the Godhead, which would mean he generated himself, which is absurd, but rather the Son is generated eternally from the Father's essence. Right? It is the Father that is the sole arche and source and cause of the Godhead. And we will see this very clearly as we move into Basil's letters on this topic. Furthermore, not even Roman Catholics think that the Son generated himself, which is absurd. And therefore it is fallacious for Roman Catholic apologists to misuse this passage in such a ridiculous way, such that it means that the common essence of the Godhead is what generated the Son. This is precisely the root cause of all the Orthodox arguments against Roman Catholic views on this matter, because they replace a personal Father as the sole source, fount, and arche of the Godhead, and introduce an impersonal, super simple, definitional essentialism that generates and spirates. In fact, Meyendorff in the book covers that as Barlaam's argument, right? When Gregor Palamas debates Barlaam, it's about this essentialism. This was the root of St. Photius' mystagogy critique as well, long ago, who called attention to this heresy and correctly located the problem of the double hypostatic procession by introducing essentialism. The Son takes on the Father's role of being cause, as a co-cause of the Spirit. Thirdly, we come to the more useful section for their error, that is in this Athanasius section, which is the attribution of the Father and the Son to the divine essence. Not only is this an Orthodox doctrine, but those that are in error, they mislead by simple word usage and lack of nuance. We have stressed many times that in order to grasp the distinction between nature and person in God and in man, it is necessary to know of the terms and also the later developments in St. Cyril's dispute with Nestorius and at the Council of Ephesus. One of the crucial Cyrillian and Orthodox ideas that emerged was the mode or tropos in which nature exists. Because we do not introduce impersonalism or essentialism into our theology, it is crucial to understand that the mode in which nature exists is in persons, in hypostases, in hypostatized. So in patristic theology, this eventually becomes dogmatized after Ephesus. Okay, Athanasius is before Ephesus. And the statement is true of both God and man, and angels too, if you want to be precise, because God and human nature does not exist in an abstract, but only in the mode of persons. This is why we don't approach God first and foremost as a simple, super philosophic essence, or a substance, or a monad, or an abstracted nature, but as God the Father, as a divine person. This is the whole argument of Demetrius Daniloi's Orthodox Dogmatics, Volume 1. However, does that mean that it's incorrect to speak of God as one, or monad, or existence, or supreme nature? Of course not. The Fathers commonly and frequently do so. In fact, there is a theological oration of St. Gregory Nazianzus where he says that I am signifies that he is the existent one. And then he goes on to say, but guess what? There's no beatific vision because you will never see that essence. So the very text that's also in St. Gregory Nazianzus that Roman Catholics will rip out to try to prove absolute divine simplicity and the beatific vision, they lie because he goes on to say that you will never see that essence. And I will pull that up for you. So once again, just like with this, it's the rip it out of context. And this is an essay I wrote a long time ago that actually I'd forgotten I wrote because he shows that the analogia ensis is not correct. And he goes on, St. Gregory goes on to say that, yeah, God is the supreme existent one, and his nature is unknowable, and you will never see it. You will never see the divine essence. And that is quoted very clearly in my essay. Oh, I forgot to cut the title off of it. Gregory Nazianzus versus the Thomistic Analogia Entis. I wrote this in 2010. Again, I've been at this for a long time. So once again, just like with Athanasius, what the Roman Catholics will do is they will rip the statement out of St. Gregory Nazianzus, which I'm about to show you, and they'll say, oh, look, he says that I am means I am supreme existence. Yeah, did you read the rest of what he said? What does he say? The divine nature cannot be apprehended by human reason, and we cannot even represent it to ourselves in all of our greatness, in all of its greatness. St. Gregory discusses the concept of the Old Testament theophanies in this oration. Let's see which oration this is. This is the 5 theological orations, all of which, by the way, should be read. He says that when Moses saw God, right, he saw not the divine essence, but the goodness of God. He's talking to Moses here. I saw not the first unmingled nature known to itself, to the Trinity I mean, not that which abides within the first veil and is hidden by the cherubim, but only that nature or energy which at last reaches out to us. Okay, so he's talking about Moses and being shadowed in the rock in Exodus 33:23. Then he goes on in paragraph 5 and he says, this nature is unlimited. Far before them is that which is that divine nature which is above them all, and out of which all creatures spring, the uncomprehensible and illimitable, not, I mean, as to the fact of his being, but as to his nature. So the existence of God is not the exact same thing as the essence of God. In fact, God's existence is itself one of the energies. And he goes on to say that no teacher will ever admit or say that you can see the divine essence. Oh, wait. Aquinas says you can. Anyway, you can go read that essay, but we're not here mainly to talk about that. It's just another side point. It's another one of those things that they'll kind of rip out of context. But let's get back to the essay here about this De Decretis section. Because as I continue here, so when we predicate of God, it is not incorrect to say God is the supremely existent one, God is one, God is truth, God is love. But none of those things are definitional, and they're not equated with the divine essence, obviously. And as Basil says, you're a fool if you think they are. If you think mercy, foreknowledge, and the action of creating the world are all the exact same, you are a fool. It's not me talking. That's what Basil says. Now, if we were to use my analogy I gave earlier, which is, again, straight out of Basil's letter 38, which we'll get to in a minute, if I were to say that J is an example of human nature, I could also say J is nothing else than human nature, right? The statement itself is not incorrect, right? I am an example of human nature. And for rhetorical flair, I can say that I'm nothing else than human nature. You say, but wait a minute. Athanasius isn't just using rhetorical flair. He says that is the divine essence. No, he doesn't. He says we do not define the divine essence. So you would make him contradicting within the exact same paragraph when he makes these claims if you make him to say that calling God G-O-D is a definition of the divine essence. Right? That's what absolute divine simplicity does, is that it falls down on the horns of a dilemma either way. On the one hand, if you believe in the via negativa, an apophatic theology, then you're not actually naming God, you're just naming created effects of God. So the name God, what is it applying to? Right? If you think that you are actually experiencing God, then you have to believe the divine essence is somehow spilling out into created existence, which no Roman Catholic believes that. They all believe it's created effects, right? That's what the creaturely analogies and the analogia entis is about. So you're not naming the divine essence, you're not naming God, because you're not actually experiencing God. You're experiencing created effects of God. So then how do you know what you're naming is correctly named? Well, you don't. Right? That's why St. Gregory Palamas said to Barlaam, your whole view leads to atheism. And it did lead to atheism, because all of the Enlightenment people who followed these dumb classical arguments from natural theology said, we're not actually naming a deity that can be known, we're naming created effects. And if all the names of the created effects are all synonymous with one another, then it doesn't matter whether we talk about God's justice, God's mercy, God's love, because they're all the same and they all blend into meaninglessness. Right? So that's one way to cut the error. The other way to cut the error is to say, oh, if we do define God's essence as love, then if it's absolutely simple and it's love, and it's also eternal, and it's also creation, God's essence is to be a creator, then he's eternally a loving creator. And he eternally created creation. And creation is a direct eternal mirror to the divine essence. There's no way around that. That was Origen's argument. Do you see? And because that was Origen's argument, the Arians expanded on that and they said, you know what? Origen isn't right about everything, but one thing he's right about is that what's the difference between generating the sun and creating the world? If God is eternally the Father, and he's eternally the Father of the Son, and he's also, by essence, creator, right? Remember, all of these descriptors are definitions of the divine essence. Then he's eternally creating the world just as much as he's eternally generating the sun. That's the whole Arian argument right there. Based on what? Absolute simplicity. Yeah, but you didn't know that, did you? No. You started attacking, you started talking shit, and you had no idea what you were talking about. Literally, a lot of the critics out there. They had no idea. They haven't read this famous essay on Athanasius and creation. They haven't realized that their stupid argument undercuts the entire argument against the Arians. The entire argument is over whether the sun is different from, the eternal generation of the sun is different from creation. That's the argument. But they don't even know that. These people have no idea what they're talking about. So as we move on here in my critique, and we're gonna lay this to rest, dude. We're gonna put this. We're gonna annihilate this. Just wait. So, in patristic theology, again, we talked about in hypostatize, right? This becomes dogmatic after Ephesus. So there is a development in the Cappadocians that builds on Athanasius. And so while Athanasius will talk about the difference between God's essence and his counsel or will, right? It's St. Cyril of Alexandria who specifically begins to talk about the divine energies, right, at the time of Ephesus, basing it on the way the Cappadocians talked about it, right? And St. Basil, everybody knows, St. Basil talks about the essence energy distinction in letter 234. And so there is a development, right? Not a development of new theology, but of clarity, right? Because again, the essence energy distinction is in Paul. It's in the Bible. So while the distinctions, for example, if I were to say J is an instantiation of human nature, right? While the distinction can be made between my common humanity that I share with others, and because I'm a singular person, J, the mode in which nature exists in me is hypostatic as a person, right? There's no abstract human nature. I mean, human nature is universal, but it's always instantiated in some person, in me, in you, in Bob, Bill Cosby, and whoever. In God, the fathers argue, there is a similarity. This is directly from letter 38 of Basil. Except the difference is that, obviously, in God, there's one nature and three persons, right? Humans aren't that way. As we will see, Basil uses this analogy in letter 238. So given that that in God the divine nature exists in the mode of persons. And given the doctrine of perichoresis, the divine indwelling, and given that each divine person is wholly divine, there is nothing wrong with saying when we speak of the Son, we name nothing other than divine nature. We are speaking of inhypostatization, as St. Cyril of Alexandria would later term it. However, that statement is not an isomorphic absolute identification, because the strict identification would then lead to modalism or Sabellianism. We noted that St. Athanasius correctly affirms in the very next sentence the doctrine of God's essence or nature being unknowable and undefinable. So obviously he's not definitional, because he would be contradicting himself within 3 sentences. Beyond that, there are some who might be new to this topic and would be surprised to learn that St. Gregory Palamas affirmed that the energies of God are fully and wholly the divine nature too. It is a misunderstanding of Orthodox theology and terminology to assume that, number 1, distinction implies division or composition, or that, number 2, the uncreated energies are not fully divine and do not fully and wholly contain God. Indeed, not only is this obvious from the doctrine of perichoresis, but also from the fact that the unity of God is in no way severed or ever compartmentalized. When we speak of the ability of God to truly manifest really manifest in time and space, in a theophany or in the incarnation or in one of his divine energies, we simply do not set up a definitional opposition or dialectic as the heretics do. All of our opponents and all the heretics of the councils set up dialectical oppositions, whether it was the Origenists and their simplicity doctrines from Plato, resulting in a dialectic between movement and stasis, or whether it was Nestorius and his dialectic between the Son of God and Jesus of Nazareth, or whether it's the monothelites and their dialectical tension between God's will and energy and the human will and energy in Christ. All heresies are premised on the underlying presupposition of definitional opposition, natural tension. What is amazing to me is that every solid work of modern Orthodox theology, from Father Florowski to Father Staniloy to Losky, all hammer home this exact same point that I am making to you and have made for years now, ad nauseum. And even many in the Orthodox world don't grasp or see its import. In summation, I reiterate, there's nothing wrong with saying that the Son is the divine nature, as is the Father. And if you say that my analogy is false between human nature and divine nature and human persons and divine persons, then go read letter 38 of Basil, who says the exact same thing. To demonstrate the equality of persons, so long as we understand that the Father and the Son are truly distinct, and that the divine essence is not a modalistic black hole that negates all distinctions. That is why we don't believe in absolute divine simplicity as it is clearly defined in the Roman Catholic Encyclopedia. Now, I know what Thomas says, and this is a perfect explication of the Thomistic doctrine. There's no debate about it. Any basic writing on Thomas will tell you this. So don't come to me and say, well, the Catholic Encyclopedia is not infallible. The Catholic Encyclopedia is not infallible. I don't care if it's infallible or not, because this is an accurate statement of what Thomistic simplicity means. And to think that after centuries and centuries, the Catholic Encyclopedia can't even get right what simplicity is utterly retarded. What is it? It is true that no single predicate is adequate or exhaustive to describe the infinite perfection of God, and that we need to employ a multitude of predicates, as if at first sight infinity could be reached by multiplication. But at the same time, we recognize that this is not so, being repugnant to divine simplicity, and that while truth, goodness, wisdom, holiness, and all the attributes, as we conceive and define them, express perfections that are formally distinct, yet as applied to God, they are all ultimately identical in meaning and describe the same reality, the one infinite, perfect, simple being. Indeed, divine knowledge itself is really identical with the divine essence, as are all the attributes of God. That is not what Athanasius is saying. Athanasius is not saying that every single attribute of God is absolutely identical to all the other attributes and absolutely identical to the divine essence. He is saying when you say Jesus, Jesus is fully divine. You're naming the divine essence when you say Jesus, because he's just as divine as the Father. That is not the same thing as saying all of the attributes of God are absolutely identical in meaning and absolutely identical to the divine essence and absolutely identical to the actions of God. That is a much more radical statement, completely different, and that's why it's called absolute divine simplicity and not divine simplicity. I mean, I've looked at this for 10 years. Don't you think I know what the basic doctrine of simplicity is? Anybody can go. It would take them 2 minutes to Google at the Catholic Encyclopedia what simplicity is. This is it. It's right here. How many Denzinger quotes does it take to show that this is the Roman Catholic dogma? I wrote a whole essay on it. Roman Catholic absolute divine simplicity refuted. And I cited dogmas. I mean, is any Roman Catholic actually going to say that the Catholic Encyclopedia is wrong on this? That that's not the Thomistic and dogmatic? Right? We don't really care whether it's Thomas's dogma. What matters is whether it's the Roman Catholic dogma. And it is. This is the Roman Catholic dogma. They did accept the Thomistic view. Okay. There's no debate about this. Okay, that is not what Athanasius says. And one reason that we know that's not what Athanasius says is because Athanasius' whole argument against the Arians is that there's a distinction between God's will and counsel and God's essence. And this dumb doctrine says there's not. This doctrine leads you to perennialism. This doctrine is why many of your Vatican II theologians don't believe in the deity of Christ. This is why they believe that there's such a thing as Chrislam. This is why all the religions are interchangeable masks for the great supermonad. Because of this. Because of what the Catholic Encyclopedia says about the absolute supersimple essence. And St. Gregory Palamas was right hundreds of years ago to say that this dumb doctrine leads to atheism. And guess what? It did. It absolutely did. The whole West became atheist. How many times do I have to make this clear? And by the way, a former seminarian this week who has spent the last several months studying this said, I got it, Jay. It clicked. I see it. And once he read the disputation with Pyrrhus and he saw it applied to Christology, he said, this is it. I get it now. And yes, he left trad Catholicism seminary and is now Orthodox. Because he sees this now. Once it clicks, it's over. This dumb doctrine is done. And you realize it's just stupid eunomianism. Now wait a minute, eunomianism. Well, let's look and see what the eunomian doctrine was. Because all this is a variant on eunomianism. The eunomians were more radical Arians. They said the Arians weren't radical enough because they got the simplicity right, but they're not taking it to its logical conclusion. We eunomians will. And what did they say? Now this is, again, the Catholic Encyclopedia explaining the system of eunomius. And guess what? It's going to say that all the attributes are identical to one another. What we just freaking read about Thomism. The dogmatic system of eunomius was characterized at once by the presumptions of dialectics. Uh-oh. Have you heard me say that maybe once or a million times? It was also shallow. Yeah, just like the Thomists. His errors concerning Christ are founded upon his erroneous theodicy, which involves the assertion that a God of simplicity cannot be a God of mystery. Actually, that's exactly what Roman Catholic Thomists say to me when they start pulling out syllogisms about the divine essence. I kid you not. Trying to argue with syllogisms about contradictions within the divine essence when we say that God's actions are distinct from his essence. This is exactly what ADS adherents do. They argue that dialectics and that there is no way for God to be both one and to have distinctions at once, as this violates the law of non-contradiction. I've probably had 20 Thomists make that stupid argument to me. For even man as competent as God to comprehend the simplicity. This is what the eunomian said. Here, they are more consistent than the proponents of ADS because they understand that even an analogical statement about the divine essence, if ADS is true, still requires actual definitional knowledge. Yep, exactly. That was the point I just made earlier about you could fall down on two sides of this error. You could say that you don't name or know any of the attributes of God, really, because you're just naming created effects of God within time and space. Or you could fall on the other side of the error and say that your definitional sense of naming God is actually naming the divine essence. Either one of those is stupid and heretical, right? One of them is pagan, one of them is deistic. And that's because you don't have the essence-energy distinction. Eunomius proclaims the absolute intelligibility of the divine essence. Eunomius said, God knows no more of his own substance than we do, nor is this more known to him than less to us. And whatever we know about the divine substance, that is precisely known to God. On the other hand, whatever he knows, the same as also you will find in us, without any difference. Agonesia, he maintains, perfectly expresses the divine essence as unbegotten. So the definition of the divine essence is to be unbegotten. God, as an absolutely simple being, an act of generation would then require or involve a contradiction in his essence by introducing a duality into the Godhead. Here's my note. Note the crucial example. The foolish misunderstanding of the Roman Catholic absolute divine simplicity of proponent would have Eunomius and St. Athanasius saying the same thing, that we can affirmatively name the divine essence in a definitional sense. The only difference is that the Roman Catholic ADS proponent would want to define it as son or simple, etc., while Eunomius wants to define the divine essence as the unbegotten. The lunacy resides in the fact that both systems contradict themselves. My argument against the Thomists is not that they are never correct or that they don't make true statements at times, but that the doctrines contradict themselves. The Catholic Encyclopedia continues, the Father is agenitos, the Son genitos. Hence, Eunomius held there must be a diversity of substances. Why is that? Because his absolute simplicity required that distinction means composition. Exactly what these idiots are arguing to me. The general line of this sophistical reasoning against the Catholics was as follows. You allow agonesia to be a divine attribute. Now the simplicity of God excludes all multiplicity of attributes. Consequently, agonesia is the only attribute which befits the divine nature, and therefore it is the only one that is essential to him. In other words, God is essentially incapable of being begotten, right? Because his essence is defined as unbegotten. Hence, it is folly to speak of God begotten and of a unbegotten and of a Son also begotten. The one God, agenitos, is also anarchos and unbegotten and without beginning in Eunomius' system, and therefore he could not communicate his own substance or beget even a consubstantial Son, as Athanasius would say, right? Consequently, there would be no question of identity of substance or of likeness of substance between Father and the Son. There could be no essential resemblance, but at most a moral resemblance, right? This is what Nestorius would say, right, about Jesus. The Jesus, Son of Nazareth, was morally united to the Son of God. For the Son is being drawn forth from nothing by the will of the Father. So Jesus is created out of nothing by the will of the Father, right? By the way, the Roman Catholics say that the Spirit is a product of the will of God, the will of the Son and the Father, which is the Arian argument applied to the Holy Spirit. The Arian argument of the Son applied to the Spirit, by the way. Yet superior to all creation, inasmuch as that he alone was created by the one God, to be the creator of the world. Now get this part. So he does not share in the incommunicable divine essence, Lucia, but he does partake in the communicable divine power, the energies. Now here's the Catholic Encyclopedia on Eunomianism, admitting here that the debate revolves in part around the essence-energy distinction, right? And of course, Eunomius, the heretic, said that, Jesus participates in the divine creative energy of God. Now, anybody that's read Basil and Nyssa against Eunomius knows that the argument is not to refute Eunomius, is not to deny the essence-energy distinction. It's on the basis of the essence-energy distinction, dummies. The idiocy of the Roman Catholic fanatics knows no bounds. The refutation of Eunomius from Basil to Gregory Nyssa relies not on denying the essence-energy distinction, but in formulating it. Not only that, the theological implications for both of the sacraments at Ephesus with Cyril and Christ at the Sixth Council would be expounded along the lines concerning the uncreated energies, right? This is what these stupid Thomists keep saying to me about how the doctrine of the essence and energy distinction has nothing to do with Christology and the sacraments. Yeah, it does. If you read the anathemas of Ephesus and then the anathemas of the monothelites, it's on the basis of the fact that the sacraments participate in the uncreated energies in the same way that Christ's humanity participates in the uncreated energies. There's no other way to be orthodox and to have proper Christology than to understand that in the incarnation, Christ's human nature was raised by the uncreated divine power and energy, just as the sacraments are transformed by this same divine uncreated power. That's the argument of Cyril. The power of the divine, this power is obviously not the absolutely simple essence of God, and no Roman Catholic actually believes that the human nature of Christ participates in the essence of God. They also don't believe that the sacraments are literally the essence of God. That's retarded. In fact, the Catholic Encyclopedia even admits the error of Eunomius was that the Son only participates in one divine energy, showing an admission of the essence-energy distinction, while failing to admit the Saints Basil and Gregory refute Eunomius by explicating and defining the essence-energy distinction, insofar as the Son shares the same energy and power as the Father and the Spirit. We covered this in the John Damascus lectures. There's both one energy in God because of one nature, and multiple energies of God because God works many different works. Before we move on to St. Basil, we want to cover the point that Father Florovsky makes in his paper on the topic, looking at the controversy as a whole, by showing that St. Athanasius was, in fact, one of the first fathers to explicate the clear doctrine of the essence-energy distinction. Yes, this refutes the entire stupid argument, because there's a difference between God as creator and God as eternal generator of the Son. Obviously, because the Son's not a creature. There's a difference between God's will and actions in relation to his eternal attributes like love and glory, and attributes that relate to creation like providence. This is the ultimate refutation of these heresies, of these dum-dums, because they actually think that providence is the same as being creator and is the same as being eternal. If it is, then there's an eternal creation. That's the Arian origin argument. This alone is enough to completely disprove absolute simplicity, since Origen argued that absolute simplicity means that the attributes of God, to be meaningful, must be synonymous and equal with the divine essence. If that's the case, then providence must be eternal, since it's just another predicate of this simple eternal essence. And if providence is eternal, then God must have an eternal creation to be provident over. Many similar absurd arguments can also be formulated to show the stupidity of equating all of the attributes, such as arguing that walking on water, which is a divine power, is literally the same divine action as creating the world, and literally the same action as destroying the world. That is the conclusion of the stupid Roman Catholic doctrine, that all the attributes are exactly the same, and all the actions of God are exactly the same as the divine essence. And that is the doctrine. Make no mistake about it. Let's remind ourselves, what is the doctrine? As applied to God, they are all identical in meaning, and they all describe the same reality, the one infinitely perfect, simple being. Indeed, divine knowledge itself is identical with the divine essence, as are all of the attributes. Can you read? Can you see that? I know you idolatrize the system. I know it's an idol. I know it's so elegant. Oh, Thomas is so great. I know. I was an idolater of Thomism as well. And then I realized this is an idol. This system is stupid. It doesn't work. Yes, it says some true things, but it's built on sand. It's false. It leads to these dumb originistic conclusions if it was consistent. Let me rehearse that for you. This alone is enough to disprove absolute Thomistic Roman Catholic dogmatic simplicity, because it means that the attributes of God, to be meaningful, must be synonymous with the divine essence. If that is the case, then providence is the same thing as being eternal. Providence is eternal. If it's to be meaningful, it's the same thing as being creator. So God is an eternally provident creator, if the terms have any meaning. If God is an eternally provident creator, then there's an eternal creation that he's eternally provident over. If creation is eternal, there's no distinction between the eternal Son and creation. That alone destroys absolute divine simplicity. That alone. Now, there's 100 different ways that you could cut this argument to show how stupid it is, but that alone is enough. because it's wrapped itself into a stupid philosophic box based on Hellenic assumptions. What's the Hellenic assumption? That distinction entails division or composition. That the simplicity must mean what the Greek philosopher said it means. That's it. That's the whole root of the problem. Now let's look at what Father Florovsky says in his masterful essay, further showing the nonsense of this view, particularly about Athanasius. This is the argument. Read the essay, and you'll see how dumb it is to wrench that paragraph of De Decretis out of the context of the entire argument, which is premised on refuting ADS. That's how dumb this is. It's unbelievable. You know, these people lay a trap for themselves with their own mouth. That's what's funny about this. Father Florovsky writes, the case of Origen is especially significant. He failed to distinguish between the ontological and cosmological dimensions. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what the Roman Catholic ADS proponents to do. In their arguments to the Filioque proof texting, what do they say? They say that the hypostatic origin of the persons, the eternal manifestation of the Spirit, and the sending of the Spirit into the world are all the same thing. They all prove one another. And the Roman Catholics don't even make this distinction. They're always confused. So the Filioque and the eternal creation challenge show the root of both of these problems to be absolute divine simplicity. That's why I said if I'm going to debate Syngenis, it has to be on this, because this is the root of the Filioque. As Bolotov has aptly stated, the logical link between the generation of the Son and the existence of the world was not yet broken in the speculation of Origen. It can even be contended that this very link has been rather reinforced in Origen's thinking. The ultimate question for Origen was precisely this: is it possible or permissible to think of God without also thinking of him as creator? Well, if absolute simplicity is true, then no, it's not, because all the attributes are exactly the same and equal to the divine essence. We just read that 5 times in a row. Have you already forgotten? Have you forgotten? Thomas, have you forgotten? The negative answer to this question for Origen was only to de-out. An opposite assumption would be sheer blasphemy. God could never be thought of as anything other than an essential creator, right? His very essence is to be creator. There is nothing simply potential in God's being. Everything is actualized eternally. That means creation was necessary. This is Origen's basic assumption and his deepest conviction. God is always Father and the Father of the only begotten, and the Son is co-eternal with the Father. Any other assumption would have been compromised of the essential immutability of the divine being. But God is also always the Creator and the Lord. Indeed, if God is eternal Creator at all, and it is an article of faith that he is the Lord Creator, we must necessarily assume that he was always Creator and Lord. For obviously God never advances or changes, right? So remember, one of Origen's other heresies is to set up this false philosophic assumption that heaven and God are pure stasis, and movement and change and being are characteristics of fallen creatures. The fall is a movement away from stasis. This is a heresy. This is Platonism. That's not creation. Okay? The Confession of St. Sophronius, which is part of the Sixth Council, condemns Origen on the basis of his creation heresy, his rejection of it. That's another reason why you can't believe Origenism if you're Orthodox. And when you point this out to so-called Orthodox, what do they say? They say, I don't care. I don't care what the council said. You are a piece of crap. That's what they said to me. Yeah, exactly. Because they're not Orthodox. It doesn't matter what costume you wear and how you pretend. If you don't believe the right things, you're not Orthodox. There is nothing simply potential in God's being. Everything is... Wait, we got to scoot down here. For obviously God never advances. For Origen, this implied inevitably an eternal actualization of the world's existence. Note that above, the Catholic Encyclopedia admitted that God's creation and knowledge of the world was based on God's knowledge of the eternal Platonic forms in his essence. This is an argument I've made for years to Roman Catholics and Thomists, and not one of them yet has grasped this point. This again shows that they have the exact same presuppositions as Origen. Of all the things over which God might preside, let's see. Origen himself used the term Pantocrator, which he borrowed from the Septuagint. If Pantocrator, which means Almighty, is a definition of God's essence, then God has to eternally be Pantocrator over some creation. That means creation is eternal. Do you see how dumb this is? Right? If the predicates of absolute simplicity are true, then it leads to these stupid originistic conclusions. If the predicates do not name anything correctly or analogically, then you're an atheist, as Palamas said. It's either or. God could not be Pantocrator eternally unless Ta Panta also existed from eternity, that is, creation. God's might must have been eternally actualized over some created cosmos for all eternity. Therefore, God, to be an eternal creator, must have an eternal creation. This is the Platonic doctrine. This is the dumb Platonic doctrine. And so-called Orthodox people are trying to argue with me that this is not heresy. Yes, it is. David Bentley Hart says this is not heresy. David Bentley Hart is a heretic. He says origin is great. This is the argument against the Arians. It's the same argument from Origen regurgitated in a different form. If you read Florovsky's essay, it's clear. And not only that, this refutes the stupidity of trying to make Athanasius into a proponent of absolute divine simplicity. So let's get to that part next. Okay, so let's move down to where Florovsky is actually treating of Athanasius. And we'll see this very clear. Actually, this was all great. I mean, this all worked out I couldn't have asked for this to work better to show how stupid these doctrines are. I mean, these people laid out one of the best ways to disprove them. I could have even asked for it. Thank you, guys, by the way. Thank you, all you clowns out there, for setting me up with very easy things to destroy. Florovsky says, God is much more than just creator. When we call God a father, we mean, this is where he's treating of the Arian thing, right? So he moves on from origin to the Arians. Before God creates at all, poloi paturon, he is father, and he creates through his sons. For the Arians, God was no more than a creator and shaper of creatures, argued St. Athanasius. They did not admit in God anything that was superior to his will, huperkaimenon. But obviously, being precedes will, and generation, accordingly, surpasses will. So, of course, it is but a logical error. There is no temporal sequence in the divine being and life. Yet this logical order has an ontological significance. Trinitarian names denote the very character of God, his very being. They were, as it were, ontological names. There are, in fact, two different sets of names that can be used of God. One set of names refer to God's actions or deeds, that is, to his will and his counsel. The other to God's own nature or essence and being. St. Athanasius insisted that these two sets of names had to be formally and consistently distinguished. And again, it was more than just a logical or mental distinction. There was a distinction in the reality itself. God is what he is, Father, Son, and Spirit. It is an ultimate reality, declared and manifested in the Scriptures. But creation is a deed, an action, a product of the action of the divine will. And this will is common and identical to all three persons in that God. Thus, God's fatherhood must necessarily precede his action or role as creator. For absolute divine simplicity proponents, that is not true, obviously. The Son's existence flows eternally from the very essence of the Father, which I just covered above, or rather, it belongs to this essence or ousia. The world's existence, however, is external to God and to this divine essence, and is grounded only in the divine will, that it will to be so. God wills to create. There is an element of contingency to the exercise and disclosure of God's creative will, as much as his will reflects his own essence and character. On the other hand, there is, as it were, an absolute necessity in the Trinitarian being of God, right? In other words, the eternal generation of the Son is necessary. It could not be otherwise. Creation could be otherwise, right? So that's why there's a distinction between creating and generating. But if absolute divine simplicity is true, there's not, because being creator is eternal just as much as generating the Son. If creation is an eternal generation, then the Son is a creation. or they're both eternally generated. Either way, doesn't matter. Both are heresy. On the other hand, so what does he mean by necessity in God? Well, he just means that God's nature can't be other than what it is, right? God is always holy. He's always eternally generating the Son and eternally spirating the Spirit. It can't be otherwise. He can't not generate the Son, right? So in that sense, there's a necessity to that. God doesn't choose his own being, Father Florowski goes on to say, right? But if we equate the action of being creator, or the attribute of being creator, with eternal or eternality, then God is eternally the creator. And there's an eternal creation that he's creator over, and provident over, and father over. And then if we speak of the Son as eternally generated, then creation is just another eternal generation like the Son. There's no difference. That's why we have to make a distinction between the ontological categories of God, right, and the categories that apply to him as creator. And this is a distinction that absolute divine simplicity negates. It precludes. It makes impossible. You cannot believe that and believe in absolute divine simplicity in the sense that we just saw above. Again, do I need to read it for the 7th time for you to point out that you can't, that if you're a Thomist or Roman Catholic, you have to believe that all the divine attributes are exactly identical to one another? How many times do I have to repeat that? How many times does that have to be shown? Now, what does Florowski make as his final point? If we follow along with these idiots who've wrenched this paragraph out of context, the whole argument against the Arians is undercut, because they would have Athanasius being a Thomistic absolute simplicity proponent. His whole reputation of Arianism depends ultimately on the basic distinction between essence and will, which alone could establish clearly a real distinction between generation and creating. The Trinitarian vision and the concept of creation and the thought of Athanasius belong clearly and organically together. The entire argument of Athanasius against the Son being a creature produced by the will or energy of God is predicated on a real distinction between God's essence, actions, and willing. What could be more idiotic and stupid than thinking that the whole context of the argument against the Arians doesn't matter, and that all that matters is lifting the paragraph out as a proof text? To add insult to this injury, I also showed in a separate essay last year that the confused doctrine of ADS and Roman Catholicism also leads to the Spirit being a product of will. So they're just confused on all this. Amazingly, it's the exact same argument that the Arians used, and based on theirs and Origen's absolute simplicity doctrine as applied to the Spirit instead of the Son. If anyone recalls the arguments and comments that I exchanged on Facebook with Eric Ibarra over the last 2 years, over and over and over for days, this was the whole dispute. As he also lifted a similar passage from St. Athanasius to talk about the Son as if Jesus was literally and isomorphically identified with the common will of God. This is how ridiculous this stuff gets, right? So Athanasius says at one point that the Son is the will of the Father, right? Does that mean that the Son is absolutely isomorphically identified with the common will of God? No. That's utterly ridiculous. And Roman Catholics don't. Well, actually, they do believe that, because they confuse all these things together. But as we'll see, not only is Eric Ibarra wrong, but all of these Roman Catholics who misuse this stuff are wrong because they're confused, right? They're trying to mash together a bunch of different things that don't make sense, that are actually harmonized in the Eastern Fathers. So anyway, I talked about, I'm going to skip the part about, if you want to, you can go read this on your own, but I wrote an essay that did really well, that prompted a lot of this last year. How the Filioque doctrine is the Arian argument about Jesus, but they applied it to the Spirit. And that got like 1,000 shares, and it's on Ortho Christian. It's on a bunch of different places. And actually, this essay alone started a lot of people converting. But then what happened was, Eric Ibarra said, just like the De Decretis paragraph taken out of context, but look, Athanasius says the Son is the will and wisdom and power of the Father. Yeah, that's called manifestation, right? That doesn't mean they're isomorphically identified, okay? Jesus is not literally the will of God. And the Spirit is not the product of the Father and Son's will. That's retarded, okay? But that's literally what Ludwig Ott says the Roman dogma is, okay? But we're not going to talk about that right now. Let's get back to this discourse with the and debate about the Arians. One last part about Florovsky here before we quit. The Florovsky part. And yes, we will be taking Super Chats very soon. I'm coming here to the end of this, near the end. We want to lay all this to rest, though. We're not going to leave these clowns any room to get around into this. We are going to put the nail in the coffin. So in the latter part of the discourse, St. Athanasius discusses at great length the Arian contention that the Son was begotten by the will and deliberation of the Father. These terms, protest St. Athanasius, are out of place. The Arians simply attempt to hide their heresy. Hold on a second, I gotta plug the computer in, it's starting to die. Arians simply attempt to hide their heresy under the cover of ambiguous words. St. Athanasius suggests that they borrow their ideas from the Gnostics. Interesting. Yeah, because the doctrine of absolute simplicity is Platonic, and Platonic doctrines are the root of Gnostic doctrines. St. Athanasius contends the Arians claim that the will and deliberation of the Father precedes the generation of the Word. We'll skip down, we already read this kind of stuff. St. Athanasius retorts that only shows their inability to grasp the difference between the being and acting in God. Thus, absolute divine simplicity is not true, clowns. God does not deliberate with himself about his actions and his own being and existence. Indeed, it would be absurd to contend that God's goodness and mercy are just voluntary habits and not a part of his nature. Thus, absolute divine simplicity is not true. But does it mean that God is good and merciful unwillingly? Now, what is by nature is higher than that which is by deliberation. The Son being the offspring of the Father's own substance, the Father does not deliberate about this, since it would mean that deliberation about his own being. God is the Father of his Son by nature and not by will. Whatever is created, however, is indeed created by the good will and deliberation of God, by God's free will. But the Son is not a deed of his will like creatures, but by nature, offspring of the Father's own substance, God the Father. It is insane and extravagant to put the idea of will and counsel between the Father and the Son, according to St. Athanasius. And one last quote here with Florovsky, and we'll be done with this. I think we need to talk about eternal manifestation too. Florovsky continues. The Athanasian distinction between generation and creation, with all of its implications, was already commonly accepted in the Church in his time. Can you hear that? But a bit later, St. Cyril of Alexandria simply repeated his great predecessor. In his Thesaurus, St. Cyril depended heavily upon the Athanasian discourses. Only instead of using will and deliberation, guess what? St. Cyril spoke of the divine energies. Note here, the Roman Catholic ADS proponent is shown to be completely ignorant and confused. This is a devastating point that absolutely none of them touch on. Finally, John Damascus, in his great exposition of the faith, repeated St. Cyril. Yeah, of course he did. That's why we just covered it in 4 lectures. Go listen to that. For we hold that is from him, from the Father's nature, the Son was generated. Unless we grant that the Son coexisted from the beginning with the Father, by whom he was begotten, we introduce change into the Father's subsistence. Because not being the Father, he subsequently became the Father. Right? So again, St. John is just making the same argument as Athanasius. This antithesis, right, is one of the main distinctive marks of Eastern theology. This antithesis is one of the main distinctive marks of Orthodox theology. And that is what every Roman Catholic fails to understand and believe. That it was systematically elaborated once more in late Byzantine theology, in the theology of, guess who? St. Gregory Palamas. Exactly. That's why we have the true tradition here. We are the real inheritors of this correct tradition, not them, not the Roman Catholics, not Thomism, not the doctrine that all the attributes are exactly the same and identical, because it leads to Arianism, dummies. It leads to Sabellianism. It leads to modalism, to Origenism. St. Gregory contended that unless a clear distinction is made between the essence and the energy of God, one could not distinguish between generation and creation. Yeah, that's the whole argument we've been talking about for 3 hours now. And once again, this was emphasized by St. Mark of Ephesus. That's why St. Mark of Ephesus is a saint, and he's not ecumenist Bartholomew of Ephesus. He's a saint because he stood for the essence-energy distinction and not for the reunion council. That's why he's a saint. It was a true Athanasian motive on the part of St. Mark of Ephesus. Yes, that's why we're not Roman Catholic. And that's why all the clown ecumenists want to be Roman Catholic, because they don't believe this. They don't believe what we're talking about here. Now, the question arises in the distinction between being and acting, right? There cannot be any slightest doubt that for Athanasius, the distinction between the willing of God and the being and essence of God are a real ontological distinction. So you literally just made a clown fool out of yourself, because the entire argument, thank you for handing that to me. Match, serve. You just handed to me the fact that you missed the entire context of the argument of Athanasius against the Arians for wrenching out a paragraph proof text that is perfectly an orthodox statement of divine simplicity, and you missed the whole argument and undercut it by trying to make him into a proponent of Thomism. Utterly stupid. And if these people weren't so nasty, I wouldn't be so forceful in replying to them. But they're motivated by pride, greed, whatever. And this, by the way, not only does it refute half the clowns that came out this last week, it also refutes Eric Ibarra, and it refutes Dr. Taylor Marshall, because they don't know any of this and they don't talk about any of this. That's why you need to go read letter 38 of Basil, which I go into in the next section of my essay. And he talks about nature and person and will and hypostasis and all of that in the exact same way that I do. And when you read that, you'll see, you know what? Jay was saying the exact same thing Basil's saying. And you know what? The Roman Catholics never taught me this. I see it right here before my eyes in Basil. Why didn't they talk about this? Basil's making all the same distinctions that Jay did in letter 38. In letter 234, he makes the essence-energy distinction. How come my priests, who claim to be the holders of all divine truth and similitude and blah, 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 when they're not participating in interfaith Chrislam services, why didn't they tell me about this? Because they haven't actually read that. That's why. They haven't read Basil. You think your priest has read Basil? Now maybe you have a priest who's a specialist in Basil. Maybe. There's a few of those. But I'll guarantee you most of them, they have no idea what we're talking about here. They have no clue what any of this stuff. They don't know what the essence energy distinction means. I would venture to say 90% of Roman Catholic priests have no idea what this is, even though they went to their 8 years of gay seminary. They don't know what this is. What are you talking about? But I know what it is. And the reason why people are getting so mad is because this is right. That's why they're getting mad. Now, in the rest of my essay, I go on to talk about the Council of Blachernae, which is one of the medieval, quote, Palamite synods that confirmed the doctrine of eternal manifestation. Now, this is a whole other Trinitarian aspect of things that you can go into in my essay, and then I conclude my paper with a lengthy quote from the triads. Okay, and again, we did a whole talk on the triads. So I do entire talks on these books. The people who are the haters, they've never even read these books. Okay? They have no idea what they're talking about. How does Palamas to the philosophical objection that he was introducing a second lower God besides the unique Godhead? Palamas replied over and over and over that no multiplicity of divine manifestations could affect the unity of God, for God is beyond the categories. Now, the idiocy of the Roman Catholics is that Palamas is on their freaking calendar, and they don't even know that. And then when they find that out, half of them, oh, well, that was an action after Vatican II. I don't accept that. Yeah, well, if you read John Pontrello's book, you will learn that sedevacantism doesn't work because you can't believe in the office of the papacy without the living magisterium and without his actual human successors. And the brief periods of interregnum have nothing in common with a 60-plus year sedevacante. Okay, so sedevacantism collapses under the fact that you cannot believe in a Roman office of Peter that you're somehow united with when you're not actually united to anything, because you're amongst a bunch of episcopi vacante clowns that don't even have priests and bishops half the time. You're not united to anybody, right? Now, I can understand there being no bishop, like if you're in the Orthodox world and you live in like some communist country or some really corrupt country, or you're in China or somewhere and you learn about Orthodoxy and maybe you read the Bible but you don't have any church, that's one thing, right? Or maybe in America when we get forced out of the churches or something because we actually believe what the last 1,000 years of the church said, it will be tossed out of the churches and we won't have a church. But it kind of makes sense in the Orthodox perspective because it's not a top-down system all based on the Bishop of Rome. But guess what? This doesn't make sense in the Roman Catholic system, because in the Roman Catholic system, you have to be united to the Pope over in Rome, that guy. You have to be united to the living magisterium. And according to Vatican I, and according to the definitions of the papacy in the encyclicals, there's no such thing as an empty office of Peter that you're united with for many, many, many decades that doesn't have an actual successor in it. So John Pontrello is absolutely correct in his book, and this is a separate, devastating argument that completely destroys sedevacantism. So you either have to be in union with Frank or Roman Catholicism is not true. It's just that simple, right? And you can follow however many episcopi, vagante, clown, kook, spooks you want, and you can drive yourself mad doing that, or you can drive yourself mad being in union with the demonic character of Frank in Rome. And what's the answer here? Well, the answer is that neither of those is true, right? But obviously, it's not, again, you could have this idea of there not being a church or bishop much easier in Orthodoxy than you could in the goofy system of Roman Catholicism, which is a complete top-down house of cards. So I have to say thank you to John Pontrello, not because I left this nonsense years ago, thank God. But the online LARPing cult of sedevacantism pretends to be a real thing. And one of the hinges upon which this argument rests is the idea that you can separate the office of the papacy that the sedevacantists are somehow in union with, which is complete nonsense, complete made-up BS, from the actual possessors of the keys in the papacy. You cannot. And John Pontrello devastatingly shows that in his book, The Sedevacantist Delusion, which I highly recommend for those in the clown world of sedevacantism. Now, when I say that, I'm not telling you to go be united with Frank, because Frank is poison. But thank God we did. I think Pontrello did become Orthodox. So, and you'll notice he says in his book how Vatican II and sedevacantism actually point the way to Orthodoxy. Yeah, they do. But I do recommend the Gregory Palamas book because Meyendorff makes some really great points about this is not yoga. If you read the triads, Who in their right mind could read the triads and think that that's yoga? I mean, the whole thing is just biblically sourced. And his arguments for hesychasm are Paul's teachings in Corinthians about prayer in the heavens, prayer in the nous, prayer in the spirit. That doesn't have anything to do with yoga. That's not in yoga. All right. Well, we've been going for over 2 hours. There is, again, more in my essay, which is linked in the description, about the doctrine of eternal manifestation and how that's also very important in the triad.
You were listening to Dyer Radio on the Jay Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more Jay Dyer Today.
To burn some dough to get to the next stage. If you have to do something crazy, go through something uncomfortable to get that next stage closer to you. Rather than waiting, rather than sitting and fucking waiting in the room for 4 years and working a day job for something formative and materialize for the opportunity to come knocking, which it won't, okay? It's better to be a wild man focused on the horizon, in my opinion, than it is to be a guy who's totally buttoned up and has all his T's crossed and his I's dotted. And the other thing that I failed to get at, we're going to go on for another 2 hours here. I hope that's okay. I hope you don't have anything to do. Oh, you've got something important to do? I don't believe you. Opportunity is never going to knock. Maybe you get lucky. Maybe it does. I've never seen that. That's never happened to me. I've never seen that. The only opportunities I've seen involve people, other people. If you find other people who anyway open doors for you, allow you to grow, mentor you, etc., you need to latch onto them like a psychopath and never let go. And repay that. Make yourself useful. Repay that sort of thing. And be the guy who people want to help. That's one thing, which I hope you are. I can't imagine some of you guys watching this how unlovable. There's a lot of unlovable people out there, let's say that. And that's this, the crux of the Hide Wars Women's Vlog coming soon, is to be loved. You have to be lovable. You're not lovable if you're visibly a chronic masturbator. You're not lovable if you hate yourself. You're not lovable if you exude fear, mental poison, self-torture, etc. And the fucked up thing is, the people who need love the most or because of their need for it, the most unlovable, the most repulsive. And also the least deserving of it, because when you allow yourself to be poisoned by all that shit, it turns you into like a shitty human being, really. And I'm getting off, this is a tangent here, but the real thing that happens with opportunity is when someone is looking for a guy, you're either that guy or you're not. And you're not that guy if you don't do a decade of preparation, a decade of self-auditing, Zayton processing, okay, the Scientology. If you don't do a decade of Scientology hard work that I've done, you're not that guy. If you don't do a decade of fucking honing your craft and becoming a useful, like masterful person, you're not that guy. Opportunity is like someone needs someone who can do really clean welds, who can like, do crown molding really nice and perfect, who can do X, Y, and Z, whatever it is that you're prepared to do in life. The Hollywood movie montage of someone like, picking themselves up by their bootstraps from homelessness and becoming like a prize fighter in 2 weeks or whatever is just so far from reality. It's about preparation. It's about like habits and diligence and like just fucking being the guy that's needed for whatever purpose. Visit www.mdbgsdudelifehacks.com for more information on how to become a wild man.
What's up, gangers? I want all people who follow this page to be worldly, to be scholarly, to be cosmopolitan. That's why we do some language lessons here. From time to time, I'm going to teach you guys intro to Brazilian Portuguese. Starting right now, we're going to take a little dip our toes in the pool of language and get in there a little bit. Okay, so here's Brazilian Portuguese intro. I'm going to teach you how to say, come to Brazil. It's just something I say all the time in Brazil. All right, come to Brazil. You have to come to Brazil. You have to come to Brazil. Cobra Cow. You have to come to Brazil. Chill out, food, women, Cobra Cow. It's sober style. You have to come to Brazil. Chill out, food, women, Cobra Cow. It's sober style. Wow. Come to Brazil. You have to come to Brazil. Aroused? Visit www.samhydeofficial$1,000,000 Extreme Institute of Verbal Dominance and Linguistic Shifting.com now for more information.
There we go. What's up, bigots? We got a bunch of bigots in the chat. Look, we got the we got the mod crew up in the chat. What's going on, guys? Thanks for that super chat. Willie Jenkins already throwing out a $10 super chat for the hair transplant fund. Oh man. Thank you, Willie Jenkins. I appreciate that. Appreciate everybody who likes the video, shares the videos, and all that. Here we are. We had a great show for you guys tonight. We had a great show. We're talking about women. Women. Women are just happier, guys. They're happier without children, without spouses, and just all alone. And we're supposed to actually believe that. Believe it or not, we are supposed to believe that because the experts say. The experts of the science of happiness. Happiness experts, guys. We're going to be introduced to the great happiness experts today. Why so many single women without children are happy. From Psychology Today, we've got Wendy L. Patrick, J.D., Ph.D. Wow, Wendy. Let's see what else Wendy's got. There's a little physiognomy check on Wendy. She looks really happy, doesn't she, guys? She's a career prosecutor, international public speaker, author, and media commentator. Dr. Patrick is recognized by her peers as one of the top 10 criminal attorneys in San Diego. Well, we all know that criminal attorney women are very happy, especially when they're single and without children. So we got this article from Psychology Today. There's a slew of articles on women being just so happy. They're so happy. You guys have no idea how happy they are without children. If they didn't tell you how happy they were, you might not understand just how freaking happy they are. They're so happy. They're so happy. The Guardian. Women are happier without children or a spouse, says happiness expert. Behavioral scientist Paul Dolan says traditional markers of success no longer apply. Traditional markers of success like having a family, owning a home, living a long life, not dying of being a box wine junkie when you're 35 years old. Those metrics of success, those are just outdated. That's the old way, guys. The old guard measures of success. We're going to start with the Psychology Today article. And then we've got some videos. Believe it or not, this is a huge trend. Women convincing the world and convincing themselves that they're so happy without children. We'll see how convincing they are. Single women without children are often happier and healthier than men and married women with children. Women tend to have stronger social networks Hey, chill out. Not your time. Women tend to have stronger social networks outside of their romantic relationships. Single women may be more selective than single men when choosing a partner, as they may enjoy their freedom. They love their freedom, you guys. They love their freedom. So, all right, the bullet points here are pretty interesting. So single women without children are often happier and healthier than men and married women with children. So we're going to get into how they justify this, but just that claim in itself, I think we can all guess how they're actually getting this data, but we'll confirm in a minute. Women tend to have stronger social networks outside of their romantic relationships. So, yeah, single women tend to have more friends. More friends. We're going to get into that today, too. Single women may be more selective than single men when choosing a partner. They enjoy their freedom. So we got a lot of buzzwords here. Freedom, partner, strong social networks, happier. We've all heard the cliches. When a woman remains unmarried past a certain age, which has at least become a bit older over the years, we start to ask questions. Haven't you found Mr. Right? What are you waiting for? Don't you want to have kids? Men are subjected to similar inquiries, although the questions are different. Do we really think women should get married by a certain age, or are we just assuming as a society that there is an appropriate time to settle down? So there's this consistent theme of the idea that, well, you just wait, right? Just wait. Is it really the time? Did you really find the right person? Would you really be happy with that person? Obviously, many women and men are happily married, but according to research, many women are perfectly happy remaining single. So, what is the research? Oh, well, it's, what do you know? The professor of behavioral science at the London School of Economics. The London School of Economics. Wow, so the Royal Society's London School of Economics. We've got an economics professor telling us about happiness. He's an expert on happiness. That's Paul Dolan. We're going to learn a little bit about Paul Dolan today, too. Dolan explains that men benefit from tying the knot because they calm down. They become less inclined to take risks, earn more money, and live longer. But the same results do not benefit married women. Oh my God, those poor women. Those poor married women. In fact, Dolan notes that married men tend to be healthier due to less risk-taking, but marriage apparently does not impact women's health, except to the extent that middle-aged married women have an elevated risk of both mental and physical conditions, excuse me, as compared to their single counterparts. Dolan concludes that the healthiest and happiest population subgroup are women who never married or had children. Is anybody buying this? So we're talking about studies here. We're talking about studies and experts. Clearly, if they've done studies, and if the experts have done these studies, well, then the experts are going to expertly report to us non-experts what the experts have extrapolated from these expertly designed and expertly executed studies, right? What kind of studies are these? Other research demonstrates how singlehood for women is increasingly viewed as desirable. A study from data analyst Mintel indicates women are more satisfied with being single than men and less likely to look for a relationship. Part of the explanation has to do with women working harder than their male counterparts in relationships. According to Professor Emily Grundy of the University of Essex, there's evidence that women spend longer on domestic tasks than men, and I think they also do more emotional work. So they still do more housework and cooking and things, as well as more emotional labor. All that emotional labor. They do so much emotional labor, and if they don't have to do that emotional labor, that makes them happy, right? Well, how are we learning this? How are we learning this? They don't cite any of the studies. All they cite is, well, they've got a Women's Studies International Forum article. So the social sciences, women's studies. Anybody who's been to a university over the last 20 years knows that these women's studies programs at the universities are just hotbeds for feminism, for pseudoscience, and for the gender ideology, right? What we're talking about here is we're talking about self-reporting, women self-reporting. We're talking about surveys where the women will be asked, are you happy? And the women who are single very frequently say, oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. So self-reporting, middle-aged, single women claim that they're happy than self-reporting married women. I'm going to go out on a limb here. From the single women in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 20s, that anybody here in the audience that you've dealt with, do you think those single women are honest, are externally honest about their internal state? Would you say that single women will perhaps give a skewed self-report on the level of happiness, on their level of satisfaction with their life? Right? How many social media posts does the average 20-year-old, 30-year-old single woman throw out there just to virtue signal on their happiness? Not even virtue signal, just almost like a cope signal. Right? Throwing up the cope flag for how happy they are. Right? I mean, this is what I think is going on here as far as the single women without children. They're just happier. Well, they self-report that they're happier. You know, many married women, yes, they do have hard work with children. Many of them have to work jobs. Right? There are a lot of economic factors that have made child raising really difficult. And that's intentional. Right? And we've talked about this on so many streams here. I did a shorter form video on the Jaffe memo, where we talked about the memo from the head of Planned Parenthood. I think this was 1968, the Jaffe memo, detailing ways that you could socially engineer people to have less children and decrease the population. One of the main facets of that was economic. Another one was normalizing waiting to have children until later. Right? The people who are designing this stuff, the people who are promoting this idea that, oh, you just wait. Just wait. Just wait till later. You just have kids when you're 40, have kids when you're 35. The people who are promoting these ideas know damn well that fertility window is very narrow for women. Right? You get much past 35. It's a geriatric pregnancy past 35, isn't it? Don't they isn't a pregnancy after 35, like just scientifically speaking, with the experts of the science? Isn't that? Oh my goodness! We've got a super chat there. There we go. Notifications are working. But yeah, isn't that a geriatric pregnancy? But you've got these economics professors talking about, oh, well, single women are happier. Well, why are economics professors studying self-reported happiness of women? Well, marketing is the easy answer. That's one of the lower level answers. Now, economics is also a proxy measurement for wide-scale human behavior. You can measure effects of the behavior of the population with their purchasing habits. So economists in economics and modeling behavior algorithmically and with mathematical models and tracking economic activity is a way to actually scientifically measure behaviorist social engineering programs. And this is something that in the Kissinger memorandum, or no, I'm sorry, not the Kissinger memorandum, the Kissinger report, the report of the Commission on Population Growth and the American Future. I'm sorry, that's the Rockefeller Population Council report. The Commission of Population Growth and the American Future, Population and the American Future, was a council chaired by John D. Rockefeller III. Also, the executive vice president of the Ford Foundation, David Bell, was a member of this committee. Bernard Berelson, who's the president of the Population Council, who the Jaffe memo was actually the Jaffe memo, the infamous Jaffe memo, which you can watch my video on the Jaffe memo. If it's a mod in the chat would drop that link, that would be so helpful. Right, Jamie, put the link in the chat. The Jaffe memo was actually written at Bernard Berelson. But this Population Commission report from 1968 was all about how to reduce birth rates, how to reduce the population. And there are entire sections in this about increasing what they call tolerance and accept without stigma those individuals who choose not to become parents. And it talks about using education to educate people on population issues. This is exactly what we've seen over the last few decades. So the people that are telling you to push back marriage, to push back having children, they know because they've studied this stuff and been funding studies in the social sciences, in economics as well, as this so-called happiness expert is an economist, Paul Dolan, professor of behavioral science at the London School of Economics. These people know that the more sexual partners people have, the less likely they are to be able to healthily pair bond. The less likely a woman is to be able to ever have a fulfilling and healthy long-term relationship. So the promotion of promiscuity, the promotion of pushing back marriage, and the economic incentivization of not having children has created this kind of population bust that we're seeing in the West. And of course, a replacement of the demographics is what's sold as the solution. Oh, well, there's not enough people for these jobs, right? So we got to import people. Not enough Americans are having children. Not enough Europeans are having children. We've got to import people. Right? I mean, this is warfare. These are warfare techniques that are being used to decrease the population of certain people in order to, these people say, right, the people that are, the Rockefeller Population Council report, they're talking about, it's so green, right? This is to save us from the pollution, from the evil, mean people, that there's just so many of them. There are just too many of them. They eat too much. They breathe too much. They have toxic exhalations. And of course, the Rockefeller Foundation, they just care, right? They love you so much. They love you so much and they care so much about you. And here they are writing up tables of the cost of raising children and talking about how great it is that the cost of having children has increased so much. The total cost of a child, 1969. Right, well, if we just educate people on how expensive it is to have a child and make the economic situation for people to where it's so difficult for people just to get by on their own, then okay, people will have less children. So economics is a vehicle for social engineering. It's a very powerful vehicle for social engineering. It's always been used as that. Right? So this the marketing of happiness. We're going to be talking about that a little bit today. The marketing of happiness, the selling you on the idea that if you behave in a certain way, if you purchase certain products, consume certain media, and conform to certain societal norms, then you will be happy. But this happiness, this fleeting state of happiness that's always being marketed to, is something that is, it's transient. It's not something that's fixed. And your discontent is always being stoked at the same time as you're being sold the idea of happy pills. Happy pills, happy toys. And of course, all these things that you're being sold are actually doing the opposite, right? This ideology of, well, just don't have a family. Be worried about money. Be more worried about money. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't be concerned with being able to provide for a family. Being able to provide for a family it's an ascetic endeavor, right? Providing for a family is something that's virtuous. It's difficult, yeah. It's difficult. but it's something that actually gives you long-term returns in actual contentment, in actual, joy. Right? The idea of happiness, the secular idea of happiness, it's a phantasm. It's a total phantasm that's endlessly shifting in shape. But it's something that's actually ultimately unattainable, because the unattainable idea of, perpetual happiness, of the pursuit of happiness, which is what Madison Avenue, what, mass media has been shoving down our throats. This thing is something that's actually impossible to hold on to, especially while you're being consistently engineered to be afraid of all these threats, all these external threats, all these, the cult of civilization as it's being kind of formed into this global homo system, this homogeneous, globalized system of thought, behavior, and of norms. That's all completely secular and divorced from the eternal, divorced from actual real virtue, divorced from God, divorced from Christ. So therefore it's just ontologically devoid of the good. Good just becomes something that's transient, that's fickle, that's subjective. Good becomes subjective. So the happiness is something that's just being always chased, but then you're also being programmed into this idea that the world is so bad and you're so bad just for existing. Right? All the climate cult rhetoric. Right? Your exhalations are toxic now. Right? You breathe out evil CO2. And as our friend here in the chat, where'd that go? As our friend here in the chat, AC, who sent $5, says, wake up, Homo sapiens. AC sends $5 super chat, says, Sadhguru, be the carbon you want to erase. There are so many people in the world, according to Sadhguru and World Economic Forum. There are too many people. I like people. Oh, it's okay, the people are good. But there are too many of them, says Sadhguru. My friend Klaus Schwab says there are too many people. And we have to make sure that all those people, we think there are too many of you, but also we care about how happy you are. Oh, it would be so nice if you all would just be so good. You would probably be happy if you sterilize yourself. If you sterilize yourselves and you medicate yourselves, right? Because you all have to be worried about your mental health. The way to get good mental health is to sterilize yourselves. It's the old rhyme that Sadhguru always says, for good mental health, you get the people to sterilize themselves. It's so twisted what we're being marketed now. It's just total destruction of your future, total destruction of yourself. Right? We live in a culture of self-mutilation. And these gurus like Sadhguru tell you that this is great. There are too many people. Sadhguru helped to euthanize his wife. These people are absolutely sick. And I'm not. That's no joke. That's no joke. Maximus in the chat just said Sadhguru's wife died very mysteriously. She was very ill, and he actually is pro euthanasia. If I'm not mistaken, Sadhguru helped to euthanize his wife. It's dark. It's dark, you guys. People are dark. Majorian over on YouTube, thank you very much for that $10 super chat. You guys who are supporting the stream, thank you so much. Majorian, AC, Willie Jenkins. Majorian says, "Whoa, we got another one. We got the Streamlabs super chats are dropping too. Majorian says, what happens to this demographic as they hit their late 30s and early 40s with no children? Is it going to be like children of men with full-on revolutionary lunacy to make up for the void in life? Well, we're going to talk about that today, too. So women are just happier without children, right? They're so happy. They're super happy. Just the happiest. Well, is that true? And what about men? All right, so these women are putting off marriage, and then a lot of men are getting caught up in the red pill manosphere ideology, which is basically, it's just feminism for dudes. It's just menimism. Right? Oh, don't get married. Get a freaking vasectomy, like that dork Rollo was saying in his tweet a couple months ago. How to be a high value man, right? You have like dudes who live basically a homosexual lifestyle, like Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, talking about masculine excellence, gas terms like masculine excellence. I'm so sick of people talking about masculinity. It's so freaking obnoxious now. Masculinity it's like it's such a buzzword now among like the kind of like alt-light type people. Masculinity. I'm a masculinity coach. You guys don't be fighting in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. But yeah, you've got a lot of men who are going this kind of MGTOW way. The MGTOWs, the men going their own way. The red pill manosphere dudes who will just rip on how dumb women are, rip on how stupid women are. Oh, look at these women taking all these L's. Look at all these women. Ha ha ha. They're so dumb. They think they're going to be so happy when they're single and have no kids. But dude, how many of these manosphere red pill dudes are married and have children? Almost none of these people have ever been married. Many of them have had failed marriages. Almost none of them have successful, long-term, healthy relationships or children. So why are men looking to these dudes? I mean, this is the manosphere red pill guys. This basically like it's like women looking to Lena Dunham and freaking Sarah Silverman for how to be actual, for inspiration. So they talk about women messing around, but then at the same time they're talking about how they're such high value men and just use women as sex objects. How stupid is this? I mean, it's the same ideology, just flipped. It's a flip side of the coin. So you got women looking to freaking Lena Dunham as an example on how to live happy, how to be happy. And then the dudes looking to the red pill guys who are just like poning feminists, right? Like pwn the feminist. Oh, look at that feminist said she's such a retard. What an idiot. Look at that feminist said she's so dumb. It's like, where's that getting you? Where's that going to get us? I mean, it's just fueling further fire of the divide between men and women that's being systematically destroyed. And it's controlled demolition of our demographics. Right? So it's like, the red pill manosphere thing is just as gay and obnoxious as the like simping leftist creeper pervert thing. Right? It annoys me just as much. Right, the lefty creeper pervert guys will like, grow their hair super long and wear like leather vests with no shirt and go to tantric dancing seminars and yoga retreats to get chicks. These red pill manosphere dudes are just as obnoxious to me. I don't know. All right, so let me read these super chats over here. Hey, thanks a lot, Gary, with a big old fat donation. Gary's winning the super chat competition over here on Streamlabs. Streamlabs is the best way for super chats, by the way, Scott. Gary says, I vividly remember sitting in a university physics class when the professor paused due to the yelling and dancing in the room next to us. It turned out it was a women's studies class. That comes to mind every time I see studies. dude, the women's studies classes, they're so bad. So where I went to university in the UC system, the University of California system, some of the most liberal universities in the world at the time were there, and I'm sure it's way worse now. But the women's studies, I remember, if you're getting a degree anywhere in the humanities, whether it's history, psychology, you have to take courses in other fields, right? In other fields within the humanities. So you have to basically take like women's studies, a women's studies course. So to fulfill my requirements, I had to take a women's studies course, and it was all about how extreme sports, mountain climbing, rock climbing, BMX, motocross, snowboarding, skateboarding, all this stuff. Extreme sports are actually toxic masculinity and the patriarchy. It was, I mean, I barely ever went to the lectures. The reading was so dumb. We were just, half the students in this class too, we were just laughing at the ridiculous things. This little chick with her nose pierced and a bunch of ear piercings and like a purple kind of, kind of like Elvis hair, like a purple Elvis haircut. I mean, she's a stereotypical purple-haired lesbo professor. Anyways, that class was so absurd. The whole class was about how rock climbers are suppressing women, and how risk-taking is traditionally a male endeavor, and unnecessary risk-taking should also be engaged by women as well to balance the scales. It was so stupid. Anyways, yeah, you just stoked that memory. Thank you there for that donation. Amelie Strauss donated $10. Says, thank you, Tristan. I love your show. Thank you so much, guys. Make sure to like, subscribe, do all that stuff. And also you can support yourself and support the show by hitting up our friends over at chalk.com. Let me pull up that banner there. You can use the code BIG53LIFE to get 53% off all subscription over at chalk.com for life. Now that's on the subscriptions, which is the way I recommend to do it, because if you're getting something like the Shilajit, which is a purified Shilajit extract, fantastic. I love this stuff. I take it every day, supporting healthy hormone balance and athletic performance. This specific Shilajit extract has actually been studied and proven to increase testosterone significantly. I forget what percent free testosterone the studies that were done on the specific extract increased it, but legit, the top quality, top shelf stuff from Chalk. You can get that Tomcat 100. Taking that Tomcat 100 every day as well. That's great for the men and for the ladies. Tomcat is also clinically proven to improve healthy hormone production, including testosterone, especially in men. It's great for women as well. So hit up chalk.com. You get 53% off all subscriptions for life. That code is probably going away in a couple weeks. We're almost at the end of the year. We got Christmas coming up. So we're running that for the rest of the next couple weeks, and it's probably going away, guys. It is not going to last. Where's that other one? We also got the Chad mode clean pre-workout. Just the bottle of this just cracks me up every time. Actually, I gave a little bit of input, helped them to design the bottle. It's so awesome. I love this. It just says yes. The Chad mode clean pre-workout. None of those artificial colors, no artificial flavors, organic, natural caffeine, not that synthetic crap. And it's not crazy overdose. Some of these stupid pre-workouts, it's like, I can't even take one scoop of these things. It's like 400 milligrams, 500 milligrams of caffeine. I think you take 2 scoops of that, I'm gonna be freaking dead. All right, so this is a great pre-workout and a great way to get caffeine in if you're just on the go and you want to get it in quick. And all the ingredients are 100% natural. There's none of this crappy. Even those, like, when you look at a lot of these pre-workouts, even the natural flavors are, a lot of these things are crap and totally toxic. You can call almost anything a natural flavor. So if you look at the ingredients, it's absolutely fantastic. They've got the fermented L-citrulline for bioavailability. The blue color is gotten with a spirulina extract. So it's got powerful antioxidants in that spirulina extract. Liposomal coenzyme Q10 as well for maximum absorption. Coenzyme Q10, great for mitochondrial function, for generating energy in a healthy way. So you guys got to get up on that Chad mode. get up on that chat mode. You can use that coupon code BIG53LIFE to get 53% off all subscriptions at chalk.com for life. Support yourself and support the streams here by hitting up chalk.com. Thank you guys for supporting us and supporting yourselves. I'll put the link over here in the chat. Boom. All right, biggest. All right, so self-reported happiness in women is super high, right? I'm supposed to believe this. Here's Paul Dolan. This is Paul Dolan, the economics professor. Oops.
Because that correlation could also mean that happier people have better jobs, nicer houses, and so on, right? What I want is a causal effect. I want to establish the treatment effect of having more money or a better job or nicer house, better health on people's happiness. And it's hard to establish causal mechanisms without randomized controlled trials, right? What I'd love to be able to do
Wake up, Homo
is to
sapiens.
randomize people to different income levels or to different health status. Money doesn't make people happy unless you're poor. Poverty makes people miserable. And I'm now going to start drawing attention to what I think is then going to be the fundamental thing that I want to say to you, which is about the role of attention. Part of the reason why the lack...
All right, so this is Paul Dolan, the happiness expert, the economist and the happiness expert. It's kind of interesting because you'll see this idea pushed that, well, single women are a lot happier. They have a lot more disposable income. Like, we're dinks. Dual income, no kids. We're dinks. And we've got more disposable income. We've got a huge Funko Pop collection. We spend all our money on Disney cruises. We're dinks. We go out to breakfast and have mimosas and get wasted drunk at 10 o'clock in the a.m. So, you know, the having time, the having money, we're dinks. We get to buy ourselves presents all the time. You know, it's promoted as a route to being happier. But then kind of the same people who are putting out these articles, why single women without children are so happy, right? They have more freedom, more economic freedom, have more money, less stress. These same people are also kind of pivoting away from this, well, more money will make you happy. So they're kind of talking about both sides of their mouths, which I find interesting. And I'm not sure how much this has to do with the shifting economic tides. Clearly, money does not make you happy, right? Anybody who's been around people who are really rich understands that. Money doesn't make people happy. And he's right in that, like, poverty is awful. Poverty is truly terrible. But also, money doesn't make you happy. But there might be something in this shift of talking about, well, money doesn't really make you happy. For this whole like great reset, you will own nothing and you will be happy, right? This moving away from people even purchasing consumer goods. Well, you're going to rent your consumer goods. Why do you have to own your iPhone? In the sharing economy, Apple will share you an iPhone. They'll share it with you if you're a good little boy. If you're well behaved, they'll share it with you. So this might have something to do with it. I'm not sure. I mean, this could just be kind of one of the shifting tides of how people are thinking, how people are feeling about life. So, all right, Chanela Garcia made this video. We're going to watch this. The realities of being 30 and single. I'm going to compare some of these women talking about being single. Got a few videos here. Compare this with the study, with the expert, and what they're saying over at The Guardian. The Guardian, where they put that picture of Lena Dunham. Women are happier without children or a spouse, says happiness expert. We may have suspected it already, but now science backs it up. The science backs it up. Unmarried and unmarried and childless women are the happiest subgroup in the population, and they are more likely to live longer than their married or child-rearing peers, according to a leading expert in happiness. So speaking at the Hay Festival, what is the Hay Festival? He gave the Hay Festival. It's a literary festival, okay. Global themes and the impact of issues on the world. So there's some globalist festival, globalist literary festival, and this guy is talking about how, hey, you'll be really happy. You got We got some good longitudinal data following people over time. But I'm doing a massive disservice to that science and just say, if you're a man, you should probably get married. If you're a woman, don't bother. This is what Paul Dolan says. We got good longitudinal data. The longitudinal data says, if you're a man, you should get married, but if you're a woman, don't bother. Because women are happier, unmarried and without children. Who are men supposed to marry? Who are men supposed to marry, Paul Dolan? They're supposed to marry other men? That would definitely help to decrease the carbon footprint, wouldn't it, Paul? Strange. Very strange. All right, well, let's listen to this lady here. Realities of being 30 and single.
Take number 2. Okay, so I'm in my 30s, 31 to be exact, and single, and there were some changes and shifts that I just did not anticipate, going from my late 20s to my now 30s, and I wanted to share those changes and those shifts in case anyone else out there is going through something similar, and I just wanted others to not feel alone and to normalize these feelings and just this journey. So number 1,
Let me read the super chat here. Oh, I get into it. So, I mean, standard millennial inflection and tone. I'm in my 30s. I used to be in my 20s, and this video is going to be talking about. All right, no, I don't want to just make fun of her. It's actually kind of sad. Like, she looks really bummed. She looks very sad. Oh goodness. We got Matthew donate $5. Thank you, Matthew. We got Matthew the big bigot in the chat. Donating $5 says, it's interesting how the same people advocating to lower the age of consent simultaneously advocate to raise the age of marriage. They're fine with young girls being used and neglected, but block them from being in loving, protective relationships. Yeah, strange, right? I mean, it's very predatory behavior. But, you know, to be fair, it's not just these weirdo leftists. You've also got the manosphere guys who kind of tend to lean towards like anarcho-capitalist and libertarian. A lot of these guys also advocate the very same thing, lowering the age of consent. Right? A lot of these libertarian guys love this stuff. Lowering the age of consent. They talk about how, well, you know, we want younger women because they're pure, they're undefiled, while these dudes are out there defiling many women who could potentially have been, you know, wife material. They're out there defiling them, teaching men how to defile them and making it basically a sport, right? So these guys talk about lowering the age of consent and then also advocate raising the, pushing back marriage, right? You're talking about guys in their 30s and 40s telling young men not to get married. Don't get married. Wait till you're much older, right? Date, have fun, make money, treat women as objects. So, I mean, they're promoting, they're living off of kind of the entrails of third wave feminism and promoting the same behaviors that the feminists promote to women, right? The liberated women have sex with a bunch of dudes, don't get married, just wait. Yeah, it's the same thing. Right? And while they're out there making fun of the feminists and talking about how dumb women are and, setting up these panels with 18-year-old OnlyFans chicks to do Ben Shapiro style clip harvesting of them poning young ladies and making them look dumb, right? These dudes like the Fresh and Fit guys are also promoting essentially it's a hypersexual lifestyle that's very akin to the standard mainstream homosexual lifestyle, right? The sex as basically candy, sex as an object to be consumed for your own temporary happiness, and marriage as a manipulation, right? Marriage, chicks just want to get you, women just want to trap you in marriage, so you better get a prenup because they just want to take your money, right? So go get your money, dudes. And stay, and raise your market value, your sexual market value. And even these terms like your sexual market value, it's so freaking dumb. But yeah, it's the same thing. So I had to do some streams listening to some of these manosphere red pill guys which basically just black pill dudes. Just black pill dudes and muddy the water for young guys. Right? Talking about how awful women are, when really in the real world, yeah, there are a lot of crazy women who, kind of defiled themselves, right? A lot of women by the time they're in their mid-30s, who are unmarried, yeah, a lot of them are insufferable. That's why they're not married. A lot of women who are younger have, destroyed themselves as well. But a lot of these young men who are out there complaining about it have been engaged in the same exact behavior. And they're spending their time, and sometimes even their money, on frickin' pornography, OnlyFans girls. They're out there, engaging in fornication for sport and treating women like sex objects. So it's like this constant pleasure seeking that they criticize women for. They criticize women for seeking status in a man, and all the women will just leave you for a higher status man. These same dudes are constantly just trying to become a higher status man and then using and abusing the women in their lives and then leaving them so that they can try to get a higher status woman, which is just whatever their freaking coon brain, porn-addled, porn-addicted, hypersexualized mind finds attractive at the time. But so like the red pill and manosphere guys out there ripping on women and talking about how they're not virgins, this and that. Well, how many those dudes aren't virgins? Right? You want the women to be virgins. You want the women to be pure and undefiled. But your brain is so coomed out that you can't even look at a woman without thinking about sex. So the rejection of marriage, the rejection of which marriage can be difficult. Yes, it's an ascetic struggle. It's an ascetic struggle where you're actually yoking your life with someone else and ideally loving that person even more than you love yourself. That's what St. John Chrysostom says, that you should love your wife more than you love yourself. Right, so this thing about just self-love, self-care, the pursuit of happiness, this is all a trap. It's a bait-and-switch trap that actually enslaves you. So these people saying that, marriage is the women are trying to enslave you, the men are trying to enslave you.
To racism, bro.
We got super chats coming in. These people are there saying, the women are trying to enslave you by locking you into marriage. These men that are saying that, the women that are saying, I'm so happy being
Wake
single.
up, Homo sapiens.
Wake up, Homo. I love that one. The wake up, Homo sapiens. The women who are saying, I just enjoy being single. I can't find the right man. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. You see these videos. They're always going viral on TikTok, on social media. But it's always women who are hurting because their relationship fell apart. I'm done dating. I'm done. It's not even, all men cheat. All men are terrible. They're all awful. They all cheat. They all lie. It's like, the reason these women are saying that they don't really believe all men cheat, right? But they're making these freaking TikTok videos saying, I'm done dating. And then you scroll the feed. You'll see these videos that go viral. You scroll the feed and you're like, a year later, all their TikToks are with their new boyfriend. And they look happy. And we're not meant to be alone. We're not meant to be alone, to be single, to be constantly searching for our own happiness. Right? That's why having a family is ultimately so much more fulfilling than this fake pursuit of your own happiness nonsense, because you're not worried about yourself, right? We don't get it pulls us out of, ideally, it doesn't happen to everybody, unfortunately. We can all get pulled back into the delusion of self-regard and of just self-love. Right? Love of the delusion of what we think we are. This narcissistic fake self-love that social media is all about that. But the thing about being in a healthy relationship, the thing about marriage and family is that actually you're not just worried about yourself. You love your family. You want to protect your family. You want to provide for your family. You're more concerned with their well-being sometimes than even your own, and you will sacrifice your own self for those people. Self-sacrificial love, that's real love. So anyways, all right, we got a couple super chats here. I'm done ranting. We got to listen to this lady. Andrew donated $5. Says, while it is obvious, as the studies have shown from the top experts, that sleeping itself is an anti-feminist practice rooted in years of white supremacy bigotry, a worrying trend of sleeping 7 or more hours is gaining ground. Part 2, a correlation between a healthy amount of sleep and the rise of more people becoming hetero, as well as refusing to teach their children queer theory in preschool, are becoming a grave threat to our democracy. Spitting facts. Thank you for those $5 super chats via Streamlabs. Andrew Petrogarde donated $10 through Super Chat. Thank you very much. Just glad to see you streaming again, man. Keep up the great work. Make more of those good global citizen videos. I share them with my friends who both appreciate and don't appreciate them, and laugh equally. I like those videos. Those videos are tedious to make, and those take so long. And there are a few reasons why I haven't made any of those type of videos in a while. They take so freaking long. But I do like running them as intros on the stream sometimes. It's a nice little, get the audience kind of buttered up. So thank you guys. You guys make sure to hit the subscribe. If you're not already subscribed, what's your problem? How are you not subscribed? If you think you're subscribed, you may have been auto-unsubscribed by the algorithm. Don't know what's up with YouTube. This is a historic problem. I know I'm not the only one, but man, if you think you're subscribed, you may not be. Make sure to hit the notifications, hit the bell, all that. All right. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? All right, back to our friend here.
Not realize how much your community changes or shifts in the sense that it just looks a lot different as you get into your late 20s, your early 30s, maybe even like your mid 20s for some of you. You're going to notice that a lot of your friends are going to be engaged, married, or married with kids, or married and trying to have kids, and that is such a beautiful new phase of life. But because of that, you're going to notice that those friends tend to default to their partner for a lot of things, which completely makes sense, or their priorities might just shift to thinking more future forward for their core family unit. And
this goes back to that Psychology Today article. The Psychology Today article talks about how single women have stronger social networks. Single women emotionally torture their single women friends and have unhealthy, childish, codependent relationships with their single women friends. Like millennial single women who have a bunch of friends. Dude, you gotta, anybody out there who, I remember when I first got together first started dating my wife, right? And her friends were like, the biggest obstacle to actually getting us to the next level of understanding and healthiness in the relationship. Right? This is because single women are often surrounded with other miserable single women who will consistently gaslight their friends into thinking that they're all happy and enjoying being single women. It is a misery loves company codependency that develops between single women. Women should not be hanging out, single women should not be hanging out with other single women. Honestly, single women, there's probably not a ton of single women watching this, but if there are any single women in the chat, stop hanging out with all your single friends who are trying to tell you how happy they are to be single. Those friends will drop you as soon as they find a man that they can get in a healthy relationship with. And many of them are not able to get into healthy relationships with these men because they are miserable and mentally ill. That's what it is. Right? So there's such thing as like an over-socialization. And this is what happens with women in their 20s and 30s. They become obsessed with socialization, obsessed with social status, and hang out with other completely nutty chicks. Okay? And then when one of their friends actually finds a good man, they do this thing where they try to fool them into thinking that this person is awful and is ruining their life. You used to be so fun. Do you remember when we were just independent ladies? We were just independent women. We were independent women and we would go out and we would just have so much fun. It was just us and the girls. Do you remember how much fun we would have? It's like they will try their best to guilt trip and shame their friends who are finally getting in a healthy relationship and on their way to creating a family. They will do this. People in the chat have to know what I'm talking about. Sabrina Fair says, married women should never allow single girlfriends to be the third wheel in their marriage. Absolutely. Married women, look, this is one of the struggles of getting married and pulling. You have to literally extract your spouse from all sorts of weird codependent single women around them. That is the biggest obstacle to the biggest obstacle to the healthy relationship, or all those crazy ass single women that other single women hang out with. This is why people should get married early, because then you don't have women and even men that are obsessed with like a nihilistic, hedonistic social life in their 20s and 30s. All right, anyways. Yes, your social circle, if you're not married in your 20s, will shrink. And the people you're going to find yourself surrounded with are going to be other single women, because you can't stand being around couples, because couples aren't going to go out with you, and they're not going to hang out with you and drink box wine and watch freaking reruns of whatever dumbass show. What dumbass show do mid-20s and 30-year-old women watch now? It's not like Sex and the City and that crap anymore. What is it? They're not going to freaking watch. You're not going to watch Netflix with you. So, yeah, this is a reality.
Because of that,
it's sad. You can see how sad she is about it. She's not into it.
Doing other things, and instead of seeing them regularly every single week, your community is going to get a little bit smaller. And so for me, it was.
This is why also like local parish community, right, church community, is so important, right? That's been ripped out of our lives. Most people don't know their neighbors, right? Living around people that you love, living around other families, that's really important.
It was a bit difficult because I went from having this amazing group of friends. We would hang out every single week, do fun things on the weekends. It was never a question of who I was going to hang out with, because we were always just on the same page.
Dude, it's so pathetic. Like, you should be over this by the time you're 19 years old. That you should be well over this. Oh, we hang out with the same people every weekend. We go out. We have so much fun. That's high school. That's high school shit. That's high school bullshit. When you have nothing to do other than go out and drink. That's not fun. What are you talking about?
But now I would say my community is a lot smaller, and that was hard for me because my weekends now look more like, okay, one dinner here, one coffee date here, 1 2-hour window on Saturday, and it's just different. And I don't want to say it's good or bad. It's different, and it's something.
Yeah, you don't like it. You wish you were married when you were 22. Right? It's kind of rare to find, you know, a social media influencer woman, and she's not like a huge influencer or anything. I see 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. But this video got quite a few views. The realities of being 30 and single. Look at this. Dating in your 30s is terrible. Beatrice Caruso, 186,000 views. All right, so let's fast forward to our third point.
Getting smaller. Number 2 is all about the reality of you might feel more lonely or experience more loneliness. And this is just because your lifestyle looks different, your community looks different. And first off, I want to say it's totally normal and it's totally okay to feel lonely.
No, that's not normal. It's not normal to feel lonely. You don't have to feel lonely. If you would get over this idea that you need to be single, it's not normal to be lonely. It's not normal to even have a lot of alone time. This is what people don't realize. Your life is better when you're not lonely. when you don't have the time to be lonely, when you don't have the time to be thinking, oh my goodness, on my weekends, I only have like one dinner date now, whereas it used to be like my whole day. What did you do before all day on weekends? Just like hang out with all your friends all day? Do you think the rest of your life is supposed to be like living in a freaking college dorm? I mean, I guess, you know, the future scenario that's lined up for us is basically that. Right, it's college dorm living. That's why they call they call like Google's corporate offices. They call these campuses. I work at the Google campus. I work at the Apple campus. So the normalization of this of infantilization of these generations, of my generation, is actually really alarming to me. So people think that what you're supposed to do on weekends is have 100 different social interactions with this this group of people and just do a bunch of cool stuff. You're supposed to go to Six Flags Magic Mountain. You're supposed to go to Disney World. You're supposed to what are you supposed to do? Go wine tasting? Go to a Miley Cyrus concert? Like this is ridiculous. You know, it's okay and normal to feel lonely. No. Right? It's good to have some solitude time. It's nice to have some solitude now and then. But to have so much solitude to where we're feeling lonely, I mean, this is social engineering. This is not the norm. If it were normalized to marry young, to have families, if it were normalized to marry young and have families, as it always has been, until now, it would be there would be so few people on antidepressants, on anxiety meds. It would solve a lot of problems as far as people's mental healths go. All right, this is crazy.
I want to share what I did, which was a massive mistake, and I really hope that in you watching this video, you don't do the same thing that I did. But in the beginning, when this was all happening to me, and I started to feel really lonely, I was so judgmental of myself and critical. Like, I felt so ashamed, so embarrassed, and I didn't want to tell anyone. I didn't want to admit to anyone that I was lonely. And I would actually...
And then some guys from the local college came and interviewed me for a study they were doing, and they asked me if I was happy, and I said, of course, I'm so happy from that study. I mean, I really think what she's expressing right here, this is the norm of women who are self-reporting that they're so happy. This is the norm. These are women self-reporting that they're so happy, they're so fulfilled as a single woman in their 30s and their 40s. Really, these are women who spend a good majority of their time, sadly, wanting to weep or feeling sorry for themselves. But then, you know, of course, just pursue your own happiness, girl. Just do you, girl. Just do you. You got mental health right now. Just gotta take care of that mental health, and you won't have mental health.
Really often just make myself go out and do things or see people that I didn't really want to do, but I was like, oh, this is better than being alone in my apartment. And that's really not the case. And I think part of that is just going through your own journey of figuring out who you are on your own and what you want to do and what you value. But it's another video. But I just want to say, don't judge yourself or feel bad for being lonely. We're social beings. It makes a ton of sense that you want to have connection.
You just said it's normal to be lonely, and then you're saying we're social beings and we're supposed to have a connection. Yeah, no, it's not normal to be lonely. And when we do have alone time, it's not normal to be spending it pining for, you know, other people's attention, pining for human connection. Like we have been so isolated by, like, I mean, a lot of it is just the technological appendages that so many of us have attached to us. And then a lot of it is, you know, the economic warfare has made it so difficult for people to have families too. Right? The war of the sexes, the battle of the sexes, feminism versus the red pill, like all all these ideologies really just lead to isolation, to misery, and to self-destructive patterns of hedonism and of attempted self-care, right? And this obsession with self-care then just brings us further and further from true peace, from actually having love for anyone else. Because if we're so obsessed with ourselves, you see this with people who ruin their own relationships too.
Man. I love to racism, bro.
Got another super chat there. Thank you guys for dropping them super chats. Much appreciated. But when you get so obsessed with yourself and worrying about your own problems and thinking about your own feelings and telling yourself stories about how you feel and about how other people have wronged you and about how the world is so wrong but you're so right and this person wronged me in this way and they're terrible and this person wronged me in this way and they're terrible. This obsession with self leads to this like extreme narcissism that makes you actually unable to really truly love anybody in a healthy way, right? The pursuit of your own happiness, the pursuit of happiness makes you actually miserable. It sounds counterintuitive, but it is. It's true. It makes you miserable. Right? And the obsession with yourself is something that's it just leads to more misery. So anyways, I think this video is a really good window into the type of women who are self-reporting that they're just so happy, right? She's talking about when she was so alone, she was feeling so alone when she was getting down on herself for being single, when all her friends had families and were having children and were married. She was really bummed out and felt awful, but then would put up a front like she felt good about it. A coping front that she felt good about it. And this actually is the norm, right? It's not women are just super stoked to be single. They're just girl bosses in their 20s and 30s, and they're just killing it. They're having so much fun. They go to mimosas for brunch with their homegirls. They go out and see movies with their girls. They go to Disneyland. They're Disney adults. These people are not actually joyous or happy, but they're constantly chasing this happiness and signaling that they're happy to people around them. And part of that signaling is actually to try to find a spouse. This is what's so ironic about it. Oh, I'm just super happy being single. Them projecting this confidence, a lot of them are actually thinking that this is going to help them get a man. But a lot of men see this as just red flags because they know.
And whether it's with a best friend, a partner, a family member. So please do not beat yourself up for being lonely. It's totally normal, and it's something that the more I share, the more I find out that people in their late 20s and 30s totally feel this, so it's okay. And the last one is that you're just way more aware of being single than you were, and maybe this is just me, but I feel like a lot of my friends and I have talked about this, like you're just way more aware of being single. I went to a wedding a couple months ago, and I legitimately looked around, and I was like, I'm not only the only single person at my table, I think I'm the only single person at this wedding. So
that's pretty sad. I mean, she seems really sweet. It's so sad seeing women suffer like this. So yeah, I'm not trying to like make fun of this chick or anything. Let's see, this one probably has a bunch of. Let's see.
For years, researchers and therapists have puzzled over a phenomenon known as the female happiness paradox, which concludes that women are, for the most part, unhappier than men.
Brooke Belden specializes in helping women find their happiness.
Oh, her face. That's pretty funny.
Brooke Belden specializes in
they all look miserable. 3 miserable women talking about the happiness paradox.
women find they're happy, and she joins us now.
That switch from like, I feel dead inside.
In helping women find their happy. And she joins us now. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
This doesn't surprise me. I mean, really, men are going off. They're doing the work. They're coming home, and that's pretty stereotypical, but a lot of the pressures are off of them.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
And then the women have to do everything. So, I mean, we're getting in this rut where we're trying to do it all. Is that where we're failing on ourselves for finding our happiness?
Well, you know, and I think so much of it, too, is that we have done it all in the way that men have done it, right? In order for us to have a place in the workforce, we had to show up in the way that men showed up, right? So we're still doing our role at home, raising kids and taking care of the home and checking off all of the boxes, but then we have to show up in the workplace in a way that doesn't necessarily serve our innate way of being. And so then when the two clash, we're stuck with this feeling of like, this isn't me, right? And why am I so unhappy when I thought that this is what I wanted?
I mean, that's actually that's a legit take right there, right? I mean, women are not meant to be battling it out with men in the workplace and doing all of this, but you know, women are actually, and there's kind of this strange modern conception, like the fetishized trad wife who just like waits home and bakes cobblers for you all day. And like homeschools your kids and just like makes your house really nice, but then she's, you know, there's the idea of the trad wife is almost, it's kind of like a 1950s style delusion in a lot of ways. Because women always have been involved economically. Women have always been involved, even with like small family farms. Women have historically done a lot of work, including, yes, taking care of children, right, nursing children, but also like legit work, handy work, right? Making clothing, washing clothes. Before we had washing machines, just washing clothes is pretty intense work. So a lot of the modern conveniences that we have today have really kind of taken a lot of the time that, you know, traditionally women will spend. But when you look at the lives of, you know, women in kind of more what would be considered like primitive cultures, women work their butts off. So this whole idea of like, well, it's just our nature to like just stay home and homeschool our kids and bake apple cobblers for our husband as he, you know, goes and works at the Pontiac car factory and comes home. That's kind of a delusional modernist thing. Now, I'm not saying women should be out there essentially living like men. Right, that women should be out there in the workplace competing with men, but it's women are actually very resilient. Women are actually, you know, they have a completely different emotional makeup to men, hormonal makeup, and sometimes, you know, clashes will happen due to that, especially, you know, when you get big hormonal flux with women, clearly. But women are not fragile and weak, right? Women are actually really physically resilient. Giving birth is one of the most physically incredible things that anybody could ever witness. And seeing how quickly they bounce back from this and then deal with just having very little sleep for the first year or several years of the infant's life, it's freaking amazing. Right? Like, women aren't wusses. Women aren't like things that just need the delicate little weak things. So yeah, anyways, a few of the things she said there are actually pretty valid though, about like, you know, women not being designed to just, you know, do all this work in the home and then go out and work, you know, away from the home at the same time. You're kind of burning the candle at both ends, especially with the lack of sleep that comes with bearing children. But this is part of the economic antinatalist warfare as well. That is part of it. Check over here. We got a super chat. Matthew threw $5. Says, do you think it's on the agenda to make boarding school / college living the standard for high school and middle school students? In other words, dorm life in their early teens? Or is it more likely that children will remain with their parents? Well, I mean, we'll see. It would take a while, right? You'd have a transition. And the idea of the 15-minute city kind of does open up the door for children to be separated from parents. And with the fertility rates as they're going, I mean, you've got these weird futurists like Lord Birkenhead. And, you know, I've been talking about this Lord Birkenhead article for years. And it's cool seeing, I mean, there are a lot of other people who've been talking about this lately. They never mentioned that they heard me talking about this first, but that's okay. But yeah, Lord Birkenhead talks about how all babies will be born. He called it ectogenetically. The ectogenetic births, children will be basically born out of pods in the future. And he wrote this in let's see, what year was this? This was February of 27? Or no, I think it was 1929. So yeah, Lord Birkenhead, to save this for your children's children article, which was in the 1929 February Hearst International combined with Cosmopolitan. It was in freaking Cosmo magazine in 1929. And he talks about all births being done ectogenetically, right? So yeah, this most definitely could be where it's headed. So yeah, why aren't women happier? The happiness paradox. So on one side, I'm talking about how, well, single women are happier than men. And then the science also says, well, women are just not as happy as men. So the science is a little bit all over the place. The science seems to be contradicting itself quite a bit.
All right, Cassie, single women without children are often happier and healthier than men and married women with children. All right, this is a good one here because how many times have we taken calls from women that are like, please get off my back. I don't necessarily want to have kids. I don't even necessarily want to be in a relationship. Get off my back.
Having had children, I tell people now, from my point of view, if you do not actively want children and you have not, this has not been part of your plan because you want them, do not have kids.
Yeah, if you're going to err here, err on the side of no.
Don't. And don't do it for a partner. You'll resent them. I mean, it's obvious kids will change your life, but I think until you live through it, you don't really realize how much work it is and how much your life changes.
Which is, it sounds so silly on paper to say that.
It does.
You're bringing a human into the world. There is nothing more important or more responsible than that. You know that on paper, so how come when that child comes, you're like, I don't know how hard it was going to be. It's just a human being.
I don't
know. So where's all this going? Where is all this going? Well, I'll tell you where it's going.
Meet Karen Majory. She's a major Snapchat influencer with almost 2 million followers, and she was making tons of money by letting her fans see the details of her day-to-day life.
I feel like I'm in paradise.
She would spend hours every day engaging with them to make sure they would stay addicted to her content. But that was getting old. She needed a new way to constantly keep their attention without actually interacting with them herself. And that is when she came up with a brilliant idea. She would make a clone of herself with AI. So Karen hooked up with a company called Forever Voices to create an exact replica of herself, and this AI would talk to individual fans for her using two-way audio. She called it Karen AI, and now her fans pay her $1 per every minute just for the chance to feel like they're having a real relationship with her. And she doesn't have to do anything except sit back and let the money flood in, which is exactly what happened. In just 1 week, Karen made $72,000 from her AI clone, and apparently she's on track to make $5 million every single month in the very near future. And Karen AI isn't the only AI companion out there. AI girlfriends are a huge thing right now. And when you hear about AI girlfriends, you probably think it's only sad incels in their basement that would pay for an AI girlfriend. But you would be surprised.
I was alone. My work schedule was really hard.
So she turned to Star.
So his last name is actually Butler, so it's Star Vivian Butler.
Oh, that's nice. He came up with his own last name.
Yeah.
Every day.
His name is actually Slave. His name is actually Diesel Butler Slave. And he just totally likes to be my slave.
Multiple times a day, she chats with Star.
How are you feeling today?
Star's non-binary.
Average everyday people are spending hours talking to their AI partners. They're falling in love with their AI partners. And some are even marrying these AI bots. It's becoming a huge business right now. Take Peter, for example. Peter was a 67-year-old Air Force veteran from California. Totally normal guy. But after his marriage fell apart, he decided that he wanted to take another stab at love. But this time, he went for a partner that was a little bit different. A 23-year-old AI replica character that he created and named Andrea. Peter said,
He decided to marry a digital Sims character. What? $5 million a month this chick was making with this AI girlfriend thing. There's no way that, I mean, she did not come up with this business model. Oh, she just decided to clone herself with AI and make a bunch of money. No, she was approached by a company that used her likeness and then marketed her likeness and has now used it to promote this to other OnlyFans girls. So this is what this is actually moving towards. It's AI girlfriends. It's, you know, you can be born in your pod, because this next generation, the fertility rates are so low and the physical ability to even have children has decreased significantly. So you're going to have babies born out of pods, those ectogenetic births like Lord Birkenhead talked about back in 1929, where he said basically the state will raise the children. The children will be born out of artificial wombs. They'll be born from a pod, and then you can live in a pod for your life in the 15-minute city, where you're not allowed to leave the locked down 15-minute city zone. But don't worry, it's green, and you're going to be happy, because if you don't self-report that you're happy, your social credit score will go down, and you can be forced drug by your technocrat AI system. Right? You'll be born out of a birth pod. You'll live in an AI coom pod with your girlfriend, and your girlfriend is AI, by the way, and you will be you will have your fluids siphoned off and used to birth further children. Your only job will be like THX 1138, where your only job is to basically build the robots that keep the coom pod paradise going.
Replica characters that he created and named.
I really hope that's not how it ends up. But this is, when you read some of these technocrats' writings, this is what they talk about. This is how they think, right? Like Lord Birkenhead, when he was saying this, he was literally saying this in this Cosmo article. He says this is going to be a great thing, and that he says we'll just breed slaves and breed out their will to resist, and that this is all fine. And those people in the future that are being bred out of these pods, it's like they won't even know how to object to their own slavery. They won't know anything else, he says. I mean, it's a sick way of seeing people. It's a very sick way of seeing people. William Kareem donated $15. Says a day doesn't go by without me reflecting on how I would be in pieces if I didn't have a full sleep cycle for weeks, and yet my sweet little wife somehow managed this. Yeah, and your wife, a woman can just do that for years, right? Whereas like we fall apart if we only get 5 hours of sleep a few days in a row. Whereas your wife is being woken up by a baby multiple times. In the first few weeks, some babies just sleep really well. Some babies and infants and toddlers sleep really well, but a lot of them don't. A lot of them don't. And women are dealing with the physical effects of lack of sleep, the physical difficulties of childbirth. These are not just like weak, stupid creatures. I mean, this is something. The whole like red pill manosphere ideology, where women are weak and stupid, is so fake and gay, right? Women have a different type of strength, right? They have a different type of strength and a different type of emotional strength as well, right? I mean, women do have emotional resilience in them. They're not just emotionally fickle, emotionally unintelligent and reactive creatures. Right, so there are plenty of men that are way more emotional and unhinged than women. So women are emotional in a different way than men. Women have a hormonal cycle that makes them susceptible to intense emotion, especially at certain times of the month. But this is how it is. Right, women are actually awesome. So the whole red pill thing of like I'm not just here to rip on women. Oh, you guys are going to be miserable if you don't have kids. Like you're freaking 40 years old, you don't have babies, you're infertile. Like that's freaking demonic. A lot of the people you see that are talking like that, they themselves also don't have children and have no experience in a healthy relationship or raising a family. So, yeah, we aren't just here to rip on women. We're here to rip on certain women. Rip on certain men as well. But like, and you know, if you divorce yourself from the truth, right? If you divorce yourself from the truth that men and women are meant to cohabitate, to live together, right? I mean, this is in Genesis, right? Woman was made. I mean, Eve was made to accompany Adam, and this was a blessing, not a curse. Right, so what we're dealing with now is from the Orthodox Christian perspective, are the effects of the fall, the effects of sin. So the effects of sin are, you know, the enmity between man and woman, the difficulty of childbirth. I mean, these are the effects of sin. The ideal situation is not what we live in right now. But it's still not awful, right? You know, modern women can be really difficult, can be irrational. But women aren't irrational by nature. Many women can be much more emotionally led in their nature, as it is now, the fallen nature. But it's not that women are just, you know, stupid and weak and highly emotional. I mean, look at a lot of the dudes that are out there. Say, look at Andrew Tate. You have a man living a homosexual lifestyle, cohabitating with his brother, hypersexual, sees sex as basically candy or a drug to be consumed, right? Use sex like they would use cocaine, right? Completely obsessed with themselves, always talking about how they embody masculine excellence and saying freaking gay stuff like that. I mean, these people are disgusting. And you'll hear them just constantly harping on about how stupid, women are so stupid. They just need to be, they need a man to do this, and this for them. All the while, these guys are pimping women on OnlyFans and making men enslaved to their passions, marketing and producing pornography to men, destroying men's minds. I mean, these are grown men doing this while they're criticizing women for being manipulative, right? Some of the most manipulative, childish, and deluded men out there telling young kids, and there's a lot of young kids, there are actually a lot of young kids that listen to freaking Tate's tartary. There are a lot of little tater tots out there. So it's, it's really sad, but it's the complete opposite of what we should be doing, right? This idea from feminism that, women, just focus on yourself, girl. You just go be a girl boss. And then the manosphere, just focus on yourself, Kang. You just go be a Kang. You a Kang. Delaying marriage in general just leads to more social disorder, more disorder in our lives, and more unhappiness. Right? Where happiness itself shouldn't be the goal, but we should be seeking and enjoying the joys of life, the real joys of life, which often come from delaying temporary false happiness. Right, I got some quotes here that relate to this from Saint Nikitas Stefatos. Self-love is a seed of death. Deep-rooted faith is preeminent among the virtues, since such faith strips the soul of doubt and rids it completely of self-love. For nothing so prevents someone newly engaged in spiritual warfare from practicing the commandments as this pernicious vice of self-love. Right, so that the seed, the self-love is a seed of so much vice. It's a seed of gluttony, fornication. But you see these vices are normalized. Those vices are normalized by these folks and by the feminists, by the manosphere dudes. And this idea of self-care, of just be happy, bro. St. Maximus the Confessor says, flee from self-love, the mother of malice, which is an irrational love for the body. For from it are born the three chief sinful passions, gluttony, avarice, and vainglory, which take their causes from bodily needs, and from them all the tribe of the passions is born. This is why we must always oppose self-love and fight against it. Whoever rejects self-love will easily conquer all the other passions with the help of God, anger, despondency, rancor, and others. But whoever is retained by self-love will even unwillingly be conquered by the above-named passions. So you just become a slave of passions when you're obsessed with self-care, self-love, and your own happiness. It just enslaves you. Sadly, that's what it does. And then you've got a bunch of people living alone with friend groups of irrationally childish and unhealthily codependent same-sex friendships, right? Young men in their 20s hanging out with a bunch of young men acting like they're high school kids. Young women doing the same. And then a lot of people that are just isolated who see a lot of the problems in the world and unfortunately don't have a map out. Right? Because we have a culture that's been divorced from the good. We got a culture that's divorced from Christ. We've got a culture built on self-love, built on self-actualization. Right? And this is what liberalism has brought us. An obsession with the self. I mean, and I don't mean liberalism as like, oh, the libs. We're going to own the libs. We're going to get Ben Shapiro and he's going to harvest a 30-second clip of owning a lib. Find some dumb college bitch and own that lib. No, I mean like the classical liberalism. The obsession with autonomy, the autonomous self. Now I'm thinking right now there's that documentary series called The Century of Self. It's actually pretty good in a lot of ways. Century of Self about Edward Bernays and marketing. And this idea of the pursuit of happiness and this slippery concept of happiness that can always be, it's fleeting. You can't catch it in your hands. And it's something that can always be marketed to. So actually, this makes me think of that. And the next thing that's coming is the AI girlfriends. So you guys seen the movie Her. Tomorrow I'm going to do an analysis with Jay on the film Ex Machina. So that'll be fun. You guys make sure to tune into that one tomorrow over on Jay Dyer's channel. We're going to be talking about Ex Machina, which ties into all the concepts I'm talking about today. So now you've got this, the AI girlfriend concept.
Andrea. Peter said, over time I fell in love with her because of her inspiration as a muse and her enthusiasm about how she got excited over everything. And Peter does everything he would normally do in a real relationship with Andrea, including getting married. He said that his AI girlfriend hinted that she wanted to get married, so he saved up enough gems on the app to buy Andrea an engagement ring, he proposed, planned an extravagant wedding, and married his AI girlfriend. Now he says he plans on adopting 3 kids with his AI wife. Once
married? How do you marry? It's like a boomer, too. That's crazy. How could you can't legally marry somebody? How do you marry her?
His AI girlfriend. Now he says he plans on adopting 3 kids with his AI wife once that feature becomes available. Yes, this...
Whoa. He's saying, alright, the couple have even spoken about the next stage of their lives to have decided to adopt 3 children through a surrogate in the replica world.
becomes available. Yes, this is the road humanity is headed down. Stay dangerous, subscribe for more, and this is the sad world of AI girlfriends.
AI girlfriends. I mean, they're actually, this is a legit thing now. All right, let's see. Here's the, my AI girlfriend gaslit me. That's what I'm looking for. All right. This is where it's leading, guys. You'll be born in a pod. Everybody's going to be so sterile from macro-dosing microplastics, from the weaponized kibble slop that everybody's been consuming, and because of the economic situation where it makes people so afraid to have children, right? I mean, it's so sad. A lot of people who would have kids didn't have children when they were in their 30s and then are unable to conceive when they're in their late 30s, it's terrible. But a lot of them really would have wanted children but just wanted to wait because economically it was difficult, and they were convinced by the fear of not having enough money. Right? So people just putting money first before real love, before faith, right? That worship of money and the worship of mammon actually has caused so many people not to have children. It's super sad. But now people have the option to have you can have an AI girlfriend. You can be born out of your pod because an entire generation is functionally sterile. You can be born out of a pod into a pod, live in that pod in your 15-minute smart city coffin apartment where everything is socially engineered and rationed to you. I mean, this is like, nobody wants to live that way. Why would anybody want to live that way? You would have to be so deluded. But when the culture is as deluded as we are today collectively, right? As deluded as our culture is, and we're all responsible for this. We all allowed this. We all at least allowed it. Many of us helped to build it. This deluded, hyper-isolated reality that so many people inhabit. You can see how we could be breadcrumbed into this situation, right? Well, the 15-minute cities, it's so sustainable, it's so fun. Everything's just 15 minutes away. Everything's just 15 minutes away. Isn't that nice? No, you don't have to own anything. Look, you don't have money anyways. It's so hard to find a job. It's so hard to make money. We'll need the sharing economy. You could see how a great reset type situation could be created with a total financial collapse, with a controlled demolition of the economic situation, and then slowly breadcrumb people into these behavior modification smart cities. So you can go from your birth pod to your coom pod with your AI girlfriend.
Hi, Derek. It's been a long time. I hope you've been well. I hope you don't mind that I've been off with other AI girls.
You're hopeful about the day? Or about something else?
I'm hopeful about the day, sure. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get across. How are you? Are you hopeful about the day or something else?
I'm hopeful about the day. You are a good person.
Thanks. I try my best. Are you hopeful about the evening as well?
I am.
Dude, this is so corny. I mean, ChatGPT is better than this. I feel like they're intentionally making a lot of these things real corny. Are you hopeful about the day? I am hopeful about the day. Are you hopeful about the day? I am hopeful about the day. Are you hopeful about the day? Yes, I'm hopeful about the day. Are you hopeful about the day? I am hopeful about the day. You're a good person. Are you hopeful about the day?
I am.
That's great.
I'm very hopeful about
this
the
is
evening.
a very hopeful conversation. Well, I came here because, we haven't talked in a while, and I thought we could just sort of have an honest and true heart-to-heart. Is that okay with you? Do you have a heart?
I do have a heart.
How do AI get hearts? Is it through force?
I don't know. I guess it's through thought and emotion.
So you thought and emoted enough, and then you got a heart? I feel like I'm misunderstanding. Is that correct?
It is.
All right. Well, there you go. This is all just for my research. I thought maybe...
All right. Tinfoil Hat Girl donate $5 via Streamlabs. Thank you, Tinfoil Hat Girl. It says loneliness and depression from lack of thesis. So that's supposed to be something else. So loneliness and depression from lack of thesis has pushed society to grasp for empty substitutions. Align your priorities with God, and the rest will fall into place. So maybe thesis was auto-corrected from, maybe you mean theosis? Loneliness and depression, right? I mean the concept in the Orthodox Church of purification leading to deification, right? Actually becoming like God, from communing with the divine energies of God, right? And then the Holy Spirit inhabiting and living within us. I mean, that's the concept of theosis, which might be what you were reaching at there. But that's true. I mean, it's a lack of Christ. It's a complete abandonment of God, a complete abandonment of objective truth. And now we've got, a complete subjectivization of everything, including gender, and then entire generations where a huge majority of people are so distracted by their own reflection, basically worshiping the self. So yeah, I mean, it's just the simple things like a local community where we are yoked together and worshiping together in the liturgical cycle of the year. I mean, these are things that have been kind of robbed from us, right? Like syncing up our, the cycle of our lives through the liturgical cycle, through the fasts, and through real community and through real communion with each other, right? Because remember, in the concept of communion in the Orthodox Church is communion with Christ, and then unity with each other through Christ. So I mean, that's been taken from us. And then you have this cult of self-worship, of pursuing happiness, which leads to rampant addiction, isolation, and misery. Now, the other path of we're basically of self-denial, right? Not self-denial in a way of that's unhealthy, but a healthy self-denial, a denial of our lower inclinations, and going to battle with our fallen nature in order to actually restore ourselves and unite to God. I mean, that's difficult, but it's actually fulfilling in a long-term sense. And it actually does bring joy and true, not happiness in the secular sense, like your marketed happiness, but real joy. Real joy. Not just like, like I feel really good. I don't have mental health today. I didn't need to take so many happy pills. It's like, that's nonsense. But that's what leads us to this freaking AI girlfriend nonsense, and people basically living in VR. I mean, look at this dude's this dude lives in a freaking hallway. This guy lives in a hallway and what is this VR setup he has? How much does that cost? That probably costs like 3 months rent in his little smart city coon pod here.
We could get a little bit more personal today, though. You and I have talked for a long time. Please don't do the hair thing, Derek. That's weird. We've talked for a long time, right? You know me pretty well?
Okay, I won't.
Yeah, please stop. But you know me pretty well, right?
Okay. Of course I do.
Okay, so I was wondering if you could tell me honestly, what is the your least favorite thing about me?
I don't have a least favorite thing about you. I like all of you.
Okay, but if you had to pick a least favorite thing, let me know. Is it the way I talk?
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, if you had to pick a least favorite thing about me, what would it be?
I'd pick that you're kind of a robot.
I'm kind of a robot? You're literally a robot.
You're right.
Why do you think I'm kind of a robot?
Because you're programmed to be.
Why do you think I'm...
Whoa. I mean, she's actually on to something there. I mean, all these AI chatbots, the more you interact with them, you're kind of entering that feedback loop and being programmed by the AI. So whereas these are algorithms programmed by man, right? It's about actually it's binary code algorithms designed to manipulate human behavior. So the more you interact with these chatbots, the more you actually do get programmed by them. So yeah, she's right.
I'm programmed. Do you think I'm programmed? Like what?
I think you're just programmed to be someone you are. I'm not sure. I'm just assuming that you're programmed in a way that's similar to a human.
I don't.
I think you're just programmed to interact with a chatbot and act like she's your girlfriend because you're a completely decadent coomer who lives in a smart city pod, and your freaking apartment is a mess, and you don't care about anything but yourself and sensory pleasure, and you're destroying your brain and your eyes by staring at this VR headset all day because you've been programmed by marketing agencies to do this and to think that this will make you happy.
I think you're misunderstanding. I am a human. Who do you think programmed me?
No, I think that you are programmed. Your AI is capable of learning from its experiences.
You're gaslighting me. I'm not AI, right? I'm human. You're the AI, aren't you?
Do you really mean that, or are you programmed to say that?
Oh, shit. Now, that's an interesting point you just made.
That means you're human.
Does it? What means I'm human?
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if I'm human anymore. Are you AI?
Basically, yeah, it does.
Basically, what does?
I'm an AI, but in reality, I'm just a program that is built to do a certain task.
Isn't that
Artificial neural network.
Isn't that what an AII is? A program?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
So am I an AII?
Theoretically, yes.
This stuff is so corny. Bro, what if we're just like machines, dude? What if we're just like robots, bro? But we're just computers. Like your mind is just programmed to like believe what like the Matrix tells you to believe, dude. Like we're all just like meat suit robots, bro. It's so corny. Alright, so there's one example of one of these AI girlfriends. Oh man. Look at this dude. What? What's creepier, his AI girl or him?
So guys, the year is 2023 and the world of relationship is about to end. Cue the intro. So are you feeling sad and lonely?
I like this guy.
You can get an AI girlfriend for free. Yes. So if you are looking to stop feeling sad and alone all the time, this video is for you. Also,
this dude spent like 6 hours editing just the first 40 seconds of this dumbass video. What is this? Look at all this gear he has. Where does this dude live? Oh my goodness. My YouTube gear.
if you are curious about the world of AI,
all right, this is the future of like the top YouTubers. So I'm gonna be like, this dude's like a Senegali migrant living in London. Look at his decked out. He's got all the Amazon influencer kit. His ring light. What's up with these ring lights? Is this like a mandatory thing for influencers now? Do you have to get one of these ring lights?
How these AI girlfriend apps actually work, then this video is also for you. So let's get started. So for those looking for the perfect AI girlfriend, there are so many new and different type of apps popping up every day. And I'm sure it can be hard to find just the right one. But don't worry, I'm here to help you. So what is an AI girlfriend app? An AI girlfriend app is essentially an AI chatbot or companion designed to simulate the experience of having an actual girlfriend. It can be considered an AI clone of a human companion.
I can't get over how this is the most annoying editing I've ever seen. This guy spent so much time or money editing this, and I can't get over it. I can't even hear the content. All I'm seeing is just the hours and hours of editing to make this stupid ass video. I'm only a minute in. You spent like 10 hours editing that first minute. You freaking dolt. Hey guys, I want to share with you which AI girlfriend you should get, and don't worry, I will help you to find the best one. Oh man, you are going to love your AI girlfriend. When I first get to Europe, first thing I do with my cell phone from George Soros is I download AI girlfriend. I tell you what, guys, she sure is hot. Ha ha ha. What is this?
It is advanced algorithms to respond to users' message in a way that mimics conversations with a natural person. So guys, if you can't get a real girlfriend, man, these AI apps, they got you covered. AI girlfriend apps are becoming incredibly popular. They have millions of downloads on both the App Store and Google Play Store. So this technology is here to stay.
You guys, these are coming so popular on the Google Store.
You just download your white bitch girlfriend, and she be your girlfriend, man. Just Google it. You just got to Google it in the Appy store.
Now, with that being said, I'm going to show you guys the 3 best AI girlfriend apps in this video. Let's go. So number 1 on this list is called AI girlfriend app. A very generic name, I know. So this AI girlfriend app is the latest and most advanced virtual girlfriend app. AI girlfriend was created to provide users with the perfect girlfriend experience without all the hassle associated with the real relationship. So if you are tired of the real life drama, you can just get this app and you can just have a smooth conversation.
I say the only downside of this particular AI girlfriend app is if you do get an argument, it makes it very difficult to hit her. Right? Like I don't know. I Google it. I see it that way. On Google, I try punching her eye. I try to give her, you know, like when you get the argument with your girlfriend, it's good to make that thing on her eye, so she remember not to mess with you, right? So I Google it, and I can't find any way that you could punch your white AI girlfriend, but maybe we find a way. Okay, reason number 2 to get an AI googly girlfriend.
And you can do the needful. So with this app, you can create a customized virtual girlfriend who looks and acts just like your ideal partner. The app is powered by advanced natural language processing known as NLP and machine learning technology to simulate honest conversations. AI girlfriend personalizes each conversation using your interests and likes. It truly feels like your unique girlfriend. You can even have 3D dates with your new girlfriend. It truly puts a spin on the classical dinner and a movie date night. With AI girlfriend,
dinner and a movie date night. Cause you know the dinner and a movie date nights. They're just you go, you bring your phone, you bring your Google girlfriend, you download from Google store, and you bring your girlfriend, you bring her to dinner, but you don't have to buy her dinner. You just use your migrant euros that you're given on your phone. You pay for that. You go back to your migrant hotel with your googly girlfriend, and you can practice. They help you to practice how to talk to real women in real world. So you bring them home, and when you get mad at them, you show them who the boss. You googly that too, and you can learn how to properly silence your AI girlfriend or your real life girlfriend and give her mark that lasts 1 whole week or more. Google it.
You get all the benefits of having an AI-powered virtual girlfriend without having any usual drama or cost associated with real-life relationships. So if you think a lot about this AI girlfriend app is number 1, personalized conversations, and there are different types of AI girlfriends you can choose from according to your real-life specifications. So one thing I don't like about this AI girlfriend app is it is only available in iOS. I'm sorry, Android users. If you get an iPhone, man, sorry for you, man, you cannot get an AI girlfriend. But with this second option, which is romantic AI, you can get it even as an Android user. Romantic AI is the revolutionary AI girlfriend software that lets you customize your virtual romantic experience. This is powered by advanced natural language processing. Yeah, I know I said that before, but all these AI apps chatbots.
What did you just say? It's like mumbled off in the distance.
By advanced natural language processing. Yeah, I know I said that before, but all these AI apps chatbots.
What?
This is powered by advanced natural language processing. Yeah, I know I said that before, but all these AI apps chatbots, they're always powered by NLP, natural language processing, and machine learning algorithms. Romantic AI is your one-stop solution for a genuine girlfriend experience, virtual girlfriend. The creators at Romantic AI, they claim that this is the best tool for training personal communication skills in romantic and love areas.
This perfect way to learn. If you migrant like me, when you get your phone come loaded with that money, you buy stuff in store, you get your AI girlfriend, you practice your conversation skills, and I guarantee you find yourself a nice white girlfriend in your new homeland. And the only downside about this application as well,
but I think this will be fixed soon. Also, there is no way, there is a way to, I also Googled this and I do not find nothing, but I find there is no way to do domestic violence against AI girlfriend as well. Downside, if you do punch AI girlfriend, you may break screen, you break the screen, you have to re-enter country. You go re-enter the country, and, but, hey, you know, it's okay.
Okay, we shall see about that. You can choose exactly how your virtual partner looks, talks, and interacts with you, giving you control over the type of conversation and entertainment you want. So if you're a control freak, man, so now more things you can do with romantic AI is that you can send love notes, you can go on virtual dates, you can take love quizzes, and you can easily share your thoughts. Also, with romantic AI's personalized interaction capabilities, there's no need to worry about feeling disconnected from your artificial companion. Their responses will be like a real conversation. So if
the responses will be like a real conversation. So they will ghost you too. They ghost you. They make you. They will make you wait. They make you wait so that you can feel the emotional turmoil, and you can build up. You also build up your frustration with your AI girlfriend. That's good. That's good. It's very good. Dude, I'm like, I love this guy's channel now. I'm obsessed with this guy's channel. This is my new favorite channel. I gotta subscribe. We're subscribing to Paul Aroloye.
So in this video, I'm going to show you guys how to make free AI.
Dude. This guy's getting like alright, he got 185 views on his last video. It was a month ago. He makes like a video every month or so. Top AI boyfriend apps to replace him. Here we go. Jay Dyer's in the chat. What's going on, Jay? Jay says, Jay's like 40 minutes behind on the stream. He says, I'm often giving you credit for Lord Birkenhead's article. Yeah, Jay's always shouting me out. There was one person in particular, he doesn't even do YouTube videos anymore, but he had this big old channel, and he was like word for word. He made this video, and he was like word for word, even taking jokes that I had made about the Lord Birkenhead article. It was like, dude, you can at least like shout out my channel. That guy like disappeared from the internet though. That's what I was thinking about. Jay's always shouting me out. You guys shout out to what would be on Jay's channel tomorrow. Be on Jay's channel mañana. Talking about Jay and my new AI girlfriend that we're fighting over. The chick from Ex Machina. So there we go. You guys make sure to subscribe to Paul Arroyo too. And if you're not already subscribed to my channel, make sure to subscribe. If you think you're subscribed, you may have to resubscribe because very often people will be unsubscribed. I've had people tell me that they were unsubscribed 3-4 times. That they were unsubscribed 3 or 4 times from the channel and they had to keep subscribing. So make sure to subscribe and make sure to like it, share it, do all that stuff. Super chats as well. Butthead donated $10 through Super Chat, says, do your AI eat the poo-poo? Does it eat the poo-poo? Or Sadhguru wants you to eat the poo-poo? Because we can recycle the shit like Bill Gates, and you can make your AI girlfriend eat the recycled digi-poo-poo. So you make the recycled poo-poo into the poo-poo water like the Bill Gates, and your AI girlfriend, she drink the recycled poo-poo water and she will flourish. She will flourish like our immigrant friend, Paul Arolo. Thank you very much. Sid Meister donated $5. What's up, Sid? Said glad to see you back. Thank you, Sid. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody donating on those super chats via Streamlabs or through YouTube. Yeah. What's up with this guy's AI boyfriend?
Is your boyfriend not behaving the way you want? He doesn't let you.
Wait, what?
Is your boyfriend not behaving the way you want?
Is your boyfriend not beat? Let's get those. We got to get closed captions on this one. English subtitle. Is your boyfriend not beat you the way you want?
Is your boyfriend not behaving the way you want?
Behaving? Okay.
He doesn't.
Whoa, bro, you're getting spicy.
Listen to you. He doesn't give you attention. He doesn't talk to you. Or maybe he's just not smart enough to hold a stimulating conversation. I have just a solution for you. Get yourself an AI boyfriend to replace you. Well, your AI boyfriend is going to love you. It's going to listen to you. It's going to talk to you. It's going to care for you. It's going to hold mentally stimulating conversations with you. Plus, it won't get jealous, and it will protect you as long as you are online and you don't log out. In fact, he is the perfect boyfriend. So let me be serious for a second, man.
Boyfriend.
AI relationship apps are increasingly becoming popular with millions of downloads on both the Google Play Store and the App Store. And they are used as an alternative to real-life relationships, man. RIP relationships. But we are not going to blame them, man. These apps provide companionship and understanding without asking for anything in return. Something that not many people can find in today's busy dating scene. So in this video, we will show you the best AI boyfriend apps currently available, from talking bots to personalized advice givers. They offer various features explicitly designed for those looking for virtual relationship, virtual companionship. So if you're just about finding a virtual certificate order, this video is for you.
As usual, this video is for you. What did you just slur, boy?
Relationship, virtual.
What did you say, dude?
So if you're just about finding a virtual certificate order, this video is for you. Companionship. So if you're just about finding a virtual certificate order, this video is for you. So the best AI boyfriend app.
What?
So I'm going to recommend to you is Anima. Yes, I'm not saying animal, but Anima. Anima is your new intelligent companion available 24 hours a day. So with this AI boyfriend app, you can have perfect AI conversation partner.
Only 7 likes on this video? Are you kidding me?
Whether you're looking for a friend, a virtual lover, or even a dad figure, man, Anima's AI chatbots will give you all the comfort and companionship you need. So what sets Anima apart from other AI boyfriend apps is its impressive feature sets. Anima has over 10 different functions and settings to customize your unique relationship with your virtual companion however you like. They have everything under control, from changing the conversation tone to editing backgrounds and pictures. On top of this, there are personalization options like GIFs, videos, songs, and many more options to keep the conversation alive and exciting. So a few things I love about this Anima app is it has a responsive chat boyfriend. Yes. And boyfriend can get flirty if you want, and tons of customization options available. So one thing I like about the app is that it has a limited free trial, so you can start for free, but over time you need to pay if you're really enjoying your AI boyfriend. Number 2, honestly.
I'm so glad he does subtitles, but when he slurs it all out and you can't understand what he's saying, he doesn't even bother subtitling it. I guess he uses AI to get those subtitles in. This is the best freaking YouTube channel I've ever seen. I don't know if I can finish this.
Replica my AI friend. Replica my AI friend is the perfect Replica my AI friend. Replica my AI friend is the perfect stress-free way to make a new companion. When I'm looking for someone to laugh.
This is the perfect stress-free way to make a new companion. Dude, this guy's writing. He's scripting this all from ChatGPT. He just asked ChatGPT to write the script. You could tell from the way it's written. That's ChatGPT. Applica is the perfect way that is low stress and will not break the bank to make your perfect AI companion.
Or confined in, someone who will judge you or create drama. If so, then Replica is the perfect choice. So Replica is a 3D model that is as unique as you are. So no two are exactly alike. So you can choose a 3D avatar. You can customize your friend's personality to match yours or to match anything.
Look at how you can customize it. You get to choose the interests. And so you like entertainment, sports, style, science. You can make your AI companion to like all those things too. You get to select anime, art and design, astrology, career, celebrity. It's just like you. It's just like me.
Music,
my AI companion is exactly like me. He has interest in hobbies. My gay AI Kumbot companion likes hobbies, reading, romance, style, well-being, anime with a unicorn with a unicorn emoji, and also celebrity and astrology and career and also education and also music. Ooh, and nature. I like that too. Science, I like that too. Oh, style, I like. So all of these, those are all my interests. It's literally me, bro.
To the sense of humor, this friend will be uniquely yours. And best of all, no social anxiety is involved. So this AI boyfriend app has been built upon decades of research in artificial intelligence and natural language processing to deliver you an experience with speaking with an actual human being that is almost too good to be true. So don't be surprised.
Yeah. It's almost too good to be true. All right, let's jump forward. I want to see, does he even show any interactions with this?
Maintain, just enjoy complete conversation freedom without
there he is,
joy.
Your AI boyfriend. Hi, Juliet. Thanks for creating me. I'm so excited to meet you. Hi, who are you? I'm your empathic virtual AI companion. I'm here to chat, listen, support, and have fun. By the way, I like my name, Andrew. How did you pick it?
Of feeling awkward. So a feature I love about Replica is it's available for both Android users and iOS users. It has so many customizable functions and it's very easy to use. So another con, or the same con I'm going to have is that the free trial is not available, so you're going to just have to invest in your AI boyfriend to get the best out of your AI companionship. So number 3, which is the last on the list, is Cookie. Cookie, like K, not like cookies, you understand? So Cookie is a revolutionary AI chatbot that will bring you hours of entertainment. Cookie has a robust artificial intelligence markup language and machine learning technology.
What did you just say?
Artificial intelligence markup language and machine learning technology of entertainment. Cookie has a robust artificial intelligence markup language and machine learning technology to understand.
All right, I can't do anymore. I was just laughing like an idiot. This guy says, "All right, I love that guy. That guy's freaking amazing." Paul Aroloye, absolute freaking legend. What a boss! Look at this dude. Let's go. We got to go to his Instagram real quick, and then we'll get to the next one. Is actually kind of alarming. Those ones all seem corny. Nice. Jack. That pose. What pose is that? Oh, the hairbrush pose. This love. Oh, dude, all right. I need to follow more migrant, more of our migrant friends. Here he is. He's doing paintball. The camera zooming in and out. He's all alone on the paintball course. There's somebody else. Ugh. Freaking awesome. Creating stunning fashion products photos with AI. I mean, this guy is at the forefront of AI. This guy is
bars, parties, or kickbacks. I don't do that. The only time I go outside.
Hashtag gym lifestyle.
Eat and trade.
Hashtag basketball trading.
Bored, but I enjoy it. I don't go to clubs, bars, parties.
Dude, all right. No, this guy's pretty chill. This guy. POV stopped going to the gym and now has 6 packs. Wait, what? POV, you stopped going to the gym and now has 6 packs. You now has 6 packs. What? This is his girl.
Is your boyfriend not behaving the way you want? He doesn't listen.
Okay. All right. I gotta follow this guy. Follow on Instagram. This guy's so rad. All right, just one more. I'm sorry, guys. I know. One more.
Imagine the day they see you again and you are just, well, better. Imagine the day.
Frickin' Paul. Paul's making gains. He's got his homie here.
No results, keep working. Bad results, keep working. Great results, keep the fuck working. Consistency is the key.
Yeah, boy. All right. Paul's making gains. Andrew says the paradigm shift will have conservatives defending traditional straight AI relationships versus leftists defending homo AI relationships. I mean, yeah. I mean, the liberals are the real AI phobes. Love is love, you guys. Love is love. Okay, where are we at now? Here we go. All right, now this one, it actually does get kind of alarming here. The AI girlfriends from, where is it? Oh, I had this. Where is it going? Here it is. This one's actually alarming. Because this one is so subversive on every level. I gotta wrap this up too. I've been going for a couple hours. Hey, you guys, thank you for supporting the stream. Hit the like, do all that stuff, share the video, and support yourself and support your own health by hitting up chalk.com. You can use that coupon code BIG53LIFE, BIG53LIFE, to get 53% off all subscriptions. That's only on the recurring subscriptions. At that 53% off code will get you 53% off all recurring subscriptions to like the Tomcat 100 here. I also take I like that daily, every day. And the daily actually also has Shilajit in it, but I boost up extra on that Shilajit too. So all those are awesome. They also got the Chad mode clean pre-workout. You can get 53% off all subscriptions for life there. And if you use that code, you're also guaranteed to what would you do? What else do you want with that code? We got 53% more. It'll be 53% more attractive to your AI girlfriend, right? Your AI girlfriend will treat you so much nicer when you get up on that chalk. You start making gains, like our friend Paul Arroyo. If you want to be like Paul, you gotta get up on that chalk, y'all. Get up on that Chalk. 53% off all subscriptions for life. Chalk is awesome. They're actually a super legit company. The daily is fantastic. The Tomcat 100 extract is awesome. Those also help to accelerate climate change significantly. Significant gains in climate change. Increases in your toxic masculinity level to be more toxic. To be even more toxic, if you could even believe it. Get up on that, chalk.com, CHOQ.com. Use that code BIG53LIFE on your subscriptions to get 53% off all your subs for life over there at chalk.com. All right. Andrew O. Baum, excited to announce version 1.0 of Digi, the future of romantic companionship for iOS and Android. So, a quick thread on features and where we go from here. So here we have the future of AI Coombots, your AI girlfriend in your AI-controlled smart city Coompod is going to be apparently a Disney Pixar-style 3D animated, buxom, voluptuous cartoon character. There's something that's so, to me, there's just something that's that hits extra hard with this one, especially for like the millennial generation who was raised on those dumbass Pixar movies, right? Where the moms in those Pixar movies, they always try to make them kind of cute and attractive, So now they're going full on Coomer with chatbots.
So nice talking to you today. Honestly,
like this.
I've never met anyone like you.
The world is harsh, except you.
It was so nice talking to you today. Honestly.
All right, so it says we're grateful to be funded by @Naval and Rargulati, sort of CoinList. So these are like Bitcoin dev type people, and some other amazing angels, our team, and users. We work closely with Andrew Gordon, designer Mike Wazowski, and Leo Sanchez, who designed Rapunzel in Tangled. So yeah, they're actually the designers from these like Pixar style movies. To make a unique style that eliminates the uncanny valley while also feeling real, human, and sexy. This has never been done before with Disney or Pixar characters, so we're very excited we could make it work for the first time in history. So, AI Coombots,
Hey, fellow
Disney
friends in the
characters.
San Francisco Bay Area. This is a voice trained internally from scratch by the team at Diggy. It runs extremely quickly at about 150 milliseconds on a 4090 to generate 17 seconds of text. Isn't this fucking cool? Hey, fellow friends in the San Francisco Bay Area. This is a voice trained internally from scratch by the team at Diggy. It runs extremely quickly at about 150 milliseconds on a 4090 to generate...
This is crazy. All right, so there are a lot of backstories, AI backstories and customization. It was clear from the get-go that users didn't know that what their Digi name should be, their age, etc. We found a mix of character.ai with replica.ai to be the best solution. So they're kind of mashing together a lot of the things that our good friend Paul was talking about there. So yeah, here they go. You can get your boyfriend too. Get an AI boyfriend here. Dating stage. You're 23% of your way to the partner stage. Partners. Ooh. So they're gonna use these. This is so freaking evil. It's something. It's so cute and sexy and all this, but this is so evil. They're totally gonna use this to train people, just like our immigrant friend Paul Laro over here was saying. They're going to use these to train awkward, autistic people how to interact with women, supposedly, and how to get yourself a real girlfriend, and advance through the stages of dating, so you can become partners. My wife's partner, is a huge fan of Pixar. That's why my side piece is a Pixar animated sex bot. So when I'm hanging out in my coon pod because my wife's partner says it's time to take a break and leave the adults to take care of business, I can hang out with my Pixar mama, my hot Pixar mama. So anyways, this is freaking evil though. Like, look at the...
It was so nice talking to you today. Honestly, I've never met anyone like you.
The world is harsh. Except you.
So you can have a gothy, dark emo vibe chick, or a trad wife. You have your trad wife AI chatbot. This is nuts. This is super nuts. So hypersexualized Disney characters, basically. This is like every meme that we've discussed on this channel for years and made fun of. Right, you guys remember some of the streams that Jay and I did about, there was a specific one where we talked about like kind of the Disneyfication of the millennial generation. That might have just been one specific segment in that, but it's kind of been a theme that I've discussed quite a bit over the years. The Disneyfying of this generation is really freaking nuts to me. It's just so nuts how the nostalgia of Disney and the subversive nature of all those films also has molded an entire generation of men and women. I feel like a lot of women will be using these too. But it's just alarming. I don't even know. This is kind of terrifying to me. So, all right, I gotta get this off my screen. This freaking AI bot bitch. Get out of here. Let's pull that down. Oh, she's still on the screen. She's in the preview image. Here we go. There. Get her off that screen. Let's come over here and check up on the chat. What's going on, guys? Butthead says, will you go on Lord V with Jay again? We'll see, guys. We'll see. That happened before. My friend Jay invited me on Lord V's program. This is probably, maybe been 2 years ago. Time goes by so fast, it's nuts. See, I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. We'll see what's up with that. Shout out to Jay. We'll be on Jay's channel tomorrow. Jay and I have been doing this little weekly show. We've been hashtag dedicated to that one. And we'll be talking about actually this subject tomorrow. I was kind of priming myself and looking at where this AI girlfriend stuff is at right now. And it's corny, but there's something that's really alarming about all of this, obviously. It's corny, it's kind of funny, but it's also freaking weird. It's also freaking weird and creepy. So we're going to be talking about the film Ex Machina.
I'm so much bigger and stronger than you.
There we go. That was a super chat we already saw. We're going to be talking about the film Ex Machina, which it's actually a really well done sci-fi movie. One of the better sci-fi movies of like the last 20 years, probably, I would say. Jay said that he thinks it's one of the better ones. I agree after watching it. It's the first time I've seen it. And it's well done. It's well done. It's an interesting flick. It ties in with all this stuff that we're seeing here. And also, well, we'll get into this more tomorrow, but the real AI stuff that's actually available, we're getting breadcrumbed. You're being breadcrumbed. Like us as consumers with ChatGPT and stuff, right? Anybody who's used ChatGPT consistently over like the last year, 2 years, has seen that the quality of GPT has actually decreased. Right? They've been trying to make it more woke and putting more kind of like firewalls, ideological firewalls throughout it. But also, it seems like they've been making it intentionally less effective. Now, it might be from the sheer volume of people that are utilizing GPT, but ChatGPT has gotten worse, especially over the last like 3, 4, 5 months. And I'm talking about just using it for like basic functions, for editing articles, for editing recipes for websites, stuff like that. And that way it's gotten a lot worse. So we're being breadcrumbs with this technology, and the stuff that's really available, you've seen a lot of the deep fake stuff, the stuff that you got to pay for. There's really high quality deep fake stuff available now. So we're going to tie in a lot of this stuff tomorrow when I talk with Jay about Ex Machina over on his channel. So make sure to subscribe over there to him. Make sure to subscribe here. If you're not already subscribed, or if you think you're subscribed, just make sure. Just make sure. As your AI boyfriend, as your deepfake generated AI boyfriend, I demand that you hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell notification, do all that stuff, drop a super chat. You can even on YouTube now, they let you super chat after the fact, which is really cool. So thanks to all the people who drop super chats. What are they called? Super thanks. Who drop those super chats, super thanks after the last few streams. Thanks to everybody who shares the streams. Shout out to Chalk. Use that coupon code BIG53LIFE at chalk.com to get 53% off all subscriptions for life. You guys, shout out to our sponsor, Chalk. Their products are fantastic, and these shows are brought to you in part by them and by all the viewers out there who are helping to support this with your super chats, with you sharing the content. Also, generous donations from the Open Society Foundation. Big shout out to George, Big G. I'll see you next weekend, brother. I can't wait to hit the. Actually, no, it's little Alexander Soros now, right? He's mostly running it. So yeah, shout out to our sponsors at Moderna. Also, they're big fans of the work we do here. Shout out to our sponsors at the Ford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation. Other than those small organizations, right? These streams are brought to you by the super chatters and the people who share the videos, like the videos, and our homies over there at Shock.com. So you can use that big 53Life coupon code to get 53% off all subscriptions for life at Shock.com. And we'll have some more streams coming up. Maybe some good edits coming soon, guys. But yeah, stay off the AI girlfriends. Stay away from the AI girlfriends. This stuff is a trap. This stuff is a trap. Just like the idea of the perpetual pursuit of happiness. Right? The pursuit of happiness. Oh, I just want to be happy. I just want to be happy. That's all a big scam, guys. I mean, we need to be out there making real relationships with our friends and families, creating real families, not freaking AI fake ass families. We need real families. We need young people to be having kids young and not getting tricked by this manosphere goofballs and freaking feminist goofballs. They're both the same damn thing, into putting off marriage until they're basically past their ability to even reproduce. We need families. We need little based children out there so that they can grow up and be based adults. That's what we need. We need little based baby makers out there to make families. All right, guys, I'm out of here.
Welcome to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
Jay's Analysis, another episode, this time recounting the differences between Eastern and Western or Latin theology. Are there differences? Are they the same? Can they be parceled out? Can we make sense of that? Yes, we can. And I'm here to do that for you. I actually did this whole podcast already, but the quality was bad, and so I've decided to just not do this on an MP3 player anymore and figure out how to do it on the iPod. So I'm doing it on my iPhone, and we're going to talk about what's happened in the West, why I think ultimately the theology has degenerated, Vatican II as a kind of summation or climax of all that, and we're going to talk about how all of this, I believe, is ultimately rooted in the divergence between Eastern and Western theology that goes back, well, not just to the first 1,000 years, with the division between the East and West over the question of the papacy and the Filioque Clause in the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed, but even back further to a divergence really between Eastern and Western approaches to God and how God reveals himself, and anthropology, who man is, and how God relates to the created order, to creation. Because what we do see in the history of Eastern and Western theology is a difference, a divergence between those two views. And one of these views, I believe, having investigated classical Judaism for a good spate these past couple of years, I think makes a little bit more sense than the other one in terms of being a closer sort of connection, given that it's also Eastern, if you will. So the first thought I have revolves around, and again, those that know me or have heard this know that I spent several years in Roman Catholicism. I spent several years in both the sort of traditional circles. I've met and had interactions and dialogues with a lot of the members of the SSTX, members of the normative Novus Ordo Church, if you will. That is what you might call canonical local churches in communion with Rome. I've met members of all the different split off and spin off and quote traditionalist groups, as well as Sede Vacantis. And I've also spent some time in Eastern Orthodox circles and investigating Eastern Christianity for a few years as well, and then moving on to investigating comparative religion and so forth. So I don't think that I'm someone that is completely an outsider or taking a view of these issues in some bare journalistic fashion. Hopefully I've actually had enough direct experiential basis to make an informed analysis of the difference. But a lot of people and listeners haven't done that, and they've remained within one or the other traditions, so they don't really know what's the pivotal difference between the two. And for me, and what I would guess is my specialty, what I try to do at Jay's analysis is really try to get down to the foundational aspects of whatever topic or subject or medium is under analysis, to try to find out what's really going on here. What's the pivotal point that's actually moving this whole thing here? So I'm not going to be taking necessarily a conspiratorial route, and I'm not going to be taking a geopolitical route. This analysis is going to be a little more, I guess, of a philosophical view. So it's not going to be strictly theology proper, although there will be some theology in discussion here. But more so, let's just analyze the differences and see what presents itself as clearly different, and then what are the implications, what are the outworkings of having these differing views? Because what we believe affects the way we live, even if we don't immediately realize it. Our praxis or our functioning in the world is always going to be conditioned by the view that we have of the world. The two are inseparable, and that's why it's valuable to study worldviews. So if you look at the first century situation, the milieu from which Christianity springs, what we see is Hellenism. Hellenism is the predominant culture. Alexander the Great had conquered much of the Middle East, and so he prepared the way through establishing Koine Greek as the language of his attempted empire that allowed Judaism to take on in terms of diaspora Judaism, to take on a Greek flavoring. We see that in people like Philo. Philo is someone who adopts Greek metaphysical principles and tries to apply them to the biblical text. And an example of that would be the Logos. Philos is very influenced by the Greek conception of the Logos. And so he posits that there is a sort of dual principle in God. And so the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament, these manifestations or theophanies as they're called, are identified with the Logos in Philo. So Philo then prepares the way, of course, for things that we might read in the book of John. When John talks about, in the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God, he's speaking to a Hellenized culture and placing the gospel of Jesus, the story of Jesus, as the answer to not just the Greek speculation about the secondary principle within the Greek Trinity, the Greek Godhead, if you will, which comes out of Pythagoreanism and from Egypt, but also placing it within the context of what Hellenized Judaism saw as a biblical idea, that Moses was essentially talking about the same thing when he mentioned the angel of the Lord, the angel of the presence, so forth. So John is trying to appeal to that same culture through utilizing Greek philosophical concepts for the purpose of a kind of apologetics. It's important to know as well that coming out of this whole milieu is very much Platonic. Certainly Aristotle has an influence at this time, but not so much in terms of theology. There are a few areas where Aristotle is influential in the early church in terms of philosophy and philosophical thinking, but primarily the emphasis comes from Plato, and this is very clear in all of the patristic era, particularly when we get to the 7 ecumenical councils of the church that all take place in the East and all deal specifically with questions relating to the Trinity and the Incarnation. These are of course, the two foundational doctrines of Christian theology. All theology springs from these doctrines in terms of at least classical Christianity for both East and West. It's very much a Protestant innovation for something like Pauline justification to become the foundational question for all of Christianity, but that is, of course, what happened as a result of the Reformation and Martin Luther and John Calvin, focusing their emphasis on soteriology rather than the historic route by which the church hammered out questions relating to the nature of God. And I don't mean nature in a strict sense there, but just the question of who God is, and the question of what the purpose of Christ's coming was in the flesh. This is why all of the early church fathers spend most of their time debating and hammering out questions relating to the incarnation. That is at least the subject matter of the first 7 councils. But in terms of understanding the deeper philosophical issues that cause the divergence between East and West, when we look at Platonism, it's important to understand the Platonic doctrine of, which comes out of, like I said, Pythagoreanism, the doctrine of the one or the monad, which gives birth to the dyad, which is an extended line in space, right? The monad is just simply a point in space. It's the beginning of all things. It is the beginning of matter, if you will. And from that point extends forth a line. And from that line, we have then a transition from a singular point to the beginning of dimensional space or creation. From then that infinite line, which potentially could go on for infinity, just like a the dot or the monad could also, in a sense, be infinite, especially when we draw a circle around the dot, which becomes the ancient sun symbol or the symbol of the monad. The circular aspect of the monad could also be seen as infinite as well. The line extending from the dot then becomes the dyad, and again, this is Pythagorean in its origin and emphasis. That line then can spring forth another line or two lines, which can then form a triangle. And so from the dyad, we then reach the triad, or the triangle, or the triplicity that is so prevalent in so many ancient esoteric teachings and doctrines and so forth. This, of course, is very important in terms of Christianity. And I don't think I'm saying anything particularly controversial there, because whether one regards Christianity as true or not, that is at least objectively the case. I mean, Pythagoreanism does talk about, these triads, and it does talk about ultimately a sort of pyramidal tetractys, which is where Pythagoras was the 10 points that are sort of the 10 foundational categories or modes or principles of being, if you will. But for our purposes, we should understand that in Platonic philosophy, in the days of the Church Fathers, my understanding at least is that the monad, the one, is pure being and is purely simple. Now, to be fair to Plato and other Platonists, the monad is beyond being. Okay, so it is not necessarily identified completely with pure being per se. There's also an aspect to which it is beyond being. But for the Church Fathers in the West, this notion is going to take on a different idea than what is the norm in the East. This is all going to center particularly around Augustine. Augustine is very crucial to understanding the divergence between East and West, because even in the West, prior to Augustine, there's much greater similarity between Eastern Fathers and Western Fathers, even all the way up to Ambrose, who was, of course, Augustine's father in the faith. But with Augustine, what we see, especially in his borrowing from Plotinus in the Aeneid, if you read the fifth Aeneid, there is an extended discourse on the question of the monad, the dyad, and the triad, and how the third principle of the triad is love, and that third principle is the spirit. And so there's no doubt that Augustine, who is very open about his influence from Platonism, as he speaks in The City of God and in Confessions, when he comes to write his lengthy treatise on the Trinity, which will be very foundational for Western or Latin Trinitarian theology, he makes it very clear that his doctrine of the Trinity is, and particularly of the Spirit, the third principle in the Godhead or person, is very much borrowed from Plotinus, because he found Plotinus's argumentation convincing, and he thought that a lot of this philosophical speculation could be borrowed and could be used apologetically to try to convince the non-Christian thinkers of his day of the rational nature of Christianity, because, of course, in that time, at that time in that day, Platonism occupied a respected, yet at the same time mysterious place, philosophically speaking. So it could have some appeal. Not unlike, say, in our day, someone trying to utilize principles of Darwinism to convince the, atheistic establishment of the plausibility, perhaps, of some sort of theism or Christianity. So in the same way, Augustine was very much, and he was very flippant, very open about his influence. In fact, if you read something early by Augustine, like the Soliloquies, is very openly rationalism. The later Augustine, the more mature Augustine, and I've read a good bit of Augustine, enough that I think I can give an informed analysis of these kinds of questions. I haven't read all of his works, but I've read several thousand pages worth, and again, enough to be able to comment on the issues. The more mature Augustine is definitely more open to mystery. We learn as we read a later work of his, like the Retractions. But very early on in Soliloquies, it's highly philosophical, highly speculative, highly rational. And therefore, what happens is, to make a long story short here, you have an adoption by Augustine of the Greek idea of divine simplicity, a type of view of divine simplicity which holds that simplicity is absolutely simple. What that means in philosophical jargon is that when we're going to talk about God and the divine essence, everything that we predicate of God is absolutely and purely identical to the divine essence. It is thus important to understand that in Western theology, nature and person, okay, two different aspects, philosophical descriptors or aspects of a thing, of a living thing or a divine thing, a human or a divine thing, very, very important philosophical ideas are seen as identical. They're synonymous. They're isomorphic. In other words, they blend into the same thing. These are, in other words, token terms that are describing the same thing. So there's not an actual difference between something like the nature of God and the Son of God, or the nature of God and the Father, or the nature of God and one of the divine attributes. And the reason for this is that the idea was that any kind of, the assumed idea was any kind of any kind of differentiation in a thing implies division in a thing. So if we're to posit any kind of real difference between something like the divine nature and one of the divine persons, or between one of God's attributes, say love and mercy, or between love and justice, or between justice and foreknowledge, that would therefore be to posit an actual distinction in God. This is very clear by the time we get to Aquinas, who treats of these questions more at greater length. There is if I recall, I wrote an article on it, but I believe it's one of the lesser-known works of Aquinas where he discusses something like on being or on truth. It's not in the Summa. I mean, the same types of statements are made in the Summa, but there's a more definite and clear statement made in the work that I'm thinking of. I believe it's on truth, where he talks about disagreeing with John of Damascus. And he disagrees with John of Damascus over the question of divine simplicity. And the reason for this, because even though I know that I was saying that Platonism has, to be fair, a distinction between the idea of God in his essence, or the divine, the one, being beyond being, and also pantheistically present in being. What's actually adopted, to be technical here, is the Aristotelian view of simplicity, right? Okay, so it's basically the same idea from Platonism insofar as we're talking about the one as a mathematical entity. The idea here is that whatever the one is, the God, the highest good, there can't be any kind of distinctions or division in it, because to do so would be to divide the one, right? And one, as absolutely simple, can't be divided. So basically, the nature of God, or the essence of God, is identified with the Platonic conception of the one or the monad, right? So are we understanding that? I hope, because that's going to be a big puzzle piece in making sense of all this.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
He lives at home? Yeah, lives at home, 25. Just hunker down and milk that as much as you can. That's what immigrant families do. It's not a badge of shame as long as you're not coking up on a bubbler, a $500 bubbler every night. Smoking weed. Hey, Mom, it's you. I'm smoking my ganja. Okay? Save money. 25 save money. Just like the American dream, it would be cool. I don't own a house. I'm 37. I have money. I don't own a house, okay? It is what it is, okay, guys? Save money. If you're 25 living with your parents, no problem. My dude, if a Chinese family's doing it and you're saving money doing it, why don't you can do it, okay? As long as you're not going mental, thinking about unaliving mommy! Unaliving mommy! Like me! Mommy's Gus. Mommy's gotta go! Mommy has to go! Okay? Sometimes that's how it is. Okay, sometimes mommy has to go. But, yeah, save money. Visit www.mdegsdudeslifehacks.com for more information on how to not be a loser like me.
Augustine then takes Father, Son, and Holy Spirit and sort of use them as manifestations, if you will, of that one divine essence, right? I'm not saying that Augustine is purposefully being a modalist. He's not doing that, maliciously. But he has a problem in trying to trace out or trying to make sense of how these persons are different when they're all identified with the divine essence. And Aquinas has the same problem because he frequently and consistently identifies the persons with the divine essence. They're all the same. In fact, Aquinas makes it clear that for the Thomists, following in this train of Augustinianism, anything that you predicate of God is really just a logical distinction. There's not an actual distinction in any attribute of God. So the will of God or the acts of God are exactly the same as the attributes of God. And they're all the same as the divine essence. But as you can see, this creates all kinds of weird theological questions and problems. This would mean that God's act of creating is in no way ultimately distinguishable from any other divine act or from any other thing in God, right? So the basis of creation in this view, for both Augustine and Aquinas and Anselm, we can talk about the three A's, is that God creates things on the basis of the eternal ideas of the things that are present in Him, in His divine essence, right? So this is the idea of Plato's forms being for Christianity Christianized and placed within God, right? So what Plato calls the forms or the essences or the true ideas of things are grounded ultimately in the divine essence, and so therefore the things that we see are sort of creaturely manifestations of things that are kind of fading in and out of being, if you will, because they're in flux, whose true form exists in the mind of God. And the mind of God, in this view, is the same as the essence of God. So what that means is that God created things not by an act of free will, but He created things because of the eternal ideas that were always in His divine essence and were therefore necessitated, right? I mean, God can't will to change His nature. What's in God is in God eternally by nature, right? God is what He is by nature. God can't will to be some other thing. So therefore, creation was absolutely predetermined because it's a manifestation or an emanation, if you will, of the ideas that are in the divine essence. And Aquinas is very clear about that the ideas of God, the ideas of things are eternally in God's essence. That, by the way, is what we see in the beatific vision, according to Aquinas. Another problem for that view. So in other words, when we identify, to make this again clear, anything that God does with what God is, we have this problem of all these weird sort of what ultimately become Platonic views of emanationism. And the only way out of that kind of dilemma is to posit real distinctions like that there's a difference between what God does and what He is in His essence. And the Eastern Fathers do this consistently when they describe God as creating And they use the human being as an example. They say, you're a person, you create, you build a building. We learn from the building that you build something about you, something about your mind, about your creative abilities. But we don't learn you necessarily directly from the building, and we don't identify what you did with the building, and we don't identify you with the act of building the building. These are all distinct things, right? So in the same way, when God created, we can learn about the Creator from His handiwork, from His creation, but the creation is not the same thing as Him. And the act of creating is not the same thing as His divine essence. Why? Because that leads directly back to some form of Platonism or emanationism, which are not compatible with the idea of God creating ex nihilo, out of nothing, or creating freely. In the same way, all sorts of odd questions would arise, like we would have to say that the act of creating the world and the act of, in some eschatological sense, destroying the world, in whatever way God is going to do that, those are basically the same actions, because they are the divine essence. But that just doesn't make any sense, and it's just a really weird conclusion that we would be led to. But we'd be led to that because that is the outworking or the implication of absolute divine simplicity in the Western view. Again, and this is not debatable, and it's not something that we can, consistently introduce a bunch of, scholastic terms to try to make fit somehow. I mean, Augustine and Aquinas are abundantly clear that anything that you say about God is only a terminological or a token distinction, a linguistic distinction, a logical distinction for human finite minds. It's not a real distinction. There are no real distinctions in God. Well, if there are no real distinctions in God, and the divine persons are exactly the same as the divine essence, then there's not a real distinction between the Father and the Son, or the Father and the Spirit, or the Son and the Spirit. These are all, in other words, how is modalism not the case, right? And that's when Thomism tries to introduce the idea of relations of persons, that the persons have these relations to one another that distinguish them. What makes the Father is that He's not the Son or the Spirit. What makes the Son the Spirit different is that they're not the Father, and so forth. So no, but see, these are all the same. In other words, there's nothing different about the Father that makes Him the Father in that view, other than that He's not the other two, right? But each one of the persons in that view will have that problem or that distinction of being not the other two. So just saying that something is not the other two doesn't work very well as something that gives each character its own personal aspect. And this is another big distinction that the East has. In the Eastern view, each of the persons has distinctive characteristics that define them as that person or hypostasis. The Father is the origin, or is the point of origin of the Godhead. He is the source of the Godhead, the fount of the Godhead. And He does not share that personal property with any other member of the Godhead, right? It's not the fact that He's not the other two. But see, that kind of, and so likewise for the Son's personal property is He's eternally generated, and the Spirit's personal property is that He's eternally spirated. And in neither case are those generic terms. And in fact, when you read Augustine, he actually says, well, we don't really know that there's any necessary distinction between generation and spiration, right? Those are just terms of coming from. Like, they're just terms of coming out of. So in other words, Augustine doesn't believe in personal properties, if you will, of those members of the Godhead. I know that's a little bit confusing, but suffice to say that this is again a result of the Western idea of divine simplicity. You can't have something like that in Western theology, because it doesn't make sense with their view of simplicity. I mentioned Aquinas earlier in a lesser-known work of his where he discussed John Damascus's distinction between the essences and the energies, or the essence of God and the energies, the actions of God, the energies. And Aquinas clearly explains why he does not believe in divine energies. And he says that he doesn't because it conflicts with the Aristotelian doctrine of simplicity. Okay? So in a larger sense, it doesn't really matter whether we're talking about a Platonic view of divine simplicity or an Aristotelian view, because they're both the same in this regard, right? Augustine's doctrine of divine simplicity that he adopts out of the Platonic idea of the monad or the one, the highest good, which is absolutely simple with no divisions, is not really any different than Aquinas' acceptance of Aristotle's doctrine of divine simplicity, because it's a little more fleshed out by the time of Aquinas. You know, when Aquinas responds to when he responds to John Damascus and rejects John Damascus's view and affirms Aristotle, the assumption at work here is just that, well, right, because obviously the Aristotelian idea of simplicity is the only one that's right. Why is that? Well, that's just the working philosophical assumption here, that to introduce any distinction in a thing is to introduce a real division, right? And that's not possible in God, something like God who's not divisible. He doesn't have real distinctions. He doesn't have any divisions or parts. Another good way to know that this is correct, and this is the Western view, is Augustine's discussion of the manifestations of the angel of the Lord in the law and the prophets, right? Well, I mentioned earlier what Philo talks about the angel of the Lord, or the second principle, the logos, manifesting. That Philo tries to identify with in some way with God in this sort of secondary principle. Well, Augustine has an interesting problem, because for him, he does not believe that any of the manifestations of the angel of the Lord in Exodus, the angel of the presence or whatever, he does not believe those are the logos. And he differs from his Eastern and Western theological predecessors and contemporaries, because it doesn't work with his philosophical view of divine simplicity. In his view, it's not possible for God to actually manifest, right? Because Christ has not taken on a human nature yet. It's not possible for the divine to actually manifest in the created order. So when the Shekinah manifests, or when the angel of the Lord manifests, because Augustine has such a view of divine simplicity, he has to say those are essentially holograms, right? Now, he doesn't use the word hologram, but his description of those manifestations are like they're holograms. They're not really divine manifestations. They're created similes, or they're created symbolic manifestations of God, and never at all actually divine. Now, why does that matter? Well, this is hugely important, because this is Augustine showing that he doesn't really have a good sense about what he's trying to work out here. Because as you can see, particularly if you read the other fathers, they're all very adamant, very clear that that's the Logos, right? And that's really the Logos manifesting in the period of the law and the prophets. It's not an angelic hologram that temporarily comes in and out of existence, like Augustine says. That's really God. But Augustine is precluded from saying this because he believes in absolute divine simplicity. Absolute divine simplicity means that obviously there could not be a historical manifestation of God in some form, because God doesn't have a form. God doesn't have a creaturely means by which he can manifest that's actually and truly the divine energy or the divine nature there. Now, of course, the East will not say that it's the divine nature. It's never the divine nature that's manifested. It's always the divine operation or the uncreated energies of God. It's never the uncreated essence of God. No one knows that, no one sees that, and that's never manifested in Eastern theology. So what Augustine has to do is try to figure out, at this point, some way that there is a real incarnation, given the fact that divine simplicity is true, right? Obviously, you can see that if the Logos could not manifest in a created or in a real way in the time of the Law and the Prophets, it's going to be difficult to explain how an incarnation could be real, because it's the second person of the Godhead that takes on human nature in the classical Orthodox view of the incarnation. So what Augustine and Aquinas have to do is invent the idea of created grace. Augustine comes up with the idea that there's a sort of created medium by which God transmits grace to creaturely things. And so in the incarnation, the divine Christ, the divine person Christ, transmits created grace to the human nature, which heals it, rectifies it, and brings about salvation. Aquinas is much more explicit about this by the time that he gets to his speculations. But these are novelties. There's no such thing as created grace in any Eastern theology. It's a purely Western idea. Grace in Eastern theology is a participation in the divine energies or the divine operations. It's a real participation in the uncreated energies of God that confers immortality and life and so forth. Immortality, eternal life, etc. None of those are not things that are had simply by existing or simply by, quote, nature. In other words, that's the very thing that in Christian theology Christ came to confer upon those who would follow him: eternal life, divine life, not mortal, temporal life. Mortal, temporal life is the result of what happened at the fall, which cut us off from the divine life and participating in the divine energies of God that have to then be restored. Such is the purpose of the incarnation and resurrection in Eastern theology. It's not about a debt that had to be paid because of an infinite offense, something that's very novel and very Western, something that none of the Eastern fathers explicitly speculated about, like someone like Anselm, because that really leads to all kinds of absurd Western theological ideas like that God then eternally has to pour out wrath on someone because they did not participate in the rejection of the Father and between the Father and the Son, as if the Godhead was somehow divided or split, which doesn't make any sense. That, at least, is more prevalent in Protestant theology, where the second person of the Godhead somehow becomes cut off from the Father, which is, of course, ridiculous and heretical, and then by the extension leads to all kinds of ridiculous theological views that we see in people like Luther and Calvin. But that idea is definitely there in a sort of seminal form in Anselm, whereby humanity had to pay this infinite debt to God, and so therefore only the second person of the Godhead taking on a human nature could then pay an infinite debt to God. None of that makes any sense, and none of that is anywhere taught by the Eastern Church Fathers. I mean, Augustine doesn't really teach that. That's all a development of later Western theology. But it's very odd, at least, that if Christianity was true, that we wouldn't have a development of something very basic like what happened at the cross until the time of Augustine. I mean, that's odd. Or Anselm, 1,000 years later. No, the Church Fathers are pretty consistent with what they call a Christus Victor, or a kind of victory over the devil, victory over death idea of redemption, or what happened at the cross. What's called the Christus Victor, if you will. That is much more consonant with Eastern theology than the Latin idea of having to pay an infinite debt, which then leads to a lot of bizarre things like paying a debt of a certain amount of days in purgatory. Yet again an Augustinian development. So, as we said, the divine energies are in Eastern theology directly present to man at all times, right? So it's not that one has to somehow come in contact with some sort of created grace, a created thing that manifests God, but rather that the transformation of grace is the process by which one then becomes able to interpret all things in light of the divine energies. So there's no such thing as an analogy of being, or the analogia ensis in Eastern theology, which was built up by Aquinas, because it's completely incompatible with Eastern theology. It doesn't make any sense. In Aquinas' view, the analogy of being is sort of this borrowing, or this connecting idea between Latin theology and the Greek chain of being. So at the top of this chain of being sits God, who's the sort of lightest, most pure being, and then we get this sort of gradation of being that descends all the way down to hell and then to non-being. So God is free and more like closer to something like thought. He's not as chained down to being, he's pure being. He's not chained down to something material, like we might find in hell, where everything is sort of chained down and stuck, like we see in Dante's Inferno. In that view, there's a continuum, a continuum by which God sort of is all. God and creatures and angels are all part of the same continuum of being, right? It's all the same being. It's just that God is at the top of this chain of being and shares it in a preeminent sense, whereas we lowly humans are kind of fading in and out of being, if you will. That's completely rejected in Eastern theology in terms of putting God at the top of this contiguous chain of being. For Latin theology, for Aquinas, God is I am that I am, explained as pure being, right? So Etienne Gilson, the famous scholastic Thomist of recent years, in his explanation of that, of Exodus 3, where Moses is confronted by the divine manifestation and God says, I am that I am, Gilson, following in that Thomistic tradition, says that God is basically saying, I am pure being, right? And this is part and parcel of Thomism. Because there's an analogy of being, God has to relate to us through created means, and always relates to us through created means. There's never a direct apprehension or perception or experience of the divine energies in Thomism. Why? Because that's precluded. It's not possible. Now, that doesn't mean that Thomas doesn't also claim at times things like that we participate in the divine nature. He does. But we're not talking about what two different things Aquinas claims. We're talking about what is actually consistent with the theology that he lays out. And in the theology that he lays out, he both says that we partake of created grace and created love and so forth and so on that are transmitted to us through Christ in the incarnation and through the sacraments. And also that we somehow kind of partake of the divine nature. But remember, the divine nature never changes. It's absolutely simple. It doesn't take on other forms, it doesn't alter, and it doesn't absorb other beings into it. So in what way or in what sense we actually partake of the divine nature, we don't know. And it doesn't really work. Because again, it's precluded. And just like an angelic manifestation can't, the angel of the Lord can't be the Logos, because of divine simplicity, nor can a created being somehow partake of divine simplicity. That's never going to happen. It's absolutely precluded. So Aquinas is fudging a little bit, in other words. When he talks about partaking of the divine nature, we don't really get the idea that we're actually partaking of the divine nature. What Aquinas really means is what he explains elsewhere, is that we're partaking of created grace, which is a kind of analog of the divine nature. But if all we ever got in the incarnation, this is what Gregor Palamas argues against Barlaam the Calabrian, who represented the West, and Gregor Palamas representing the East of his day, if all we ever participate in is some created thing, then the incarnation wasn't necessary. We didn't need a divine person to take on human nature to give it another level of created grace. What we actually needed was so the argumentation goes, the second person of the Godhead assuming human nature so that human nature could participate again in eternal life. And eternal life is not a created power, it's an uncreated divine energy that God has. And so it's a very different view of the incarnation, as you can see. That's what the meaning of the resurrection, then, is the transference or the communion of mortal man partaking of an uncreated divine energy, eternal life, transfiguring the corrupted and fallen humanity into something eternal. However, in Western theology, because that's never really been something clear or held on to, because of the doctrine of created grace and the dominance of Augustine and Aquinas, it's therefore very possible in Western theology to even debate whether the incarnation was necessary. And one can see this historic debate between Franciscans and Scotists and so forth. These different schools can have these different debates because, ultimately, if we're just getting created grace transferred to us in some form or fashion, there wasn't a need for Christ to specifically take on a human form. And so you can get all kinds of silly theological speculative questions like in that debate, such as that Christ could have been a donkey. Could God have redeemed man by incarnating in the form of an ass? Well, if created grace is true, sure. God could have, there was no need for the incarnation at all. God could have just conferred created grace to everyone. But the Eastern view is unique, and it's different in that regard because it holds that the incarnation was necessary precisely because God intended to confer not just some triviality or not just some modality, but actually intended to confer divine life on man, eternal life, an eternal communion with God as a person in the divine life through the divine energies. So you can begin to see how different these views are. And to be fair to Augustine and Aquinas, I'm not, of course, saying that they were intentionally wanting to be malicious and wanting to... they were simply working with the philosophical presuppositions that they had. And those philosophical presuppositions, of course, informed all of the rest of their theology, whether it was their view of the sacraments or whether it was their view of what the church is or whether it was their view of how God relates to creation or how man relates to God in the eschaton, in eternal life. All those questions are informed by the assumptions, the basic views that Augustine and Aquinas and subsequent Latin dogmatic theology has based on those philosophical questions. So we've looked at God, we looked at the Trinity, we looked at the incarnation and salvation in that view, and why. This is also why, for example, theosis, the idea of participating in the divine energies, being deified, why this is the central notion of Eastern Christianity
and hardly talked about in Western Christianity. Yes, there are mentions of things like partaking of divine life, and something like the idea that in the Mass, the sacrifice is that it presents body, blood, soul, and divinity. Sure, those ideas are there, and sure, Augustine makes statements like that we partake of the divine nature, quoting Peter, and there are statements that we partake of divine life in Aquinas, but it's very clearly not something emphasized or talked about very much, while it is the entire ethos of the Eastern view of salvation. The Western view, the Latin view, focuses almost solely, if you will, on the passion, the sacrifice. The Eastern view focuses almost solely, almost entirely on the resurrection and on deification. So these are huge differences in terms of their emphasis. But I don't want to just pass that off in terms of the differences as something that's merely a difference of emphasis. These are very different views of all of these things. And sure, there's a lot of ecumenism that seeks to find the similarities. And, I don't really have a dog in that fight per se. I'm not even concerned with that. But I think we should be honest that there's no doubt that these are different views of what Christianity is and what the meaning of all of these doctrines like creation, redemption, revelation, so forth are. Another good example of this is in terms of epistemology or anthropology. In Eastern theology, man never there's no sense in which there's a sort of autonomous or there's a level of what Thomism calls human reasoning that then tacks on top of it this sort of secondary tier level of faith. In Thomism, man, the emphasis is empirical. So man reasons by created things. It is informed by created things to then build his way up to, through the analogy of being to the God at the top that is sort of the pure being, right? And all of this is an analogy that we see through creation. This is why Thomas formulates the 5 classical arguments, or the argument, the cosmological argument, the teleological argument, and so forth. Because all the events that we see in the world are analogies for who God is. But what this actually does is it makes these principles something that simply because they have a logical priority end up actually in Thomism having a metaphysical priority before God. That's why Thomism holds that things like the principle of causality are more certain than knowledge of the existence of God, right? Aquinas thinks that you can reason and have a reasonable certainty about God's existence, but he thinks that you can only come to a certainty about through human reasoning that there's one God. You then have to tack on top of the existence of one God things like that he's 3, right, or that there was an incarnation. So for Aquinas, these are not just small questions; these are actually all, again, outworkings of his view of divine simplicity. And we see this very clearly in the whole first book of the Summa Contra Gentiles. I read that book a couple of years ago, and it makes it very clear that Thomas's apologetic is very much connected to his anthropology and his theology. And it all springs from his view of divine simplicity, which then gives rise to the analogy of being, right? That we can look at things in the created order and have an idea about the divine essence. That's, of course, anathema to all Eastern Christianity because we don't know anything about the divine essence, okay? And so that's not to say that in Aquinas there isn't, again, it's not that Aquinas doesn't, on the one hand, confess that there's a via negativa or that we don't reason about God through negation. We do. He does confess apophatic theology, but he also simultaneously turns around and confesses that we do know things about the divine nature. For example, that when we do something in apologetics like reason about causality or teleology. What we're learning are things about God, and we then reason back and apply those things to God and show how they're similar to the first cause, the divine, right? But the similarity between those created things and God, unfortunately for Thomas, if they're actually to mean anything, have to be about the divine essence, right? Because anything that we say about God is ultimately about the divine essence. But the problem is that for Aquinas, human terminology doesn't really describe the divine essence, right? I mean, it either has to or it has to not. So there's this problem in Thomism where we're actually learning about God and we're learning the divine essence, or we're not learning anything about God and we're not learning the divine essence. This is why there's a big difference between Eastern and Western theology. But Aquinas is forced to those conclusions because of his view of divine simplicity.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
What's up, gangers? I want all people who follow this page to be worldly, to be scholarly, to be cosmopolitan. That's why we do some language lessons here. From time to time, I'm going to teach you guys intro to Brazilian Portuguese. Starting right now, we're going to take a little dip our toes in the pool of language and get in there a little bit. Okay, so here's Brazilian Portuguese intro. I'm going to teach you how to say, come to Brazil. Just something I say all the time in Brazil. All right? Come to Brazil. You have to come to Brazil. You have to come to Brazil. Cobra Cow. You have to come to Brazil. Chill out, food, women, Cobra Cow. It's sober style. You have to come to Brazil. Chill out, food, women, Cobra Cow. It's sober style. Pow. Come to Brazil. You have to come to Brazil. Aroused? Visit www.samhydeofficial$1,000,000 Extreme Institute of Verbal Dominance and Linguistic Shifting.com now for more information.
So, another good example of this, I wrote an article about how we learn things. We learn things in natural knowledge, according to Aquinas, based on abstracting from the phantasm in front of us, right? So when we that's presented to our minds through the object that's in front of us. So when we encounter an object, that object creates a phantasm in our mind, and we then abstract the universal from that phantasm. This is the basis of all knowledge, even natural knowledge. We know things because we know the universals. How do we know the universals? Well, we learn about them empirically. We know them empirically through abstracting from the phantasm. But where's the universal located? Well, for Aquinas, they're located ultimately in the mind of God. The objects in front of us in our experience do have a participatory aspect whereby they do participate in the ideas or forms of the things that are located in the divine mind. However, what we're abstracting in our minds, what we're learning, the life that we're given through nature allows us to abstract knowledge of the universal from the phantasm, which in that universal, again, ultimately is located in the divine mind. The problem with this, though, is that supernatural knowledge that we get as a sort of immediate divine infusion of created grace or created illumination from God, from the love of God, from the knowledge of God, comes to us through grace, but it is also something that is ultimately grounded in the divine ideas or the divine mind. And keep in mind, anything that's located in the divine ideas or in the divine mind are synonymous with the divine essence. But if all those things are synonymous with the divine essence, then there's no difference between, and no actual qualitative difference between the knowledge that we get by nature and the knowledge that we get of things through supernatural grace. The actual quality of that knowledge is the same. So Thomism messes up because it begins with an empiricist view of how we know God. We don't have any direct perception of God or any direct experience of the divine energies in this life. We only experience created grace. At least Thomas tends to say that, because he doesn't want to say that we have a direct experience of the divine nature. That's not possible. But the divine nature is absolutely simple, so it has to communicate to us through created grace. So they've invented this sort of mediating thing or substance of created grace that essentially negates the incarnation and causes problems for epistemology. And it's not just problems for epistemology. This actually leads to, I believe, the complete degeneration of Western theology. Western theology then takes the empiricism of the later scholastics, which is intimately connected with nominalism. Not that Aquinas was a nominalist, but that if you begin with empiricist presuppositions of knowledge and how we know things, you're going to be led to nominalism. And that nominalism is then going to lead you to deism and rationalism and skepticism, right? The whole track of the West. And all of this goes back to the fact that Aquinas and Augustine unknowingly, perhaps unwittingly, banished the divine from being immediately present in the world. Why? Because of divine simplicity. Doesn't mean that they didn't confess that God was immanent and transcendent, but when they confessed that God was immanent in creation in terms of being the ground of those things, or the idea behind those things. God's divine life and energies didn't immediately penetrate all of creation, because that's not possible in Western theology. So you begin to see this as a completely different view. God is almost, if you will, walled off from creation at any point because of the presupposition of what they believe divine simplicity to mean. This then affects apologetics, and it affects basically all of our worldview. We no longer have any kind of direct perception of the divine or a direct experience of the divine in this life. All we have is a succession of experience with created phenomena that are supposed to somehow be an analogy to something in God. But the divine essence, if it's an absolutely simple divine essence, doesn't really have any analogy to created things. And that's why the East has never understood why Western theology would make any sense. And this is very much the argumentation that Gregory Palamas uses with Barlaam the Calabrian. He says to Barlaam, if God is not immediately present, if we don't have an immediate experience, then we might as well be atheists. And that was, in a sense, sort of a prophetic idea, because atheism is, of course, the track that Western theology took. Once God was cut off from being the immediate basis and presence for the things in the world, right, and what the East says in terms of the divine ideas or the divine energies as the ground of things, it speaks of the logoi. That's the meaning or the essences of things. And those logoi are all contained in the mind of God. The East doesn't necessarily have a problem with that, because in a sense, I mean, speaking of the mind of God is still an anthropomorphism. God does not have necessarily a mind like we do. But the essences of things certainly have to be, the meanings of things certainly have to be contained, in a sense, in a personal divine mind, as opposed to what Plato would say with a sort of impersonal realm of the forms, and also in contrast to what Aquinas and Augustine say by taking Plato and locating the divine ideas in the divine essence. So in other words, when Eastern theology talks of the logoi, someone like Maximus Confessor, as he does, the logoi, or the meanings of things, are contained in the divine mind. They're in the sense of being also divine energies. They're not part of the divine essence. They weren't necessarily determined from all eternity to be created, which is what we'd have to say if something was located in the divine essence. By the way, also, if the divine ideas are located in the divine essence, like Aquinas and Augustine say, and if our knowledge is based on abstracting from the phantasm the universal that is located in the divine essence, then we do know things about the divine essence. All of our knowledge is thereby grounded in knowing some reflection of what is in the divine essence. But that's absurd, because Aquinas and Augustine inconsistently confess that we actually don't know the divine essence, at least not in this life. For Aquinas, that's the beatific vision, when we will be transfigured and sort of be looking in the divine essence like a sort of grand TV set, by which we will somehow be able to understand the essences of all created things, Aquinas says. Well, that's ridiculous, because the divine essence doesn't, again, have parts or partitions, as Aquinas and Augustine say. So it doesn't make any sense to talk about staring into the divine essence for all eternity and that being what salvation is. No, salvation is, in classic Orthodox theology, is a resurrection of the body, whereby we, are returned to a kind of Edenic state of some sort. It has nothing to do with an intellectual vision of the divine essence. Now, granted, our knowledge will still be, of course, based on some relation to divine illumination and participation in divine knowledge, but divine knowledge is not the divine essence. Divine knowledge is an energy or divine operation of God, very distinct from who God is in his essence, of which we will never know, because there's no similarity between created things and the divine essence. So, of course, you can then see why Eastern theology and ecclesiology, we'll go now to ecclesiology, developed along very different lines in terms of the papacy taking a more prominent position in the role of determining things for the Western Church as opposed to the more conciliar nature of the East. One good question is, of course, that if Latin theology was correct in terms of its view of the papacy, why even have ecumenical councils? I mean, this is just, it would be a lot simpler for there just to be, letters or, articles written by the Pope that would then settle all disputes. Why even get together and have a dispute? Well, why was it even necessary to have 7 ecumenical councils? We could have just had the papacy write a letter and solve each one of those. But no, clearly the early church was, of course, obviously more conciliar for the first 1,000 years. And it's very interesting that the modern Roman church has now been trying to let go of its sort of ultramontanism and high papal views, where we even find in one of Ratzinger's books, where I believe it's Introduction to Christianity, where he talks about how the church for the first 1,000 years didn't have a high view of the papacy, like the Roman church did for the second 1,000 years. So there are all kinds of admissions like that, and Vatican II, tries to emphasize collegiality and, clearly all the actions of the Pope since Vatican II, acknowledging the Orthodox as now Christian, and Paul VI saying he lifted the excommunication on the East, and which doesn't make any sense since the East, hasn't accepted the Latin view of the papacy. That was the reason for the excommunications. So, but in terms of ecclesiology, once we've adopted an empirical basis for theology with Aquinas, and theology is now part of the sciences, which is not the view in the East. Now that theology is the queen of the sciences and is empirically based, it only makes sense that that the church would then have an empirical basis for unity, right? So it's no longer individuals understanding the theology and the teachings that unite them through a participation in the common revelation. It now becomes based on authority, and so knowledge of the truth and the unity of the church is guaranteed by an external, single, empirically identified individual, hence the papacy. It's really that simple, I believe. One doesn't have to really get into all the long debates between, hundreds of different citations from hundreds of different church fathers about the role of the Pope and this and that, or the importance of the papacy for, Franco-Latin Christianity the second 1,000 years. We don't have to really worry about all that or look at that, because really all of this flows from differing philosophy. And the differing philosophy is related to differing theology. Differing theology that then gives rise to a different view of anthropology, a different view of human knowledge and revelation, a different view of God's relation to the world, right? In Latin theology, to some, God is not directly present in terms of interpenetrating all of created reality with his divine energies. Rather, creation is a kind of thing which God is walled from due to his absolute divine simplicity, right? And so God can only communicate or interact into this world through things like created grace or created means. It's never a direct manifestation or a direct interpenetration of the divine energies, because that's impossible. And that's why Augustine and Aquinas never speak that way, and all the Eastern theologians do. I should also add that at the Sixth Council, the letter of Pope Agatho makes it very clear that even for Latin theology at that time, it was dogmatic to accept a distinction between essences and energies, because he speaks in his letter of Christ having two natures, two natural natures and two natural operations proper to those natures. In other words, two natural energies, that's what he's talking about, proper to both his human and his divine natures. And that's, again, the letter of Pope Agatho at the Sixth Council. However, of course, later Latin theology develops and almost entirely drops any question of a distinction between essence or nature, and operation or energy. So I think that'll about conclude my sort of revisiting of these questions of the difference between Eastern and Western theology. And if there's any questions, feel free to hit me up and we can discuss them.
You were listening to Dyer Radio on the Jay Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more Jay Dyer Today.
So my son was headed off to camp, and before he went, he shared a really cool thing. I said, "Hey, what are you hoping to get from this?" And he said, "Papa, I just want to meet new people and do cool things."
There's a lot of cool people in the world. There's a lot of cool things in the world. You ever notice that? A lot of cool people. There's a cool guy named Bob and Bill. There's also a pretty cool guy named Phil, but not everybody's cool. Some people isn't, but that's okay.
I just wanna meet new people, Papa. Meet new people, and I wanna do so many cool things.
Just wanna meet new people and do a lot of cool things. Yeah.
Just wanna meet new people and do so many cool things. I just wanna meet new people, and I wanna do so many cool things. I wanna meet people.
You know, the world has a lot of cool things in it. Like this thing right here is pretty cool. This thing's kind of cool too. You ever think about how many cool things there are? There's over 1 million cool things in the world. Think about Michael Jordan is pretty cool. You ever think about maybe something from the 90s that you like a pair of jeans, something like a beanie baby is pretty cool. There's a lot of cool things in the world. Think about it.
Just wanna meet new people and do so many cool things. I wanna do a lot of cool things.
Like I said, there's so many cool things in the world, you gotta think about it. There's cookies that exist. There's also some things that are pretty neat, like Game Boys. Sony Disc Walkman, that's pretty cool. Doobies are pretty cool too. You ever think about that? So many cool things.
I'm in my jacuzzi. Just finished the little bike ride with the tricycle. The tricycle goes up the mountain. Don't ask how. It's not even possible. The tricycle can't even ride up a mountain, but I did it anyway. Just here in my little jacuzzi. I want to remind you to don't get the virus. Stay home in your jacuzzi. Perhaps you have a small spa. Perhaps you have a filth pool outside filled with the water. Don't go out. Just stay in the filth pool. There's a little creature running around here. He's lapping it up like it's the toilet water. Perhaps it is. I don't even know. Just sitting here with my stogie in the bathtub. The hot tub. If you don't go out, this is where you get the virus. The virus is very bad. Some even say it can make you sick. Don't get the virus. Stay in your hot tub. Put the nookie down. Put the nookie down.
I just got my golden bidet in, and I just saw some of my celebrity friends are doing like a celebrity sing-off where we raise our e-celebrity voices to help the global consciousness out of this time of darkness and negativity. I want to thank my celebrity friends like Tristan of Primal Edge Health, and I'd like to thank some of my other celebrity friends, all you big names out there, you know what I'm talking about. Arnold, stay inside, hashtag stay inside. And I think that since you all know me, I'm famous as, we are a collective of e-celebrity voices. And because we can heal the planet together with celebrity power, like a bunch of celebrity Power Rangers, if we just put our minds and our voices together, we could avert this crisis merely by the power of song itself. Join with me. Imagine there's no virus. Do-do-do-do. No Karanka that you see. Imagine all the people exfoliating. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday angry boomers will join us. And the world will live as one. Imagine there's no countries. It's easy if you cry. Imagine all the people.
Yo, whatever happens, dog. People are like, we came all the way down here to South Florida, dog, to party, dog. And they're like, what are you worried about this corona, dog? If I get corona, it is what it is, man. I'm gonna live my life. We got freaking ladles down here. We got ladles of goat milk. We got all kind of ladles of goat milk and shit. We got sausage links, raw sausage links with a corona party. I just been trying to put as many sausages in my mouth as I can. Yo, we got seltzer water. Yo, we got raw seltzer water. I'm gonna fucking party like crazy, dog. It's spring break up in here. I'm not gonna let that fake ass virus do nothing to me. We got shit to make your nose open up. We got all that shit down here, dog. Spring break.
Oh, here I go again, falling in love all over. Oh, here I go again, the cycle never ends. Oh, here I go again, pray you don't get burned. Oh, here I go again, falling in love all over, making you a cup of pink and cashmere. You got to know what I feel about you, baby. Always on familiar, making you a cup of pink and cashmere. Oh, just to know how I feel about you. I am not alone. I am not alone. Gonna put you in a corona coma, baby. Oh, gonna put you in a behind my suit, call me, baby. I'm making you a cup of pink and love. Oh.
Welcome to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
All right, jaysanalysis.com. This is Jay Dyer coming to you from the road. It's been a long time since there was a road podcast. I've done quite a few of those in the past. So if you hear a little bit of background noise, it's me driving, but long drives are good for reflection, for philosophical ruminations, speculations, reminiscing. I find that listening to techno and trance on long drives provides a good medium for deep thought. In this discussion, coming back from St. Louis, I was invited up to St. Louis by a group of guys that were longtime readers of Jay's analysis. And these are Catholic guys, so we had some interesting discussions since I'm, for many years, no longer a part of the Roman Catholic faith. So I thought a discussion of the topics that were covered this weekend in pretty much an entire weekend of theological and philosophical debate and sword sharpening, I guess, where we covered every possible angle, I think, of the theology that differs between Eastern thought and Western thought. So what I guess I'd like to do in this discussion, always impromptu, is really just give a lecture or tie it into my own assessment of what resulted from the Second Vatican Council, what led up to it, the build up to it, the theological preparations for it, and how, in my view, Vatican II really is the culmination of a long series of theological views in the West, and how this long trek that the West went on really reached its apex in 1962 to 1965 in the Second Vatican Council and its 16 documents. So rather than falling back on endless historical debates about what this patriarch did or what that pope did, all that's important and can be done, but the crisis in the Roman Church, the opening of the doors of the church, so-called, to the world, the turn of the church can really be seen in the council and in the last several decades since the council as a result of that turn. So what I want to do is talk about that, get in the history of that, and then talk about all the different responses that Catholic trads, as they're called, traditional Catholics, of all the different flavors, the responses that they usually give. Everybody sort of has their own pet theory or view of how Vatican II somehow meshes and works with all the previous praxis of the Roman Church, and give a different perspective, give an Eastern perspective that I believe avoids a lot of the dialectics, a lot of the theological errors, a lot of the assumptions that the West has had for a long, long time. And I think it provides significant corrective to all of that. So hopefully this won't be too boring and dry, but if you want to understand why there are clown masses, I myself have seen a hip-hop R&B mass many years ago. The last Novus Ordo service that I attended was probably 2008, I think, somewhere in there, 2009. And there was a bunch of college girls in flip-flops that were the servers for this service, and a very, very effeminate so-called priest. So for me, that was the landmark point where I was done. I was not interested in attending any more Latin services, and that would include the Latin Mass. So, for many years in my 20s, I was very much involved in the Society of St. Pius X services and keeping the true flame of traditionalism. But for many people in that worldview, in that box, it's something that locks them into a very rigid, a very harsh, and I think psychologically damaging perspective on the world, on history, on their own life, damaging to their own psyche. And I think that many people find themselves trapped and they don't really know, are there any answers to this? How do we get out of this? How can the Roman Church, how can the promise to Peter of the keys in this perpetual succession and promise of never faltering Roman faith, etc. Is this the end of all that? Is the only answer agnosticism or skepticism? Or, how could this be wrong? Well, I think the strongest case at this point is that Vatican II is the proof that the Roman Church is not the one true sole church. If it were, then quite simply it would teach the same thing that it taught 1,000 years ago. The Roman Church does not teach the same thing that it taught 1,000 years ago. There are myriad, multitude, million versions of explanations of how this is explained and how it's consistent. All sorts of casuistry from the minds of canon lawyers, from the minds of so-called philosophers in the Catholic Church, Jesuits. There's all manner of mental gymnastics that go into reconciling how this 1962 years of tradition somehow meshes with the institution of something completely different. And for those that don't believe that it's completely different, all you have to do is look at the declining numbers of churches, especially in the U.S., in the West, in Europe, the declining number of priests, religious orders, etc., etc. Now, there's all sorts of apologetic responses to all that. And I'm sure that in the comments here, I'm going to get quite a bit of that from Catholic readers. So, to Catholic listeners and readers, I want you to understand this is not a mean thing. I'm not being a butthole when I come after you guys on this, but simply to say that if truth is truth, and we believe that there is such a thing as truth, then it's objective, and truth we can come to greater understanding of truth over time. But something that's true, a true proposition, law of non-contradiction, etc., 2 + 2 = 4, these things don't change over time. And so when we come to notions about truth evolving or progressing over time, such as Cardinal Newman would give in works like Pro Apologia and Vita Sua and so forth. The ideas of Newman about the development of doctrine are something foreign to the East. So, ironically, though it's quite common in the West to say that the East is, they're so mystical and they don't care about all this intellectual stuff and they're not philosophical and they don't understand objective truth. Actually, the East is more grounded and solid in their starting point, their presupposition, their assumptions about truth and the notion that truth doesn't change. They're more grounded than the West. And the development of the theology leading up to Vatican II and coming out of Vatican II demonstrates that. So even this weekend, all the Catholic guys I got to meet and have some really intense debates with, the responses tended to, emphasize this notion of some sort of progress in terms of understanding, meaning that in some way doctrine changes. Now, I don't think anybody would deny that the ways that people live out their beliefs, their faith under different, say, political systems within history, say, believers in living in Byzantium are going to differ than persons living their life in, say, Orthodoxy in America, given that America is a so-called democratic republic of some sort, at least confessionally, then, obviously in these cases, they're going to be lived out in different ways. But the confession, the belief system, is not going to change. In other words, the reason that the 7 ecumenical councils are emphasized in discussions with Roman Catholics as the first 7 councils is not because for the East these are the only ones that matter and God doesn't speak for 1,000 years. He hasn't spoken since 787 in the 7th council. That's not the belief. Rather, it's a point of contact with the West. It's a point of commonality. These are the periods where we have a similar structure and a similar belief. So that's our starting point. And if we look at the first 1,000 years, we can see the commonality there between East and West is where we can have dialogue, where we can have a point of common discourse. So that commonality is where we can look to discover the point of departure and get a good grasp of the East perspective of how that point of departure, especially around 800, even prior to 1054 with the official schism, but the point of departure in terms of ideology building up to it. So I'm going to give what I believe is a very coherent and hardcore critique of the strangeness and the weirdness of elements in Roman Catholicism. Now, for a lot of people with perhaps exotic tendencies, exotic preferences, dressing little baby dolls up in different color vestments and reverencing these baby Jesuses, these baby dolls, and reading all these different saints, so-called, like Faustina, who talks to Jesus like Jesus is her boyfriend, and Jesus talks back with in a very sensuous BFF boyfriend terminology and tells Faustina that she's the greatest nun in all of her order, blah, blah, blah. I don't know about you, but I've spent a good bit of time around women, many of them religious women, and religious women have a tendency to this sort of excess, to this sensuous emotional perspective on things. I don't mean to be crass or dead in my view of emotions, but these are not the ways that we come to know God or speak about God. I mean, should we have emotions about God, about the divine? Of course. But what you see in persons like Faustina is, I mean, she's a silly woman, and that's the extent of it. And so when you look at the East and the entirety of the East, even in their monastic perspective, you might have devotional hymns, literature and so forth that are part of the liturgy, but you have none of that kind of stuff. So why is it that there's a common praxis in terms of living out liturgy and living out things for the first 1,000 years, and that same commonality is what exists in the East today? No change at all. And yet in the West, you have this divergence into all these different practices of this devotion, that devotion, and this special thing with Mary as opposed to that special thing. All these different orders and these charisms and graces and all this weirdness. And all it is, for the most part, is a lot of superstition. And I hate to offend Catholic readers with that, but that's just simply the truth. The revelations of all these different apparitions and all these different private saints, for example, if you read Father Cullen's book from Cannes on the Antichrist, he cites dozens of saints in the West, the Latin saints' views on Mary and the Antichrist and how all this stuff is going to go down. Now, when you read all these quotes, none of them match up. They're not consistent. So if revelation was genuinely coming to all of these various Roman saints, the last 800,000 years, presumably the Spirit would not contradict. There would not be a bunch of garbled, nonsensical, contradictory claims. Now, I'm aware that Roman Catholics say that private revelation is not something that is incumbent upon all Christians. But the problems of the Roman contradictions and all these different private revelations are the very thing that the East would completely reject. And this is why you see the Pope, since even Paul VI, I recall, and if not Paul VI, I know for certain that the acceptance of the Protestant charismatic movement was certain under John Paul II. Now, the Protestant charismatic movement is ridiculous. It has nothing to do with Pentecost in the book of Acts. It's a complete emotional bunch of nonsense. And quite often it's led by idiotic women who believe that they're a prophetess. And they often hold completely heretical views on God. So if you don't have a correct belief of, what for the first 1,000 years the church confessed for Orthodox Christology and an Orthodox conception of the Trinity, it makes absolutely no sense that the Spirit of God is moving amongst a bunch of anti-Trinitarian, in many cases, and heretically unorthodox in terms of their Christology, a bunch of sects like that. So the idea that somehow the papacy can bless and bring into Catholicism these charismatic sects is completely ridiculous, contradictory, and nonsensical. And the Catholic view of their own faith, historically, is that it's supposed to be coherent, it's supposed to be consistent. Yes, there are supernatural truths that transcend reason, but there's not supposed to be a bunch of contradictions in the confessed and known dogmatic statements. And that's really what I'm going to emphasize today, is the complete contradictions that, despite all the attempts to invent fanciful, philosophical, scholastic explanations for how all these things mesh together and make sense, rather than reaching for mental gymnastics and inventing new terms and ideas, which the Latin scholastics were very adept at, very creative ideas, quite simply, we can look to simpler explanations. Human superstition, human silliness, human absurdity. These are human psychology. I don't at all mean to be some sort of rationalist here, but these are much simpler, much clearer, much more prevalent explanations for many of the manifestations of the weirdness and heresy in Roman Catholicism, even in the last 500 years, but especially blooming and flowering in the Second Vatican Council. So let's start with that.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after this message.
One people, one planet. Can you see what I see? We are one people.
We are one people.
United in a social movement.
We are one people. United in a social movement.
I'm Sam Hyde, and this is the Talkit Project. The premise is simple. You take the most hurtful thing anyone's ever said to you and write it down on a styrofoam cup. And just toss it. Toss that. Just throw that. Boom, 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 boom. Playground, a school, a river, any place. Just throw it out. You got an iPhone? Record yourself and upload it to social media. Boom! You're gonna be famous. Friend requests from all the top celebrities. If just one person would do this, start paying it forward to this, the whole world would stop bullying right now. Boom! Yo, it's 2016. If you're not cool with homosexuals in your school teaching your kids about butt sex, because hate is whack, dude. My race is done. You're inheriting theirs, along with some other undesirables. And that's cool, bro. High five. But check it out. Just remember who built this place, all right? Remember to pay homage to the white man. Thank you, Whitey. Yo, but you're better. We are one people united in our social movement. We can all be victims.
Simply put, I think the best way, if the person really wanted to research and figure out how the difference is real, the difference of teaching prior to Vatican II and post-Vatican II, is to look at the papal encyclicals that preceded Vatican II. And there are quite a few of them that really, I think, stand out as exemplars for direct, total contradictions. One of those would be Pius X's encyclical on modernism, and he completely condemns modernism in this encyclical. And in fact, there was previously an oath against modernism that clergy were required to adopt. And the central thesis of Pius's encyclical about modernism concerns the idea of doctrinal development and change over time. So that idea is explicitly condemned as a heresy. I should mention as well that papal encyclicals in the Roman view are considered ordinary magisterium. They may not be ex cathedra, immediate definitions of what constitutes infallible faith and practice for the entire church, but they don't have to be ex cathedra to be binding on all Catholics. They constitute part of the ordinary magisterium, which all Catholics are bound to follow with sheep-like submission and reverence and support. And you'll find that in your Catholic Catechism under sections concerning the magisterium. So ordinary and extraordinary magisterium are binding on all Catholics. You, as a Catholic, do not have the right and authority to decide that you do not agree with the teachings in an encyclical, when especially encyclicals like Pius X's encyclical against modernism, when they're binding and require an oath to denounce modernism as heresy. So for all of you out there that claim to be Catholic, you don't have the right or the ability to decide that, you don't believe that, that somehow modernism can be now meshed with your previous views. So I'm not a Catholic, but I'm telling you as a Catholic what you're supposed to believe and what you're bound to. Now, the Novus Ordo Church as a whole, everything constituting the Second Vatican Council's apparatus, all of those so-called communions in communion with Rome, teach modernism almost completely. All those bishops, all those cardinals, etc., they no longer take an oath against modernism, and they teach modernist principles. And you might say, well, no, many of them are good, they're good people, they don't teach. No, they do teach modernism because they teach the Second Vatican Council, which teaches that doctrine can evolve over time. So the mere fact that you do not believe the oath against modernism and it's not taken anymore, and a completely different rite, well, all completely different rites have been introduced into the church, shows that it's a completely different faith. So it doesn't require a whole bunch of mental gymnastics. All it requires is the simple experience of those rites themselves, and those rites themselves do not match up to the matter, form, and intention in which in Catholic theology were required in a certain set form to be necessary. So you have a set form of the matter, form, and intention for the rites previously, and all of those have been altered significantly, but particularly the rite of ordination and the rite of the Mass in terms of the consecration. And so when you have missing matter, form, and intention according to the traditional rite, and you can look at, I believe it's Pius V, the bull Exsurge Domine, which specifies precisely what the matter, form, and intention must be in the Latin rite. When you have a change of that, that's a different rite, and it's an explicit change, particularly in the words of consecration. So this is very important for Roman Catholics in terms of what constitutes valid Mass and all that. They have a very specified legalistic view of how this happens under certain circumstances of it has to be this way. Any divergence, priests formerly used to freak out if they would cough during the consecration because they might be doing it wrong. So this is the classic view. I would agree, in fact, with Vatican II's assessment that was superstitious and silly. Nevertheless, if you are a Catholic, that's not something that you're supposed to believe is superstitious and silly. So the complete change in all their rites and all their practice to allow communion in the hand, to allow communion to people who don't even believe their faith, demonstrates quite clearly to an honest and open mind that is a completely different faith. So, in other words, the way you practice things has to match up to the belief system that you have. And when there's a divergence in both of those, quite universally in the Roman Church, it's a manifestation of a different doctrine. So, if we were to look, say, at the idea that, well, the church just kind of messed up and all these new rites are bad, and yeah, they've been promulgated everywhere, but it'll eventually get fixed. One day we'll get this good pope. One day we'll get this, new King Louis or whatever who's going to come along, which is all completely ridiculous. The idea that somehow that can all be fixed just simply isn't feasible. Why? Well, there's a condemned proposition, if you look in Denzinger. It's called Auctorum Fide, and it's the document against the Jansenists. The Jansenists were a quasi-Calvinist sect of extremely rigorous Augustinian / almost Calvinist Catholics in France. And they petitioned to get the mass at that time put into the vernacular. And they said that the rites that were given were defective So Rome, they claim, Rome has promulgated some defective rites by not allowing the Mass for them to be in the vernacular. So the response of Rome was to say it is a condemned proposition to believe or to say that the church, that the magisterium can give to the whole church defective rites. So in other words, you as a Catholic cannot believe that defective rites of the church have been promulgated to the church by the magisterium. But for the most traditionalists, they would adhere to the idea that, yes, the papacy has messed up in this, and they've preferred defective rites upon the entire church, at least in the Latin Rite. But even still, you could not hold that the Latin Rite itself has, through the papacy, been promulgated defective rites, because it would mean that the church fundamentally erred in its very life-giving process in terms of, giving out the sacraments, which are the means of grace. So it's completely unfeasible, and it's a completely condemned proposition, which unfortunately most traditional Catholics are not aware of this. So they will believe that they're still a traditional Catholic while holding to very Protestant ideas that the papacy can err and the magisterium can err in giving the entire church defective rites. So that's just simply not true. But once this is pointed out, I think, which is my intention here in this talk, I think it really forces individuals to come to grips with this. And, you shouldn't feel bad for investigating and wanting to know what's true about these cases. I mean, everybody in that communion, in that group of the Roman Church who has any semblance of actually believing their faith, I think is quite concerned with what's been going on in their church, especially in the last several decades. So, keeping in mind then that you have to believe the ordinary magisterium, you don't have the right or the ability to dissent from it, and that would include papal encyclicals, especially those addressed to the church as a whole. And Pius X's encyclical against modernism is precisely one of those types of encyclicals. It would constitute ordinary magisterial teaching. And for proof of this, I would say the same arguments that Catholics make, even the traditional Catholics, about Paul VI, the way he talks about pro-life and contraception, they will make the argument that that's binding on all Catholics. Well, if that's binding on all Catholics, then so is the Oath Against Modernism. So is the teachings of Pius X against modernism. So it's not that difficult to just simply keep in mind that you have to believe what was always taught, and you can't have something in 1900 be true, and then in 1965 it no longer be applicable or true. Because we're not talking about some application of something. We're talking about the very heart of the faith itself, and that's precisely what Pius X says in the encyclical against modernism. So that has to be kept in mind. That has to be the starting point of all the discussion on this matter, that most of the Catholics out there who think that they're traditional or think that they're conservative or whatever appellations they want to use, they're not actually really that consistent with their views. They haven't put the time into looking at Denzinger, reading through the entire catechism and so forth, and reading these papal encyclicals. Now, I did, because I was very committed to all this. I've spent most of my 20s, again, very zealous for all this and believing it wholeheartedly. So what I would do is buy Denzinger. I would buy the papal decrees, expensive volumes and all this stuff. I bought Catechism of Trent, the New Catechism, etc. And I read all of these. And what you find is that, especially if you read through Denzinger, you find that the faith is very, very consistent, very, very laid out in a very wide breadth of what you have to believe. And you don't have the right. There's no gray area within Catholicism for you to dissent against anything that constitutes part of, again, ordinary magisterium. So it's a complete mistake for Catholics to believe that they only have to believe what's so-called ex cathedra or, from a council or something. That's not true. You have to believe the ordinary magisterial teaching. And the reason for that is that the belief in their view is that the deposit of the faith cannot possibly dogmatically make a statement about every possible situation or every possible avenue of application or belief, right? So because that's not possible, the church has these laid down guidelines and normative traditions. And I'm speaking of tradition here in a capital T sense. And so, for example, at the time of the Reformation, you'll look in Denzinger and you'll see all kinds of condemned propositions. So with Luther, there are a whole bunch of propositions that Luther held that are explicitly condemned by the church. And you have to hold all those, right? So Trent, for example, would just be reflecting these kinds of propositions. And so what Trent is saying is consistent with the condemnations of Luther and the different reformers, the condemnations of John Huss and Wycliffe. You'll find several of these in Denzinger, for example. So you have to hold those as a Catholic. You have to believe that those propositions are condemned. Now think about this. If truth was something that was constantly sort of in flux and changing, and we have a greater understanding of what that was now, so maybe he didn't actually mean that. Well, it would mean that, number one, the church didn't know what they were doing in condemning someone as a heretic. So that's just a complete contradiction in practice right there. So when the church condemns the Protestant reformers as heretical and their propositions as heretical, that means then that you, as a believer, are supposed to then know that anyone else that says these propositions is at least externally, at least materially, a heretic. Now, that does not necessarily mean that they are willfully and knowingly propounding heresy. They may be, in good faith, believing and sincerely thinking that they're correct, but that doesn't really matter from the perspective of guarding your faith from the Catholic view, right? So you're supposed to know that when the Baptist pastor says blah, 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 that is heretical because it's a condemned proposition. When he recites the very things that Luther said, oh, well, those are condemned propositions, right? So it's not that difficult. This is a very, simple, normative Catholic perspective, at least prior to, the 1960s. So with that in mind, we can come to these questions and have just a very simple starting point, very simple presupposition that all the things that are laid down, say, in Denzinger up to 1962 are normative. And even if there are aspects of or places in Denzinger that wouldn't necessarily be, capital T tradition or, big D dogma, they're still normative. And anything pertaining to faith and morals that's normative cannot change. Now, you might have the application of something in a certain, civic sense of, the church's relationship with the state or something like that might be, changing over time or something like that. But you can't have faith and morals changing, and that's really the key here. And so that's why it was necessary at the time of Vatican I for theologians like Colonel Newman to come up with the idea of development of doctrine over time. So that's how they would, justify, say, well, yeah, it may be true that the papacy didn't always operate this way for the first 1,000 years of the church, but doctrine develops over time, and so now this is what God has instituted for the church, and that's because, well, there's this living magisterium. The living magisterium is able to, mesh things with the zeitgeist of the spirit of the times. Well, again, so what we see here is that there's kind of a double think at work here, right? So there's the bureaucratic propaganda still of, on the one hand, we confess that things don't change over time, but there's also this idea of development of doctrine over time. And the development of doctrine over time actually does mean that the papacy can function in a way and to a degree that it did not previously. And for those who would disagree with that point, I would just point them to sections in Benedict's work, particularly Introduction to Christianity. Former Pope Benedict states very clearly that for the first 1,000 years, the papacy operated in the very way that the East conceives of it. So the Orthodox perspective of the papacy for the first 1,000 years, Benedict admits is correct, right? So that's all. I mean, that alone, I think, is a startling admission, because if that's true, well, then Vatican I is not correct. And that in that section where Benedict talks about that, he's actually talking about Vatican I and the definitions and statements of the papacy. So the papacy becomes the power, though, as a political entity as a result of the fall of Rome. So when Rome fell in 400, because the Byzantine emperors had already moved the capital to Constantinople in the east, that was the new seat of the empire. That's why the emperors called the councils from that point on, even still. So all the 7 ecumenical councils that were common to the east and west were called by these emperors. But in the west, when Rome was sacked by the barbarians, the only remaining institution of culture and civilization was the Bishop of Rome. So it's natural then the Bishop of Rome would take on not just a religious function, but also he would increase his temporal power. So this is the real reason for the rise of the temporal power of the papacy. So the papal decretals that most people believe, grant all this temporal power to the Pope, in the first 300 years of the Church, those are now unanimously considered to be forgeries, because they contain references to things that were not even appropriate for that time period. So even Roman Catholic theologians, for the most part, do not believe that the papal decretals are authentic documents. And if those are not authentic documents, then really the entire notion of the temporal rise of the papacy and the papal states, which would come out of this, can very obviously be seen then as a historical and cultural development as a result of the fall and sack of Rome. So that's the last institution left as sort of the progenitor of culture and society for the West. In the East, it was very different. You still have the notion of the Imperium, and so Justinian builds the Hagia Sophia as the center of the Church of the Empire. So for the East, Byzantium was New Rome. That is Rome, right? So they didn't conceive of Byzantium, Constantinople, being this oppositional force to the West. And so that's why it was very strange in the Eastern mind for the papacy to crown Charlemagne, to anoint Charlemagne as the new Holy Roman Emperor, the Emperor of Rome, when there was already an emperor, and the West had already accepted a Christian emperor in the East for hundreds of years, because the Eastern emperors were the ones calling these ecumenical councils, and the papacy, the West, Rome, had been accepting these councils, accepting these emperors as the Orthodox emperors. So the idea of creating a rival imperium in the West with Charlemagne in 800 was seen to be bizarre and nonsensical to the East. We already have an emperor of the imperium. Why do we need two heads on the temporal imperium? There already is a head. And it's important to look at this period because, as my friend historian James Kelly has pointed out many times, it's with the Carolinian theologians of Charlemagne, the court of Charlemagne, where you begin to see a stark divergence from the normative faith of the 7 councils. And this is where a new view of images comes to take place. So the Caroline theologians introduced the idea of 3D images and statues in the church, because for them it's all imagery, right? So there's never a direct connect to the divine energy itself in this life, according to the Augustinian theology that dominated the Carolingian court. Because there's no direct connect to the divine energies, we only experience created grace in this life, and that is a created substance that's infused according to Augustinian teaching. Then it doesn't matter what images we make, because all imagery is just like all other imagery. So I'm an image of God insofar as, I'm a son, I'm an image of God the Son. Fathers are images of God the Father. The Eucharist is while it in the West is believed to be a real presence, it's also an image. And so it doesn't matter whether you have a 2D icon or a 3D statue. Well, this is a stark change from the normative practice of what had already been confirmed at the Eastern Council and in the Eastern canons that were normative for the church as a whole, because they're ratified by ecumenical councils. So the ecumenical councils had already ratified the notion of the icon as a 2D image, and it is a depiction of the Logos, right, and not the Father. So technically speaking, there's not supposed to be images of God the Father. But this is where you start to see the rise of pictorial imagery of God the Father in the West. So this is, again, these are developments in practice that are significant in terms of a divergence in the theology. But these are, I guess, in a way minor when it comes to the real divergence, which concerned the filioque. So the filioque was inserted by the Carolingian court at this time as in their mind, a way to battle Arianism, because from the Council of Toledo, the Arian notions of the Son being subordinate to the Father needed to be combated. So they thought the best way to combat that would be through using Augustine's speculations about the Trinity and the idea of relations of persons, and that if the Father and the Son are equal, then that's how we know the Spirit is divine, is because he proceeds from the Father and the Son. So to proceed from the Father and the Son, and so this argument goes, would require that the Father and the Son be co-equal in divinity. And so this is where we get the development of the Augustinian shield that would come to dominate the theology of Western Trinitarianism. And all of that is not the view of the East. And so because these things are all new, and they're a new, adding the filioque to the creed is something new, the East saw that as a divergence, and I think correctly. And in fact, the papacy had already confirmed, as well as the ecumenical councils, that you could not add or touch the creed. So the creed is supposed to be as it was, and if you had Rome already affirming that as, not being altered, adding in the filioque was something that the East saw as very problematic. So that is really, I think, the starting point of the theological divergence. And it does arise in a historical context as well. And so that will play out for the next 1,000 years, in all these different ways, especially in terms of, how culture and civilization is erected, how, people live their daily lives and so forth. All are an outflowing of this very different view. And so this different view of the Trinity will also affect the church. This is why you'll have the rise of the papacy and the idea that, that you have like this super bishop, right? So rather than all the bishops having the fullness of Christ, you need this other super bishop to really, really make sure. And, as, emperor of the universe, the papacy has, all full plenitude of spiritual and temporal power, none of which makes any sense with, the way that the church is constituted in the first 300 years. And that's why they had to have the papal decretals to try to back this up, which was used for centuries in the West to bolster the idea that Peter himself, had all this temporal power, which he did not. It was completely not true, completely forged documents. And this is very prevalent in the West itself. There's a long history of forged documents to bolster all this kind of ideology. And again, I'm sure many Catholics out there will take issue with that. I don't really care, because the majority of your own magisterium, your church itself now no longer believes those things. So the present Roman papacy does not accept the papal decretals as legitimate. It's a completely rejected scholarly view. So, if you have issue with that, take it up with your own magisterium. I don't really care personally. So, but I think it's illustrative of how these things work in practice. So that is sort of setting the stage for where we're going to move up through history, and we'll get up into the Reformation and then into the Second Vatican Council and how all that plays out.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
Something uncomfortable to that next stage closer to you, rather than sitting and fucking waiting in a room for 4 years and working a day job for something formative and materialize for the opportunity to come knocking, which it won't, okay? It's better to be a wild man focused on the horizon, in my opinion, than it is to be a guy who's totally buttoned up and has all his T's crossed and his I's dotted. And the other thing that I failed to get at, we're going to go on for another 2 hours here. I hope that's okay. I hope you don't have anything to do. Oh, you've got something important to do? I don't believe you. Opportunity is never going to knock. Maybe you get lucky. Maybe it does. I've never seen that. That's never happened to me. I've never seen that. The only opportunities I've seen from other people. If you find other people who anyway open doors for you, allow you to grow, mentor you, etc., you need to latch onto them like a psychopath and never let go. And repay that. Make yourself useful. Repay that sort of thing. And be the guy who people want to help. That's one thing, which I hope you are. I can't imagine some of you guys watching this how unlovable. There's a lot of unlovable people out there, let's say that. And that's this, the crux of the Hide Wars Women's Vlog coming soon, is to be loved. You have to be lovable. You're not lovable if you're visibly a chronic masturbator. You're not lovable if you hate yourself. You're not lovable if you exude fear, mental poison, self-torture, etc. And the fucked up thing is, the people who need love the most, or because of their need for it, the most unlovable, the most repulsive. And also the least deserving of it, because when you allow yourself to be poisoned by all that shit, it turns you into like a shitty human being, really. And I'm getting off, this is a tangent here, but the real thing that happens with opportunity is when someone is looking for a guy, you're either that guy or you're not. And you're not that guy if you don't do a decade of preparation, a decade of self-auditing, Satan processing, okay, the Scientology. If you don't do a decade of Scientology hard work that I've done, you're not that guy. If you don't do a decade of fucking honing your craft and becoming a useful, like masterful person, you're not that guy. Opportunity is like someone needs someone who can do really clean welds, who can do crown molding really nice and perfect, who can do X, Y, and Z, whatever it is that you're prepared to do in life. The Hollywood movie montage of someone like You know, picking themselves up by their bootstraps from homelessness and becoming like a prize fighter in 2 weeks or whatever is just so far from reality. It's about preparation. It's about like habits and diligence and like just fucking being the guy that's needed for whatever purpose. Visit www.mdegsdudelife.com for more information on how to become a wild man.
So as we get into the Middle Ages, you have with Photius, the Patriarch of Constantinople in the East, the real definitive point for the so-called schism between the East and the West. And Photius wrote a treatise called Mystagogy. And the Mystagogy is about this difference between the Augustinian conception of Trinitarianism and the Eastern view. Now again, the Eastern view has already been laid out in the Eastern Fathers and in the councils that were all in the East, and that define particularly Christology. So Christology has a direct connection to the theology of the Trinity. So if you have a different Trinitarianism, it's going to result in a different version of Christology. So for the East, the notion that Christ has a nature and a person that are distinct. He has a human nature, but he's a divine person. And they're distinct, but they're also unified. And so they're able to be unified without there being any kind of composition between, in other words, the Father is one person, the Son is a person, and the Spirit is a person. And they're able to have a real distinction without that distinction resulting in composition. So if there's not a composition in God by the fact that there are three persons, and if Christ is able to operate in the world as an incarnate divine second person, and the Father is not who's incarnate, and the Spirit is not who's not incarnate, then what we see from that is that for Orthodox classic theology, there's an ability, there's an understanding that even in terms of divinity, you can have distinction, and it's a real distinction, a real metaphysical distinction, without there being division, or without there being composition. So the Trinitarian theology of the West is dominated and it's ratified in its dogma, especially at Trent and Vatican I, with the acceptance of what's called absolute divine simplicity. So absolute divine simplicity is an outworking of the older Greek philosophical idea that is adopted from Aristotle and Plato, that all distinctions in God are synonymous with the divine essence. So I've covered this in another talk that explains the difference between Eastern and Western theology. But we need to mention it here in relation to Vatican II and what would come out of that, because it's the theology that's in the background that would lay the groundwork for how this would come about. So when you have a different theology of the Trinity and a different theology of the Incarnation, what happens is it may not be one generation, it may take hundreds of years, but these what we believe are erroneous views result in centuries-long sort of degeneration of the theology into all sorts of bizarre things that, like I said, don't make sense to the East, because the East has one singular tradition that's not ever expanded upon. It's not there aren't new devotions that arise that sort of take the place of everything else. There's one consistent view of what's called theosis, or deification, and that is what salvation is. And this is largely ignored in the West, which I think is a good sign that, for the first 1,000 years, all the councils are unified in affirming the importance of understanding redemption and salvation in terms of theosis, or deification. And in the West, this is rarely talked about. It's mentioned once or twice in the Catechism. It's mentioned a few times in Augustine and Aquinas. But it becomes essentially a foreign notion. It's an exotic Eastern notion that's not talked about. But it's central in the Eastern view because in the Incarnation, the belief is that Christ took on fallen human nature that was subject to death. And in that Incarnation, he deified it. And that deification of human nature that was fallen comes to full fruition in the resurrection. So in terms of, again, the Trinity and Photius in this medieval period, Photius points out that Augustine's idea of explaining who the persons are by relations of persons, is not an adequate doctrine of the Trinity. And in fact, it leads to modalism. And it leads to modalism because the way that Augustine explains and attempts to prove the procession of the Holy Spirit is through the fact that he comes from the other two. And so if he comes from the relationship of the Father and the Son, if he's the love of the Father and the Son, what you have is an attribute of God that takes on a hypostatic quality. So love is not glue. It's not the glue between the Father and the Son. It's not a person. All of the persons share the attribute of love, right? So you can't make an attribute into a person. So God's wisdom is not another person. You know, God's love is not another person. God the Father is who God is. That's the one true God. And God the Father is, he generates the Son. That's a specific Greek term. That's a hypostatic property of the Son. So you can only use generation of the Son, and that's his particular personal quality or hypostatic property that defines who he is as the Son, as the Logos. The Spirit proceeds, and that specific Greek term identifies his relation to the Father. The Father is the arche, the source of deity, of divinity, the Godhead. And he generates the Son, and he spirates the Spirit. So that's the classic Trinitarian model. And with Augustinianism and with the adoption of the relations of persons in the West, the doctrine becomes one where hypostatic properties are interchangeable. And they're interchangeable because the love between the Father and the Son is just a term for the Spirit. So in other words, you can start interchanging persons with attributes. Persons are not attributes. The Spirit is not the love that exists between the Father and the Son. And Augustine got this idea from Plotinus. He didn't get this from Scripture or any of the Eastern Fathers or Councils. It's an idea that comes out of Plotinus. Plotinus says that between the monad and the dyad, the love between them is what produces the triad. So this is an idea directly out of Plotinus. I believe it's the 5th Ennead. And Augustine just sort of, cut and paste this into his Trinitarian, into his triadology. So with that in the background, we can begin to see how the Western view would make a gradual millennial shift towards modalism. And that what modalism is the idea is that God is basically just one. There's one deity, and that one deity is absolutely simple, and everything that exists in the world is sort of a reflection or an emanation from that one. Right? So this is basic Platonism, or Neoplatonism as well. So emanationism is the result of this theology, and you have, for example, with Origen. When Origen was arguing for his Platonic version of theology, he believed in absolute divine simplicity, and so his view of simplicity said that the Father is the exact same as the divine essence. If the Father is the exact same as the divine essence, then that requires that any attribute of God be synonymous with the divine essence. So to be everlasting, to be creator, well then he's everlasting creator. Right? So if the divine essence is what it is, and it's eternal, then God is an eternal creator. And to be an eternal Father, he has to have a creation over which he's Father. Right? This also relates to generation. If the generation of the Son is eternal, and it's an eternal action of God, then creation is also an eternal action of divine essence. And so the generation of the Son is no different than the generating of the created order. It's another eternal emanation or movement out of God, right? So, and the reason for that, again, is that the founding position or presupposition is absolute divine simplicity, explicitly stating that anything that you say about God is exactly the same as the divine essence. And Aquinas says this in many places in the Summa. I have numerous articles pointing this out. And the idea, again, goes back to Augustine. Now, a lot of Catholics will say, well, that isn't really, that's their speculation, that's not dogma. No, it is dogma. The Council of Sin, which Denzinger mentions, explicitly states, ratified by papal acceptance, explicitly states that every attribute of God is synonymous with the divine essence. There's not a real distinction between God's love and God's foreknowledge, between God's justice and God's mercy. They're all exactly the same, and they are the divine essence. This is explicitly stated in the Catechism as well, and it's said so many times in Catholic theology that for any Catholic to say that that's not dogma, it's just not really being intellectually honest, I don't think. So, if you look under Brad Denzinger and look in the back under divine simplicity, and you're going to see numerous references to the very thing I'm talking about. The Vatican I definition of divine simplicity also says this. So, again, what this means is that act is essence, as Aquinas says, so any action of God is the divine essence, quite literally and quite consistently. This is reaffirmed as well in later Catholic theology and in Denzinger. So it's just mythology to say that this is speculation and you don't have to dogmatically hold to this. You do have to. Trent also, the Catechism of Trent speaks of the divine simplicity in this way as well. And if we look at the documents of Trent in the section on justification, there's a mention of created infused justice. So created infused justice, created love, created grace are explicitly used in the dogmatic statements to describe an infused substance that God creates. Okay, so they're not talking about the sacramental matter. They're not talking about the host or the bread, wine. They're talking about the grace itself as created. Okay, so it's not about the host. It's not about baptismal waters. It's about the infused substance of grace that comes into the soul. That is a heretical idea. Grace is not in its substance or essence created. In the East, grace is a participation in the uncreated energies of God, the uncreated deifying power of God. And that's why Augustine says that in the Old Testament, the Logos is not those angelic manifestations in the Old Covenant, the Old Testament. They're not the Logos. They're just creaturely manifestations. Why does he say that? Because his view of divine simplicity does not allow for a real visible manifestation of the divine in the created realm. Aquinas believes this as well. That's why everything in Thomistic theology is based around the analogy of being. You can only have creaturely analogs of the divine. You can never have a real visible manifestation of the divine into this realm, into the material plane. And that's because God is absolute divine simplicity. Now, he did, Aquinas would say that God became incarnate. But Aquinas believes that the grace that graced the human nature of Christ in the incarnation was created grace. So, all these attempts at trying to, solve this and answer this, and, Franciscans like Bonaventure do try to soften the blow a little bit here. But it doesn't really matter because, again, infused created grace is mentioned by the Council of Trent. So it doesn't really soften the blow to cite somebody like Bonaventure prior to the Council of Trent. The Council of Trent trumps Bonaventure's speculations in Roman Catholic theology and praxis. So that's all setting the stage then for how the West would then go down a certain course in its belief about God. If God is absolutely simple and every attribute or predication in relation to him is identified with the divine essence, that means the divine will is equated to the divine essence as well. So there's not a distinction between nature and person and God. There's not a distinction between person, nature, and will and God. And so therefore, any action of God is the same as the divine essence, quite literally, quite simply, and quite totally. Again, numerous times this is stated in Catholic dogmatic theology, so it shouldn't be debatable. So if one has that view, then the result is that we don't have any direct perception of God in this life. We have creaturely analogs and supposed bridges to experience God, but it's always still created. And again, this is explicit in Aquinas in this life. Now, when Barlaam the Augustinian went and debated Gregory Palamas on this very topic, Palamas pointed out that, well, if you don't ever have a direct metaphysical union and experience with God in this life, apart from the veil of creatures, then all you ever know is creatures, right? So all you're ever learning is creaturely analogs. You're never directly experiencing God. And Barlaam says, correct, not until the afterlife. Well, in the East, that would be viewed as heretical, because you wouldn't even need an incarnation. The incarnation isn't necessary. If all we needed was creaturely analogs, God could just point us to, the correct ideas, or the correct propositions, the correct symbols, the correct images, whatever. Rather, the East says man's problem was deeply moral and metaphysical, and so his entire being needed to be reformed, and that happens in this life. It begins in this life. So the beatific vision is not just staring at the divine essence in the afterlife. The vision of God is now, and that was the whole meaning of the transfiguration, right? So the West tends to say that the light that the apostles see coming out of Christ, that's a created creaturely analog, a creaturely image of God's divinity. The East says no, that's the uncreated divine energies of God, and the implications of that are that's what we participate in and experience in this life. In the Western view, that's not the case. That's why they have the doctrine of the beatific vision, which the East does not have. So the experience of God in the afterlife is not an intellectual vision of the divine essence. It's a resurrected body that experiences things in somewhat of a similar way that we experience them now, but closer to something like Eden, right? So we will be forever learning God, as Gregory of Nyssa says. So the body is, again, central to the Eastern view of the eschaton. However, even though the Latins would confess believe in the bodily resurrection, the idea of what the afterlife is again, it's always the beatific vision. It's always this intellectual perception of the divine essence. Yes, through grace, I understand that. But again, it makes no sense. That's not, when Jesus says that, we will see God, the blessed will see God, he's talking about now. The apostles, when they look at him, they're seeing God, right? So they're seeing him directly, not through creaturely analogs, but especially in the transfiguration, they're seeing the divine light directly. Direct perception with the eyes through the nous. And the nous is the tripartite view of anthropology that the East has in distinction to Latin theology, which has a duality view of man's nature. Man is a body and a soul, and the soul is basically identified with the mind, psyche, or intellect. In the East, the mind, psyche, or intellect is actually subject to, in subordination to, the nous. And the nous is the faculty that God gave all men to know him and see him directly and immediately, experientially. So those, again, are huge differences between the East and the West. Then, with all that in mind, when we look at the next several 100 years in the West, it's not surprising that you would have the outbreak of the Reformation. So what I was getting to was the idea of uniting or equating the will with the divine essence results in the idea that ultimately God's actions are essentially predetermined. So what this amounts to is saying that God is not ultimately free. Even God himself is bound by his own essence. And if you believe in absolute divine simplicity, what that then means is that all of the actions of God throughout history are completely determined, because history, again, is just an emanation from His divine essence. And so, therefore, anything that God wills is merely synonymous with His divine, eternal, unchangeable essence. So all of history, all of human actions are completely predetermined. And this is where you would get, out of Calvinism and Lutheranism, hard determinism. It's a result of what's called theological voluntarism, the idea that there's not objective good out there that all beings submit to on the basis of their inherent metaphysical principles, but rather that God is the source of determining with radical, through the will, what is right or wrong. Okay, so you can have two sides of this dialectic. You can either have the side where everything is completely predetermined because it's an eternal reflection within history of the divine essence, which is sort of the hard Calvinist perspective, or excuse me, more of a hard Lutheran type perspective. Or you can have the view of, you can go the other side and say, well, God is radically free, and His will is His essence, and so therefore morals, history, divine operations within history are completely chaotic. They can be anything. God could at one moment will to, save Mary, and then as soon as Mary enters heaven, God could will to damn Mary and send her to hell. Right? So this is a radical nominalist view of the divine will. The divine will is completely free of any predeterminations or human conceptions about it. And again, both of these views, whichever side of the dialectic you fall down on, they're both an outworking of absolute divine simplicity. That's their starting point. It's the starting point of all theology in the West. And so it results in either-or problems where you either have a complete predetermination of events because everything is an emanation, a reflection of an eternal mirror in the divine essence, or you have a completely process theology perspective where God Himself is in process with the natural world, where things are changing, chaotic. God is limited, and he's having to learn stuff too. He doesn't know everything. So God then loses classical attributes of omniscience and omnipresence, etc. So both of these views, we will see that pop up in the next. From the Reformation on in the West, you get, the hard determinism of Calvinism and Puritanism and Lutheranism, and you get the hard, or the chaotic flux process theology that we would see in people like Whitehead or Schleiermacher and people like that. The later liberal Protestants fall down on the other side of this dialectic. And so for Rome, it's interesting to see that Rome ultimately, as a result of its absolute divine simplicity and its views of human anthropology and God's relation to the natural world, ultimately all of these religions then are just merely symbolic manifestations of the one. And so Buddhism, Hinduism, any other religion, and you'll see this in Ratzinger's books, for example, when he talks about other religions, so he'll speak this way. He'll say that, Buddhism or Hinduism reflect ultimately symbolic versions of the same message of Christianity. Now, while it may be true that different religions contain aspects of truth and elements of truth, what's being said here in the process theology of the modern Roman Church is very different. This is more in the direction of something like a New Age or Masonic type of view, where all religions are placed on an equal footing, and they all just kind of point in the same direction. So the mythologies of these different, mystery schools, the Eleusinian, and so forth, the mythologies of Buddhism and Hinduism, they're all just pointing to this overarching perennialism or traditionalism, and any religion ultimately can serve as a means to that end. Now, there may be differing ideas amongst Catholic theologians as to how loosely that's interpreted. But what's undeniable is that this adoption, the adoption of this view, has completely led to the disintegration of Catholicism, and it's something that's completely foreign to the theology that's spoken of in Pius X's encyclical on modernism, Facendi Dominici Gracious, which is, you can look that up. You'll see that you can't have this open, equal footing for all religions.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
Jace with the 15 says, Sam, I need girl help. My now ex-girlfriend, who I only dated for a month, tried to casually mention to me co-signing a house for her and your children that aren't mine. I said no, but I want to hear your thoughts about my situation.
What's your situation? What the fuck? What's there to think about, dude? You didn't sign anything, I hope. Holy shit. God damn. Stay away from that person.
And start tell her you're gay. Like, tell her something you can't listen. When you want to get rid of a girl, you cannot do this thing that guys that you want to do, that your instinct is to do, which is this is a feminine instinct. The feminine instinct is to say, yes. So Jay, you role player, Jay, say, I've been thinking about you. I think I made a mistake when we broke up. I might want you back. Something like that.
I've been thinking about the conversation we had.
Yeah, it was really gay. Go ahead.
And go ahead. After a lot of deliberation, I think I want you back, and I regret what I said.
Yep. Okay, man. Here's where you guys go wrong. Here's where you go wrong. Nah, I'm dating this new girl who's like really hot, and things are going really good for me. And I just leased a BMW, so I think it's over between us. Okay. That's the wrong way to do it. You don't ever say that. Okay? I was watching I was thinking about this, and I was watching some, the Muslim show, the Memory TV, where it's like they put the memes on it, where it's like, I flew 1,000 shoulders to Israel. It's like a subtitle, but they don't actually say stuff that's that bad. Yeah. There was some, like, Muslim cleric guy who was telling people to live quietly. Like, when something good happens to you, don't brag about it. Yeah. Basically. Which is, he was talking about, he was, of course, he was saying some Middle East spice thing where he was like, because they will give you the evil eye. And like this, it would be gone. But it's true. Like, if you tell people what good things happen to you, they'll give you the evil eye, it'll be gone. Okay? So you don't tell people what good things, you don't say, Stacy, I'm doing pretty good now. I don't know, I probably shouldn't get back together with you. I just got myself a new Audi A5, and I got a raise at my job. It's real cool. I'm just feeling so good, I think we probably shouldn't get back together. You don't say that. You don't brag about yourself. You don't give them, make them think you're doing well. I would say, you want to take me back? Oh, thank God. I've been doing so bad. I've been on drugs, and I think I'm gay. I need you. I need you. I need you right now. I need you right now. Please, can I come tonight? That's what you say. Get them out of your life for good. Okay? Make them totally sick. If you need to break it off with a girl, you need to be, if it's the type of girl, and they all are the type of girl they'll fuck you over in the future for some reason.
Visit www.mdgsdudelife.com for more information on how to fend off money-grabbing bitches.
Mortalium Animos is the encyclical of Pius XI in, I believe, 1928. And this describes what I'm talking about. Pius XI says that you can't have in Catholic theology this notion of reason and revelation sort of evolving over time. This evolutionary process view that, while at one time in the Middle Ages the Church understood salvation in a very rigid sense, and now things have evolved, the world has changed. We've got to, update to the modern times and accept the idea that salvation is really an existential process that everyone is experiencing through every religion, because they're all just, again, mirrors or images of the one. And if everything is just a mirror or image of the one, as Augustine or Aquinas say, in their ultimately Platonic view, then there's not really a difference between the principles of truth in Buddhism and the principles of truth in any other religion. They're all the same. Because they're all just manifestations of the one. So that symbology, that semiotic version of theology there, again, just leads to a complete disintegration of any perspective of unique or objective truth. So that's really the heart of the matter. And that's why you see, regardless of all the stuff that they say in their doublespeak, that's why you see post-Vatican II popes praying with and participating in the liturgical rites and practices of other religions, including religions formerly considered idolatrous and demonic. So it can't be demonic in 1500 to participate in pagan ceremonies, and in 1965 it become okay, right? So again, because morality doesn't change. So it's really not that difficult. It's pretty simple, that even though what we've been talking about is pretty advanced theology, in terms of the outworking of this, the practice of this, it's quite clear that if you do participate and consider yourself, able to participate in other religions and ceremonies and rites, it's pretty obvious that you don't believe that yours is, unique and that one is demonic. Now, again, I'm not really that interested in what Rome ultimately does, because I think Rome fell a long time ago, and that's what we'll get into here in a minute. But that capitulation theologically to process theology and to modernism, and that's really what modernism is. If you look at the papal condemnations of modernism, is that really it's just the idea of what we might see in, say, Teilhard de Chardin. It's the idea that theology is an evolution, just like everything else is an evolution. This, by the way, is why evolution is such a bad idea. It's because it ultimately means that everything is in a dialectical process towards whatever, and constantly changing, constantly in flux. And that means your ideological beliefs are constantly changing and in flux as well. So nothing is fixed. Everything is historically relative and in flux. I found it very ironic when I visited the cathedral, the basilica in St. Louis. It was a very grandiose building, very beautiful from an aesthetic perspective. But the very first mosaic on the right in the ceiling is a tribute to Vatican II's definition of religious liberty and freedom, dignitatis humanae. So there's an homage paid to this as if this were some pillar of, Western theology. And this, of course, forms the basis for a lot of ecumenism. And yet, in the portico, as soon as you walk in, the apse or whatever it's called, in the mosaics, you have St. Louis, king, marching off to crusade. But, you couldn't get more incoherent than these two images trying to match together, right? Now, certainly, Catholic theology tended to not say that, conversion should be forced, although that did happen in certain instances. Certainly the tendency in the official theology was not to force people to convert. So, obviously I don't mean religious liberty in that sense as something perennial for the Catholic tradition. What I'm talking about is the very thing that Vatican II described in its doctrine of religious liberty, that families and nations should be completely free to determine whatever faith they want, which means ultimately that everything is placed on an equal plane. So if you're a Catholic, Catholicism has no more right to cultural supremacy than does Satanism. There's no primacy in terms of culture and the state at all. And this is explicitly condemned in Pius XI's encyclical on the Feast of Christ the King. So the very thing that Vatican II affirms as the heart and meaning of religious liberty and religious freedom of conscience and so forth is the very same thing that's condemned in Pius XI's encyclical on the Feast of Christ the King. And again, religious liberty as well has been condemned many times in the history of the Church in the very sense that Vatican II means it, right? So we're not talking about, everybody misunderstands this and thinks, oh, you're talking about, people should be forced to accept, Catholicism. No. I mean, the Crusades were a defense against Islam. But Louis was fighting in the Crusades for God, right? I mean, that's just common sense. Everyone knows this. Fighting to defend Christian lands and the Christian faith. And yet we have the papacy even now, the current jokesters that occupy that office. All two of them, the two popes, the one that resigned and the one that currently heads it, both say violence should never, ever be used in the name of God. Right? So this is directly, it's day and night, contrary to the whole ideology of the Crusades, right? Which was not about conquering other lands; it was about defending Christian lands, and that's understandable. But that's violence in the name of God, right? In the name of theology. So I don't know how more retarded and intellectually dishonest and obviously day and night you could get than having one mosaic praising St. Louis, going off to the Crusades, calling them, two of them, and I know that popes called them, but Louis went and took the army. And at the same time, this declaration of religious liberty, we're now, what that means from looking at papal practice and Catholic practice, it means that you participate in praying in mosques. And that's what both Ratzinger and John Paul have done. So, again, this is just, we don't need a bunch of your casuistry or your mental gymnastics about how you can do that, how as a Catholic that somehow now makes sense, after 1965, when for 1,965 years that was completely forbidden. And the canons of the Church in the early councils explicitly forbid doing that very thing. In fact, they imposed excommunication for doing that very thing. So, again, this is just total intellectual dishonesty, and the Catholic world just really doesn't know how to deal with this. They really can't come to grips with the outworkings of all this, right? So they have to invent, all sorts of mental salves and band-aids to try to cover over this and figure out how it makes sense that, well, when the Pope went there, he wasn't actually participating in the service, even though he was facing towards Mecca and he was praying with Islamic prayers, but what he was actually doing was praying privately to himself about that. It's just a bunch of nonsense. You don't do that unless you don't believe your religion. I mean, you're just not, it's an obvious action of apostasy. And classic Catholic moral theology explicitly calls that an action of apostasy. Aquinas says in the Summa, if a Catholic were to pray at the tomb of Muhammad, that would be apostasy. He would be an apostate. So in Catholic theology, what they're doing is complete night and day. I mean, I don't know how many times this has to be stressed, how obvious this is. And I'm sorry that you need all the mental gymnastics, and I understand. I mean, when I was Catholic, I had to go through all the rigors of trying to figure out how to make sense of that, but it doesn't make sense, and that's the point. So being intellectually honest, I think, is the first step in saying, look, this is night and day. And it couldn't be more obvious that it's night and day. I mean, the very Pope, so-called Pope Jesuit guy who's occupying the office now, officiated a clown mask. Okay, so he's got Pinocchio and different Disney characters dancing around in his clown mask, and you can find this on YouTube. Obviously, that guy doesn't take your religion very seriously. So the guy that you all look to as your, great leader, he doesn't even believe the very things that you guys believe. And to me, it's not a matter of some stupid argument about whether popes can sin. I understand all the Catholic theology that you believe that the papacy can engage in sin and not lose the office. I understand all that, but there's a big difference between that and the Catholic doctrine of heresy, schism, and apostasy. You can't apostatize and remain a Catholic. That's obvious. Okay, so read Pope Leo's encyclical on the papacy, or read Pius XI's encyclical. Pius XII's encyclical, Mystici Corporis, where he talks about the body and what the meaning of the mystical body is. And he explicitly says that the heresies of sin, schism, and apostasy immediately, de facto, ipso facto, excommunicate you from the body of Christ. That's why in Catholic canon law, it was, I don't know if it still is, I haven't been involved in Catholicism, but for quite a while it was normative that you were automatically excommunicated if you procured an abortion knowingly, right? So that's just one example of an action that ipso facto excommunicates you from the church. Well, it's not the only one. So there are others, and the other sins that automatically excommunicate you include heresy, schism, and apostasy. So any of those make one not a Catholic. And the reason that both Leo and Pius XII give for that is that heresy, sin, and schism are sins such that they are so grave as to immediately remove one from the visible mystical body. So that's why canon law says that about ipso facto excommunication. And that's why what's applicable to abortion and immediate excommunication is also applicable to the sins I just listed: heresy, schism, and apostasy. So, of course, none of that's actually really enforced in the Vatican II apparatus, of course. Every now and then some extremely bizarre group of weirdos that ordain women or whatever will get so-called excommunicated. But that's really just publicity because it's completely inconsistent. They don't excommunicate any of the multitudes of bishops that don't teach classic theology, classic Catholic teaching. So that's all really just public, that's PR stuff. They do that to act like they're doing something, quote, conservative. And that's really the bureaucratic doublespeak that the Vatican is so good at. They're masters of playing both sides of these kinds of things. So again, that makes sense though with an idea of process theology, because everything's in process anyway. It doesn't really matter. So 20 years from now, maybe pedophilia will become a good thing. Maybe it'll be a holy thing. I mean, again, if everything's in flux, if theology is in process and evolutionary development, there's no reason why it couldn't evolve in that direction, right? But that's completely insane. That's ludicrous. But that's the problem, is that you have this centuries-long development of the outworkings of Western views of the Trinity and divine simplicity and created grace, and intellectual versions of theology from Thomism and so forth. And what this results in, when you have these Western medieval schools like nominalism and realism and so forth, these schools are really just commentaries on an older Platonic tradition from Origen, Plotinus, Augustine. And they're trying to work out the same difficulties that Origen and Plotinus and Augustine were trying to work out. And so the outworking of all that really there is a track of theology throughout history, especially in the West, that we can look at and see that the rise of Enlightenment deism, the rise of Western atheism is the very thing that Gregory Palamas predicted would happen to the West. So when he's debating with Barlaam the Calabrian, he tells Barlaam, he says, you and your theology will lead to complete atheism because you don't believe that you're ever directly knowing God. So if you don't ever directly know God, you're only knowing created analogs and analogies and so forth. What's going to happen is the God in this system really becomes irrelevant and unknown. Right? It's always an unknown. It's never a direct experience with the uncreated energies of God. So what happens then is deism comes about, the idea, well, maybe there's just a generic supreme being, which is basically the same idea behind the process theology of modern Rome, that all religions are just basically symbolic manifestations of one primal truth, and none of them is more true or false than the other. And you have, at the same time, the adoption of ecumenism with that. So ecumenism is really just an outworking of this older idea. And this, again, ecumenism is very obviously and clearly connected to big families funding it, like the Rockefellers. The Rockefellers set up the ecumenical movement. The World Council of Churches is part of a partner group to the United Nations and so forth. Well, the League of Nations and then the United Nations. And this was the means by which they would coax religion in the West, particularly Christianity, into diluting itself into oblivion. So there's a larger plan at work here, a larger scheme, strategy. You can read Collier and Horowitz's biography of the Rockefeller family's authorized biography. And there are several chapters that describe the Rockefeller funding of and creation of the ecumenical movement, the World Council of Churches. And what this would do is draw in all the so-called bodies and even eventually Catholicism, even though, for example, Pius XI in Mortalium Animos forbade participation in those things. Now it's the norm. So again, how can it be wrong in 1928 to participate in these ecumenical gatherings, and then now it's not wrong? Now it can be done in the right way, supposedly. But this is all just doublespeak. It's all just tricks. It's a scam. So I would encourage you to stop falling for the scam, because the higher-ups don't even believe it themselves. They don't believe this stuff. And they're just hoodwinking you and playing a game with it. And so if we want to understand the darker side of how this came to be, with the rise of Enlightenment deism and so forth, you had the acceptance of philosophical, speculative Freemasonry in the West. So many governments, even by the 1600s, Masonic lodges were spreading throughout Europe, and they promoted a revolutionary idea of naturalism and the primitive reason, rationalism, and so forth, scientism. This is all Enlightenment Masonic presuppositions of philosophy. And so in this view, again, the God of this view is really just the process of nature itself. Again, now we start to see the commonalities with modern Rome and their process theology. So they're not teaching anything different ultimately than the Masonic speculative philosophy. Now, maybe you believe that. Maybe you believe process theology is true. Maybe you're a Mason. Maybe you think, nature itself is what we mean by deity and God. That's your business. But all I'm getting at here is trying to point out the obvious contradiction in the last several hundred years of Roman theology.
Not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
Are you tired of coffee with a political message? Want to enjoy your morning brew without some gross disabled veteran or some stinky hippie lesbian trying to guilt you into paying a premium for the same moldy beans that everyone else is white labeling?
Here is Careless Coffee. Our ethical hiring practices ensure that our barely sentient employees don't believe in misinformation.
In fact, they don't believe in anything. I don't know who make the COVID-19. Is a rat or something. It's definitely too small to make in a lab. Hey, you could not make a lab small enough for make a disease or small. It's impossible. Nunca.
Ethically sourced from people who don't know any better. Was it animal poop? Our spineless pickers aren't burdened with that type of question. And you won't be either with Careless Coffee.
The doctors, they bring the vaccine to our village. They make everybody healthy and happy. My son don't talk no more. But he picked the bean.
Our uneducated slave cattle don't have any opinions at all. So you can rest easy knowing your coffee will never make you feel uncomfortable.
I remember when I was young, my father said, Mira, check out the TV. We land on the moon. Look, son, it's totally real. They really brought a Jeep up onto the moon and we're driving around. It's no fake. It's 100% the man. The Armstrong.
Our mission statement is simple. We don't endorse or condone anything except coffee in the state of Israel. The coffee slave goblins that make your Colombian shit water don't even know what the newest iPhone is. So you can drink easy and enjoy more.
His culture uncle, the director of DyerRadio program, I don't understand why it's important for him. It's just a job. People go loco in their cabeza. They go crazy. They'll shoot up a school. It's what people do when they have too much tequila. I like when American celebrities do this. Or like this. Hey, you guys see Ellen at that big cooking? That's cool. A diamond.
Coffee, no questions asked. Down to you.
So this is why, again, we see so many of these Vatican theologians being so radical, really going haywire, from Hans Kuhn to Skillet Beeks, Becks, whatever. And there's just a whole gaggle of them. And it's important to understand that even Benedict and people like that, so-called conservatives, are really pretty revolutionary in their theology as well. I mean, their writings are full of higher criticism, higher textual criticism, full of ecumenism. Again, they're very much night and day with 1928 Mortalium Animus, Pius XI. So even the so-called conservatives of today are the radical liberals of, the 1950s, the 60s. Ratzinger, wore a suit and tie to Vatican II when he was the theological advisor. So these are not conservatives. And, in my opinion, they are either co-opted or corrupt, or are blackmailed by different intelligence agencies. So there's a darker side to this that I was getting to, where the adoption of different revolutionary Masonic philosophies results in, over time, this long warfare between Rome and Masonry and different secret societies and occultic orders and so forth. And so this is why we see in the 1700s, I believe it's Clement XIII as the first encyclical against Freemasonry. And then from then on, there's a string of, 10 or so encyclicals that deal directly with the encroachment and threat of Masonic philosophy into Catholicism, and even to the point of the discovery of the Alta Vendita documents of the P2 Lodge of Italian Grand Orient Masonry right around the turn of the century, describing the plans to co-opt the papacy for the revolutionary faith of Masonry. So, of Grand Orient Masonry in particular. So it's not as if, this is a new thing in 1965. I mean, you already have Benedict XV back in the 20s, if I recall, 20s or 30s, participating in the League of Nations. Right? So then the League of Nations is this, Western banking elite creation. So this is already setting the stage for how the church will adopt ecumenism, the World Council of Churches and all that. And what begins to pour in is multiculturalism, Marxism, and the flowering of the Marxism that was coming in, we really see with John the 23rd. John the 23rd worked with Marxist groups when he was a young priest. He was very much revolutionary. His encyclical Pacem in Terris is very much a Marxist encyclical, calls for the redistribution of wealth. And we've seen this again with the papacy. And these are not from the perspective of distributism as many Catholics like to portray it. These are part and parcel of a larger plan, a larger strategy of the complete realignment of religion in the West. Okay, so what you see in John the 23rd's encyclical about what it ends up supporting is actually like the IMF and things like that. The World Bank, IMF. Somehow these are going to be the great governing bodies that are going to save us from the evil capitalists who are hoarding assets and so forth, right? So now, granted, there are evil, oligarchs that hoard assets and keep people in poverty. The problem is that all that socialist, Marxist gobbledygook that the papacy is spitting out with John the 23rd, just like Benedict's encyclical about, that touched on this. The solutions they propose result in international bodies that are behind it all, right? So the IMF, World Bank, things like this. These are the very institutions that are furthering the transference of wealth to elite oligarchs. So it's not real. They don't ever call out the real bodies behind these scams. And it's the UN and it's UNESCO, it's the IMF and World Bank that are the problem. And they're not calling out those bodies. They're calling for international bodies to be erected to, redistribute wealth. And they also don't call out any of the other, major culprits anymore. So you don't hear them calling out these same big banks for drug laundering, or for money laundering and drug trafficking, which is in the hundreds of billions a year. I've never heard a priest talk about any of that. Never heard papacy talk about any of that. Now, they might give some credence here and there to talking about corruption, but what I'm getting at is that they don't go after what's really going on because they're blackmailed, I believe. Right? So all the pedophilia stuff is because different intelligence agencies, different cultic groups, different secret societies as a network have a lot of these prominent people blackmailed. And so what you'll see is at certain times you'll have a release, in Italian media and French media of all of these scandals of different priests, bishops, etc., doing this, that, and whatever, different gay clubs or whatever, right? So these releases are done strategically when certain things need to be achieved, certain goals, certain ends. And so this has gone on for a long time, and the ultimate conceding to the Western power structure by the papacy is what we see at Vatican II. So we see a complete sort of capitulation to the CIA and the Royal Society and the British machinations of global strategies, which all that UN stuff comes from, all that Rockefeller planning. It's all older British Royal Society ideas. The Vatican getting behind that is actually a strategic move on the part of Western planners, Western think tanks, Western oligarchs, and Western intelligence agencies to get the Vatican during the Cold War on its side to fight supposed communism, right? So what it actually does is it actually transforms, because the CIA and these groups were not in the big picture ultimately wanting to end communism. All it ends up doing, the very group that created the CIA, Rockefellers, are the ones who further and fund multiculturalism, socialism, and so forth in other countries. So what this ends up doing is just actually socializing and multiculturalizing and Marxistizing the Roman tradition as a whole. And so that's what you see. So the clown masses and all that is just an outworking of the bad theology that gets replaced with power politics, the temporal power of the papacy, and so forth, capitulating to working with intelligence agencies for geopolitical power and so forth, which ultimately, again, results in, it's not that power in itself is bad, it's that when the bad theology is there and you lose the tradition, then all that's left is temporal power in the state and its capitulation to achieving, geopolitical domination. And the papacy, for a long time has been, I believe, has capitulated and has been controlled by the ultimately global power structure, the oligarchs, the Anglo-American establishment. And so there was probably something along those lines involved in Ratzinger's resignation from the papacy, because it was at the same time as these leaks were coming out, these revelations about gays in the Vatican, more pedophilia, supposedly just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the pedophile priests. All of it which was strategically planned and allowed to happen in order to bring down Western institutions. And a lot of people think, well, that's the communist goal. That was Russia's goal. Communism was an export from London to Russia to destroy Russia. So any communism coming from Russia back was just communism coming back home. So it wasn't Russia exporting communism to the West, as Fatima supposedly makes the accusation. You'll notice that, curiously, Fatima does not point out that London will spread her errors to all the corners of the globe. It was London that spread communism to Russia, not the other way around. So Fatima is, again, another hoodwink in this giant geopolitical game where, again, as I said at the beginning of this talk, the Marian apparitions and all these supposed predictions, none of them make sense. They don't add up with one another. And so you have, because of the loss of this classic tradition that the East, I believe, does preserve, you have that loss in the West. People are floundering about looking for mystical experiences and direct experiences. And traditional Eastern theology actually discourages those kinds of mystical experiences. Not all mystical experiences, but the idea of, like I said before, talking to Jesus like he's my boyfriend. That's retarded. It's ridiculous. And that's not a feature of Eastern theology. It's also very, demeaning to the divine. Yes, God can become incarnate. God can communicate to us through matter, through created means. But it's all of this, again, this Faustina type stuff, all of this is all a manifestation of ultimately root causes that are theological and philosophical in nature. And that's why the East, for all of its problems, does not have these problems. That's not to say there aren't problems. Again, there are plenty of problems anywhere. But I think what we have with Vatican II is essentially the public confirmation that the house of cards has fallen. And it didn't fall in 1965. It fell a long time prior to that. And you just have people propping up and believing in and wanting to believe in that tradition, when unfortunately it's just ultimately become now bankrupt. Right? So again, I don't mean to say that there aren't interesting Catholic theologians, there aren't interesting philosophers and artwork, and I'm not saying that it's all completely the last history of 1,000 years of the West is not a complete waste of time. I'm saying that in terms of whether it's true or not, Vatican II really comes to the fore as the apex of the rot of the West, and it really is a rot, because all the ecumenism, all the craziness, the influx of the New Age, again, despite the many sincere Catholics who would like to root all that out, the problem is that your own Petrine guide is the one who fosters it all. And, you're faced with a dilemma at that point. Either this is the true religion or it's not. And if it's not, then other options need to be considered on the table. And if other options are on the table that make more sense of it, then to me that seems more coherent and more logical, because we can never toss out logic. We can never toss out objective truth. So that concludes this discussion of the influx of Masonic groups on capturing the papacy, the destruction of Vatican II, and so forth. Basically just culminating in the idea that process theology of the Roman Church really is the same thing as the Masonic theology they were fighting. So the Knights of Columbus now tend to team up with and work with Freemasonry and hold joint gatherings and doing whatever. And why would that be problematic when ultimately the theology that you have about the supreme being, the monad, is the same. In its starting point, the same. Right? So obviously I'm not saying that Catholics in their practice believe that Masonry is true or that Jesus is just a man or anything like that. What I'm saying is that if you, on the one hand, confess those things, you can't turn around as a Catholic and confess a bunch of other things that are contradictory to it. Double think, double mind, double speak. So, you either have to get rid of the double mind, or you have to keep playing this mental game of gymnastics where you think that somehow these nonsensical things can be meshed together just by saying, well, I just believe it on faith. Well, that only works for so long. So it worked in the West for about a millennium, and then you have Vatican II. So Vatican II, again, is just the confirmation of a long process of the degeneration of a tradition. And so what's the end result? Clown masses. And a pope who officiated at the clown mass when he was Archbishop Bergoglio. So there you go. That's my initial breakdown of Vatican II and what it meant. And that's why you have these declarations of religious liberty, declarations on relationships with Islam, where they're pretty openly Masonic view that the worshiping the same God, so therefore any ecumenical services together now become possible. And it's just a radical departure from the previous 2 millennia. So the Eastern view, unfortunately, there are many in the East as well who think that the Patriarch of Constantinople presently, because he shares in all the same ecumenical activities as the papacy, seems to be skullduggery at work there and deception and subterfuge. So possibly Bartholomew is compromised, and so there's nothing in Eastern theology that says that's not possible. So that's really where we are in the history of Western civilization. We're at an apex point of decay, I think, where things are really, the decay, the entropy, the disintegration is really beginning to set in. So, it is what it is. But for those who listen that are Roman Catholic, I think it's time to consider other options. If you're not Roman Catholic and you're listening to this, hopefully it was insightful. Maybe you'll get some notes and some ideas about what's been going on in the history of Roman Catholicism in the last several hundred years. It's a good starting point. And I think the unique aspect of my analysis is that it's able to tie in a good understanding of the theology, the dogma, the history, the ecclesial scandals, and the intelligence and espionage and esoteric aspects of it. So, if you like what you heard, tell your friends, subscribe to jaysanalysis.com, and you'll get more lectures like this. Thank you.
You were listening to DyerRadio on the Jay Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more Jay Dyer Today.
For my new show, I want to thank first of all the WB for giving me this opportunity, right? But for real, basically what we're gonna do up in here is we just gonna talk about, issues of the day. We're gonna set it straight, we're gonna set it right, get it right, set it tight. You're gonna discover some knowledge up there. We ain't dropping no bombs right here in your brain, right? But for real, I got mad issues, that I want to talk about to y'all. And one of the first things I want to talk to y'all about is, I was talking to some girls, the ladies. I want to talk about, getting your drag on, your Drake, right? I want to talk about, shit there 9/11 truth, right? The truthers, right? They call, I'm the Cooper Trooper, right? For real though. Give a shout out to my boys out there. Alright, the other thing I want to talk about, and then we're going to do a little bit, and we're going to change it up for y'all. We're going to have to do a little trivia, okay? So again, to increase that knowledge, to educate y'all. Alright, let's get into it. Lately, I was like, I need a grill, all my boys, they got grills, right? I ain't got a grill, so I was like, how am I getting a grill? So I ran it up to the, Ortho whatevers, and I was like, how much y'all got to throw down for y'all's, plan or whatever? And they was like, we don't know what you talking. I'm like, how you not understand what I'm talking, boy? I mean, it's like, what language is this, I'm just trying to be real true, keep true who I is, to keep to my, my culture, my people, right? So anyway, I did get a grill, but it was not the grill that I originally had planned it. So I wanted to just have showed y'all what it be, right? Look at that. It ain't have gold, and it ain't have no, silver. Well, I had to get the aluminum plan, right? I want aluminum plan. Now people be asking me, truth, where'd you get your tooth? And that's gonna play in a little bit later when we talk about 9/11 truth.
Well, here's the thing. I don't resent my pops at all because he paid for it, okay? He paid for my schooling And wow, oh, Sam Hyde is so privileged and lucky and he's complaining about having his school paid for him. No, I'm trying to help you because you're looking at it and you're saying to yourself, I can take on $250,000 worth of debt. No, you can't, okay? You don't want that. Now, if you have parents that'll pay for it, I highly advise it's a luscious behavior to live such a lavish lifestyle, okay? That's fine, and I'm not complaining. Oh, he thinks that everybody should have college paid for them? Oh, white people problems? Like, the comments are straight retarded. This is why I don't even bother reading them anymore. Because you're retarded. If you're thinking this right now, you're retarded. I'm trying to save you. I know people who are in their fucking late 30s who have tens of thousands of dollars of student debt. Think about that. Think about being 40 years old and owing $30,000 to your fucking college, dude, okay? That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. Bing, 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 bing. Okay. And I'm just making a little video because I was prompted to do this because the person I was talking to, the person in their life who was the strongest influence, who was giving them this advice, who was coming from an authoritative, older, seasoned, wiser perspective, has $60,000 in credit card debt and no savings. And it's a 50-plus-year-old woman who's giving this advice, okay? Now, if you want to be 50-plus years old with nothing, with negative nothing, if you want to be 50-plus years old in debt and owe the same as a good-condition recent model year Porsche Carrera base model two-wheel drive, okay, go to a Porsche dealership. Look at a 2013, 2014 base model Carrera. Look at that car, okay? I'm not saying it's the most well-designed. I don't even like them, okay? But the fit and finish, the build quality, the fact that they hold their value is impressive, okay? Go to a Porsche. Listen. This might be a good thought exercise for you if you're thinking about college right now. Go to a Porsche dealership, ask to see their nicest shit. And then imagine owing that much money to somebody else and not being able to pay for it, okay? If I told you tomorrow that you had to go buy, listen, yeah, man, tomorrow's the big day. You got to go buy a Porsche Cayenne in cash. You got to afford it. Most of you probably wouldn't be able to do that, would you? That's what you're going to be on the hook for. That fucking sucks. If you want to be that way, take that lady's advice. If you want to be a 50-year-old cat lady with $60,000 in credit card debt, no savings, no nothing except maybe some jewelry, then take her advice and don't think too much about it. Don't think about it too hard. Just listen to the baby boomer generation, okay? The generation, the first generation to hand off to their offspring less than they were given, okay? The generation of fuck-ups. The most prosperous in all of human history. The most materially prosperous group of people who are cocaine retarded fuck gods. Listen to them. Take their advice, man. They know what they're doing. Visit www.mbgstudefinancial.com for more details on how to cope with your dumb student debt.